Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Visiting the Farm Part 2. Pan and Seas were a little helpless. They seemed to be two people, and they could see cattle and sheep every day. But why don't we feel lonely? It's strange. And when we were with Seas, Pan, we chatted and looked at the clouds, and we didn't feel bored. Could it be? He won't. I won't do that to him. Oh, my god. Pan and Seas suddenly thought of the same thing tacitly this time. The two secretly glanced at each other again. RR screamed in their hearts, and quickly looked away. Suddenly the atmosphere was a little strange, and a faint embarrassment spread. Hey, guys? What's wrong with you? Zhou didn't know what he had done. He just looked at the two people who seemed to be stunned and asked with doubts. Yeah, boss, I'm also lonely. The two said the same sentence without thinking. Why are you imitating me? Still the same. Wow, guys, you have a good understanding. You can't be. Zhou looked at the two people who were a little funny and said with a smile. No. Still two people together. Boss, there is a lamb running away over there. I'm going to catch it back. Seas wanted to leave here quickly. The atmosphere now was really a little weird. When I have time, I still have to talk to Pan. I like women. Boss, I'll go see the cattle over there. Pan also wanted to leave. I didn't expect this. Seas. He is so powerful, making me fall into his gentle trap unknowingly. Although I'm good with both men and women. But, Seas, I can only say sorry to you. I'm too familiar with you. Okay. Zhou was a little confused, turned his head, and said to Atwood, what's going on? Atwood couldn't figure it out either. Usually Pan is the one who talks the most. Although Seas is a little dull, his behavior today is really weird. I don't know too much. Maybe there is something wrong with the cattle and sheep. Atwood could only say this. He didn't know what else he could say. Oh, good, then let's go to the cowshed. We've seen enough here. Zhou said. Yeah, okay, boss. Atwood said. Zhou started the motorcycle, but suddenly stopped again. He looked over there with excitement. Atwood thought the boss was going to have a seizure again, because Zhou did this again. Atwood, look quickly, that's the mythical beast, the grass mud horse. Look, do you see it? Zhou said to Atwood excitedly. Grass mud horse. Atwood, imitating Zhou's words with poor pronunciation. Boss, is this your translation of alpaca in China? Alpaca? You said this is an alpaca? Isn't this a domestic mythical beast? Zhou got excited and spoke in Chinese. Atwood said he didn't understand a word and looked at Zhou helplessly. Seeing his expression, Zhou came to his senses. This thing is not a grass mud horse. No, it's a grass mud horse. Oh, it's a bit confusing. But this is just a joke that the Chinese have mythologized it. However, based on this, merchants hastily made grass mud horse dolls and sold them on the internet. Moreover, biologists have verified that there is no such creature as grass mud horse. Scholars have verified that wow mud horse has a historical origin. It's so confusing. It's really helpless. Later, netizens made grass mud horse song. The song was sung by a children's chorus, and it became popular, which added fuel to the fire. In fact, it is essentially the alpaca that Atwood mentioned. Haha, Zhou smiled, and said to Atwood in English, that is indeed the name we call it on the internet. And in our internet legends, it is also a divine beast with very strong attack power. Zhou said. Boss, this is a divine beast that can spit. When it does so. Atwood was surprised. The cultural gap was too strange. Haha, don't mind it. It's just a joke there. Zhou waved his hand and explained to Atwood. How many of these alpacas do we have? Zhou asked. This kind of llama is the Huayca alpaca. We only have about 10 of them in our ranch, mixed with a sheep. But we have about 100 of the more valuable Suri alpacas. Atwood said to Zhou. Suri alpaca? What's the difference with this one? Is it more valuable? Zhou asked with a puzzled look on his face. Boss, this Suri alpaca stands out among alpacas because of its unique wool fiber characteristics. The long hair of the cereal packer is in clumps. The high quality cereal has a strong glossiness, which will sparkle in the sun and feel like silk. Atwood paused and looked at Zhao. Zhao nodded to show that he heard it, and then asked him to continue. The biggest difference between Huarcaia and cereal packer wool is that the cereal packer wool fiber contains very little medulla, so it feels better and has a higher glossiness. The fiber tissue does not contain scales, which is more suitable for the processing of fine textiles. And the cereal packer is outstanding among alpacas due to its unique wool fiber characteristics. It has attracted the attention of the world fashion industry and is favored by hand-woven. Its wool has the softness of cashmere, the glossiness of silk, strong warmth retention function, long-lasting wear, and is suitable for dyeing into a variety of colors. Cereal packer wool can be used for high-end men's and women's fashion, such as high-end clothing, coats, sweatshirts, and exhibits, as well as professional internal fabrics and textiles. The most important thing is that cereal packers are quite rare in the world, and the white variety is even rarer. There are only more than 100,000 in the world, while there are 2,000 in the United States, 500 in Australia, and less than 30 in New Zealand. Atwood finished speaking in one breath. So few. How many of these sheep do we have? Zhao asked. At the beginning, because Mrs. Chen liked this kind of sheep very much, we raised some, and now we have more than 100. We have detailed records and documents. And now, we are the farm with more of this kind of sheep in California. This is also an unexpected gain. Atwood said excitedly. For rare things, everyone wants to have it. And if you have it and others don't, what a great mentality it would be. So the old cowboy was also very excited. Haha, that's really good. Zhao also expressed his happiness. Let's go. We have wasted a lot of time. Now let's go see our gold. Okay, boss. The two drove towards the direction of the Huarcaia shed, and the scenery of the grassland was also empty and beautiful along the way. The buildings on the distant horizon gradually appeared in front of them. Is it where the Huarcaia live? It's so ordinary. Zhao asked Atwood. This is completely different from what Zhao imagined. In Zhao imagination, this should be a very sci-fi building, full of fashion and sci-fi feeling. After all, it raises such expensive cows. The style is too ordinary. Zhao was a little disappointed looking at this cowshed. Atwood heard the disappointment in Zhao tone, and couldn't help but smile. He was also a little helpless to deal with this boss who was not a cowboy, who would go to see which cowshed was good. Only this kind of layman would think about such a boring question, but unfortunately there was no way. Who called him the boss? Boss, don't look at its simple appearance. In fact, this building has a very simple setting. Atwood explained. Boss, look, the roof of this cowshed is a single slope, with a high south eaves and a low north eaves. Why is the roof on the south side high? Atwood asked a question, but he didn't mean to ask Zhao to answer. It's just that such interaction can make people focus more on you. This is the leadership ability that Atwood learned from books when he was a farm manager. Now I use it unconsciously. I'm used to it. Atwood then began to ask himself, in this way, the sunlight in winter can be sufficient and the cowbed can be kept dry. Generally speaking, the ideal height is 3.5 to 5 times the height of the cow. Boss, you see, the height here is 7 meters, and our Huarcaia is about 1.2 meters, so 6 meters is ideal. As for the eaves on the north side, in order to prevent the cold of the north wind in winter, it is better to be a little lower. Whether it can prevent cold has a lot to do with growth, and the difference is between 5% and 8%. Therefore, the height of the eaves on the north side is 2.5 to 2.8 meters. Although we don't have such a cold season here, it is also a precaution. Zhao nodded to show that he knew and said yes. As they said that, the two had already walked inside. After greeting the cowboys who took care of the cows, the two continued to visit. Zhao felt thirsty, so he asked a cowboy to take a bottle of beer, and he didn't mind that it was Huarcaian food. He opened it and drank it directly. Well, it's not bad, this beer. Zhao looked surprised. Of course, boss. This is a beer we carefully selected, based on the recipe. It has a very high taste and nutritional value. Atwood said. The building materials of the cattle pen are concrete, the roof frame is welded from channel steel, and the roof is covered with cement tiles. The ground should be flat and slightly tilted, generally with a tilt of 1 to 3 degrees, mainly to facilitate the timely removal of fesses and during cleaning. The fence of the pen is welded with iron pipes. Zhou looked and nodded all the way, expressing his recognition of the work of our comrade Atwood. It's true that appearance can't judge. It really blinded my titanium eyes. Damn. There are also central air conditioners, temperature control systems, and air quality monitoring systems. Look at how comfortable this life is. How comfortable it is. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 27. Horse brushing fun. Zhou Yao, please recommend. Everyone is almost 100,000, and I'm ready to kill. It's not good to give people anal sex. These days, Zhou has resumed his regular schedule, and he got up early today. He put on the Adidas sportswear he bought before, and wore sneakers on his feet. He looked at himself in the big mirror, swayed his body left and right, and fiddled with his short hair with his hands from time to time. He looked at himself in the mirror with a cool look, and said narcissistically, "I'm so charming. Look at this figure. Look at this face. Oh, why didn't I realize I was so handsome before? Sin. TKO. Why didn't I realize you are so narcissistic?" He fiddled with the mirror for a few more times, then went downstairs to the kitchen to buy a glass of milk, and took out the steak from the refrigerator, and fried it in the frying pan. There is no need to worry about meat on the farm, just more and less, and the price is much cheaper than outside. After frying the steak, Zhou picked some fruits and vegetables from the space and mixed them together to make a salad. The fruits and vegetables produced in the space taste really good. When you eat, in addition to the taste, you can also feel a stream of spiritual energy flowing into your stomach and then spread to your whole body, and then your whole body feels full of strength. Of course, this is just a feeling, but it also makes people linger, and the things in the space really have the effect of improving physical fitness, but it is a kind of trickle, and if you eat it often, you can experience it little by little. Although the salad is delicious, for Zhou, a carnivore, the taste of beef is not bad. After breakfast, Zhou did not clean up the tableau and the table. These ninjas would take care of it. Zhou did not need to spend money and continue to work. He is now in a capitalist society. If you do all the work, the nanny will think that you are not satisfied with her and want to fire her. So the fallen Zhou not only did not have the awareness of being born in the new heaven and growing up under the red flag. Instead, he allowed capitalism to corrupt him and thought complacently, brother, this is creating jobs and paying high wages and relieving employment pressure for the government. In California, a state with such a high unemployment rate, the government is doing them a favor by not giving them a certificate of honor. In fact, Zhou is not as good as he thought. At first, he felt bad for paying high wages. He couldn't be so wasteful, even if he had money. But Harvey told him that this was for tax reduction. The employees' wages were higher than the regional average, and the state would have some tax reduction policies. Since he had to pay, he might as well give it to his own people, and he could be a straightforward boss. Sure enough, he was a rich man who had transformed from a dead otaku, and he found an excuse for himself in his heart to relieve the so-called sense of morality. It shows that he is still a good citizen under socialism. If someone said this to Zhou, he would definitely say to you with tears in his eyes, "You really understand me, but the words otaku and slut can be removed. I will not admit it. Change it to a better word." After entering the space, Zhou punched a few times inside and came out. After getting up and walking out of the villa, Zhou ran to the stable to take a look. Why enter the space? In addition to the spiritual gas inside, it can also save time. Sometimes Zhou also considers sleeping inside. Jogging to the stable, he saw that Seas and Pan were already cleaning the horses. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was a bit strange. Their movements were gentle, but it did not mean that they did not use strength. Zhou's eyes lit up, and he walked over to say hello to them. "Hey guys, can you teach me how to eat?" Atwood said that if you want to learn how to ride a horse, you have to communicate more with these babies. Zhou looked at them and said jokingly, "I think your communication method is good now. It's just like Being with a woman, helping to take a bath can always deepen the emotional communication. The topic of communication between men, besides women, is dirty jokes about women. Hearing Zhou jokes and slightly erotic jokes, the two of them did not change their faces or hearts, but just smiled in cooperation. Okay boss, at least now, I can still keep my job from you. The cheerful Pan also joked casually. Zhou's expression became depressed after hearing this, and he couldn't help laughing when he looked at Landowner. Okay, I swear now that I will take away your jobs. Look at me guys. Zhou said viciously. You are now worrying about my work, guys. This sentence may be a little inappropriate for others to say, but Zhou is the boss, and saying it will only make the two feel that the boss has a good sense of humor. Pan moved a black horse out of the stable. There was a touch of white hair on the top of the head and white hair on the four hooves under his feet. It looked very majestic. Zhou liked it very much and wanted to touch the horse's head, but was stopped by Pan. Zhou was standing in the wrong position, and he would be kicked by the angry horse if he was not careful. Pan taught Zhou to walk to the side of the horse so that he would not be kicked away by the horse. However, this horse is still very docile, but this must be developed into a habit so that it will not unconsciously walk behind other horses in the future, and then it will be kicked in vain. If you are unlucky, it is normal to break a few ribs. Zhou was still frightened after hearing the explanation. Good habit. This habit is good. He repeated 2 words in succession, and I don't know if he was timid or something. Boss, you watch. You have to brush with a hard bristle brush first, and brush it in circles, so that you can brush off the dirt in the horse's hair. This is obviously a hard job, but you must remember not to brush too hard, and be gentle. Pan demonstrated to Zhou and said, look, it's like this, just swirl it around, slowly, don't rush, treat it like your girlfriend, slowly do the foreplay first. Pan said with a mean look on his face, winking at Zhou, and then motioned Zhou to take over and try. Zhou took the brush with a frown on his face, and brushed it for a while. His arms felt more and more sore. There were also sweat stains on his back that soaked into his clothes. Pan, the foreplay with your girlfriend is so hard, can you still keep fighting afterwards? Zhou was tired of brushing, and couldn't help but want to use Pan to brush. Zhou, who was also brushing the hair next to him, couldn't help laughing. Pan was helpless to Zhou. Boss, I'm just making a metaphor, and don't doubt my fighting ability. Because this is obviously a secret, at least I have a famous nickname among my friends. Big Dang Pan, you know, boss. After saying this, Pan seemed very proud. Zhou, who had been silent at the side, burst out laughing at this moment. Haha. Zhou, what are you laughing at? Zhou asked with a questioning look on his face. Zhou held back his laughter and said to Zhou with a strange expression, boss, Pan was stung by a bee when he was having sex outdoors with his girlfriend, and the whole penis became swollen. Haha. Zhou was stunned when he heard this, and then his expression became strange. Haha. Ah, Big Dang Pan, haha. Zhou laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, and the hand holding the brush pointed at Pan's important parts and laughed. It's true to the name, dear Big Dang Pan, I apologize for doubting you just now, haha. Pan thought he could use this distinctive nickname to scare Zhou, but he didn't expect that the most powerful betrayal would come from within. It's true that it's hard to guard against thieves at home, but he got hurt instead. Pan looked at C's with a sad face, feeling very depressed. He looked around, trying to find something big to smash him to death. But his reaction had already been discovered by C's. C's used his talent for sprinting that he had never discovered before. He ran away in a flash, and even crossed a wooden fence in the middle. His legs were raised up, which was too coquettish. He also looked at Pan from a distance, as if he was going to run away if you came over. Pan was so frustrated that he had nowhere to vent, and he kept making a fuss in his heart. His chest was stuffy. At this time, Zhou had to come out to make peace and let the two stop fighting. Pan still looked depressed, and Zhou couldn't help but laugh at his look. Zhou also comforted him that he would not tell anyone about this, but he would write it down in his space later. This is not to be told to anyone. After practicing a few more horses, Zhao Jixi basically remembered this job. The next step was what Zhao Jixi was most looking forward to, which was riding a horse. "Hey, Pan, can you teach me how to ride a horse today? I'll tell Atwood," Zhao Jixi said to Pan. "Okay, boss, I'm not being lazy," Pan said with a teasing look on his face. "Of course, my cowboy, but this job may not be easy," Zhao Jixi called Atwood. Although he was the boss, Atwood was the manager of the farm, so he still had to show some necessary respect. After explaining the situation to Atwood, he immediately said that there was no problem and that he could ask the young man to teach until Zhao Jixi came back. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Pan was relieved. "Boss, let's go to the training ground and get familiar with it step by step. Which horse do you want to ride?" After hearing what Pan said, Zhao Jixi looked at the horses in the stable with interest, and his eyes slowly scanned and stopped at the first horse he brushed. Humans always have a deep impression of the first time. Zhao Jixi pointed at the horse. "That's it. Does it have a name?" Zhao Jixi walked to the horse with white hair on its head and limbs and said, "It's called Herd. It's a good horse that is good at running. Riding it is like chasing the wind," Pan said proudly, as if it was his own child. "Very proud of it." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Riding on an Old Friend. Sure enough, this name is very similar to it. Hurt, chasing the wind. It is really a good name. I want it, Zhao Jixi said happily, but his smile did not stay for a while and went down again, replaced by a face full of expectation. "But I don't know when I can run like its name." Seeing the expression on the boss's face, Pan understood in his heart. People have a strong desire to run before they learn to walk, but such people usually take big steps, and of course they will be dragged to the bulls. So the consequences are often serious. And when I started to learn to ride a horse, it was also like this, but the necessary reminders still need to be explained to the boss. An employee who can only flatter will definitely not work for a long time. You can't just focus on the boss's happiness this time and ignore the boss's danger. Pan taught Zhao Jixi how to saddle the horse, and during the period, he also told Zhao Jixi some tips and talked about many cases and dangerous situations. Pan also talked about many things to pay attention to when riding a horse. Zhao Jixi almost thought that he was possessed by an old woman, and it was so terrible to be so long-winded. Despite Pan's nagging, Zhao Jixi and Pan moved the horse to the training ground to practice and test the theory they had just mastered. Although Zhao Jixi was annoyed by the nagging, he knew that this was a matter of great importance to his safety, so he didn't listen to it. Pan was a good coach, and Zhao Jixi was also a good student. One taught with all his heart, and the other learned with all his heart. During the period, Pan kept praising Zhao Jixi for his good cooperation with the horse, and Zhu Feng didn't feel unfamiliar with Zhao Jixi at all. In fact, Zhao Jixi was not that good, but when he fed Zhu Feng food, he added some water and food from the space. Zhu Feng tasted the benefits, and it felt that it was a good thing from its taste and instinct, and immediately liked Zhao Jixi. Animals without as many complex thoughts as humans are obviously simple-minded, pure-hearted, and not bound by good and evil and morality, so they can more intuitively sense good things from instinct. As a trained ranch horse, it still has a lot of experience in carrying people. So cooperating with Zhao Jixi saved more time for running in and training. Unlike wild horses, even if you give them benefits, it has no experience in carrying people, so it is useless to be close to you. It doesn't know some key things to pay attention to when jumping and running, so both sides can only feel uncomfortable at that time. It's like two little virgins. Both of them are interested, but they have no experience. They have to explore before they can cooperate perfectly, and this process takes a little time. But although it's annoying, there is also the fun of training. So it's very practical to use the old to guide the new, no matter where you are. There are always too many uncertainties when crossing the river by feeling the stones. Speaking of this, Zhao Jixi is still very smart. When he came to the American Empire, a dissolute country, he didn't like the little virgins. So he first trained hard in the Celestial Empire, and then showed off his great power in the American Empire. Zhao Jixi rode Zhu Feng out of the training ground and jogged on the grass, looking up at the blue sky with a few clouds floating above, feeling the breeze caressing his cheeks. The feeling of freedom and unrestrainedness arises naturally. A loud shout came out of Zhao Jixi's mouth. "It's so cool, haha." Zhao Jixi indulged himself, getting close to nature physically and mentally, feeling the vastness of the sky. If Zhao Jixi was not unfamiliar with riding, he would have wanted to let go of his hands and make himself more free. Zhu Feng below seemed to feel Zhao Jixi's excitement. After walking all day, he couldn't help but want to run, and his limbs gradually increased speed. This was Zhao Jixi's fright, and Zhu Feng suddenly accelerated and immediately brought Zhao Jixi back to reality. That was a majestic horse, jogging on the grass with a knight, and the knight seemed to be running faster, with his eyes slightly narrowed, his head raised and smiling, with a face full of enjoyment, and from time to time he shook his head that had long hair. Pan Yi's brain was black lines. When he saw that look, it was really too mean, that expression. If he had seen the mean look of Brother Baoqiang in the movie, he would think that Zhao Jixi was not too much. Zhao Jixi, with a panicked face, immediately tightened the reins with both hands. Okay, baby, it's not time to run fast now, dear. Slow down, dear. The words that sounded like comforting a baby really worked, and Zhu Feng slowly slowed down. This action immediately made Zhao Jixi very excited, and he thought that his control was very strong. His control was suddenly full of satisfaction, and his heart was full of joy. Pan, who had been paying attention not far away, only felt that the horses on the ranch were well trained and were very proficient in various instructions. However, the facts were no longer important. Anyway, the horse stopped, the boss was safe and happy, and Pan would not spoil the boss's interest and insist on saying something to spoil the scenery. Facts proved that Zhao Jixi's riding skills were still at the elementary level, so he could only ride the horse slowly, just a little faster than walking, strolling on the grassland. Zhao Jixi, who had been riding a horse for a morning, finally got off at lunchtime. Besides, if he didn't eat, Pan would have to eat too. The Americans couldn't work overtime without lunch. That is employee abuse. Although some bosses still have this kind of situation, I'm not that kind of person. After the excitement, I only felt a burning sensation on the inside of my legs. It would hurt if I rubbed against a girl for a long time, not to mention rubbing against a horse for an afternoon. How could it not hurt? After inviting Pan to his villa for lunch, the two of them went swimming at Jay Chow's house. They did not go horseback riding. After all, they had been grinding for a whole morning, so they should let the tender flesh of their thighs rest. The climate in California is very comfortable, not too cold or too hot. People with good health are not strange to wear only a single shirt all year round. The climate in the area where Jay Chou is located is almost the same as the average in California, and it is very suitable for living. The weather at the end of June may be very hot and humid in China, and the air conditioner and fan must be turned on vigorously. It can be said that the inside and outside of the house are two different worlds. In the afternoon, the warm sunshine shone on Jay Chou, and he lazily stretched on the air mattress floating on the swimming pool. He was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks, showing his capital without any scruples. Pan, who was invited by Zhao Jixi, looked at him with envy. Handsome appearance, good figure, rich wealth. Everything made him feel envious. Fortunately, he had a good ability to withstand blows, otherwise he would have to live in envy and jealousy. Retracting his gaze from Zhao Jixi, Pan closed his eyes and adjusted to a comfortable angle. He thought, I should enjoy the beautiful sunshine. My current life is not bad. Endless desires only bring pain. Although I thought so in my heart, I couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. It was the one Zhao Jixi put on the recliner. At this time, there were two mobile phones on the chair, and one of them was ringing non-stop. As soon as Zhao Jixi heard the ringtone, he knew it was a call from China. He didn't dare to hesitate at the moment. If it was his mother or sister calling, if he didn't answer it, he wouldn't be able to make up a decent reason, and he would feel bad in the future. He jumped into the water and swam to the shore. He picked up a bath towel and casually draped it on his body, mainly to wipe his hands. Then he picked up the phone and took a look. He exclaimed softly, his expression a little surprised. How could it be him? I haven't contacted him for a long time. He remembered this foreign number very clearly. Oh, stupid me. Zhou seemed to have thought of something and slapped his head. That was in the previous life. It's just that we haven't been in touch for a while now. The memory in his mind was immediately extracted. Li Shuang, Zhou childhood and youth friend. The two can definitely be said to be childhood friends. Stealing chickens and dogs, climbing walls and ladders. They did a lot of things at that time. It was just that in the previous life, due to some misunderstandings that caused unpleasantness, as well as the gap in status and assets, they gradually distanced themselves. In the end, they didn't contact each other much. At most, they saw some messages on Penguin, but they would not take the initiative to contact, because they really didn't know what to say. In fact, it was mainly because of Zhou. His inferiority and arrogance would rather stay in his nest and live his own little life than to socialize with others. Spending money or not is one thing, but it feels uncomfortable to compare. Others either have more assets left by their parents or start their own businesses and are doing well, while he is just a guy who relies on his parents. He really can't stand the stimulation. This is also the weight that distances friends. In fact, Li Shuang has taken the initiative to contact him, and Li Shuang's mother is also Zhou godmother. Although this was just a joke when they were young, there was also a sincere feeling in it. In his previous life, his mother would call Zhou from time to time. They always talked about trivial matters, but Zhou, who couldn't let go of his pride, always responded with a little impatience and a feigned alienation. After all, the emperor was far away, and their family had all gone abroad. It was still a question of when they could meet, so why bother talking so much? This was Zhou's naive idea at the time. In fact, after experiencing a longer period of social experience, Zhou also regretted it. A person who has no blood relationship with him, when he is living a good life, can still care more about the poor boy in the past, even if his attitude has some problems. What else can be said about the sincerity of this emotion? In order to have a good relationship, it also needs to be managed. Otherwise, who would keep doing that if you always put your warm face on the cold butt? So the feelings and friendship gradually faded. Hey, Zhou. A burst of roars. Yeah, it's me. Zhou replied calmly. Okay, it's you, kid. I said, you're good now. It's not easy for me to find you. You're too arrogant. A joking voice came from the phone. Chapter 29 Reaction. The essence of heaven and earth. Recommend. Click. Collect. More. The little demon is about to transform. Hearing the familiar voice on the phone, Zhou smiled and said, Oh, Master Li, you are a noble man who forgets things easily. I was looking for you at the beginning, and I found the 1K that your family gave away, but why didn't I find you? After saying this harsh word, Li Shuang on the other end couldn't help but feel depressed. He shouldn't have started a fire at the beginning. Now he is worse than a dog. Zhou was getting more and more into the mood, and there was some gnashing of teeth in his voice. I almost took the tissue that your grandfather left under my bed and asked 1K to smell it and asked him to travel thousands of miles to find the master. If your grandfather's descendants had not died too early, and if 1K had not eaten the meat I gave him, and only turned his back to me, I would have been able to find the evil brother thousands of miles away. Period of embarrassing incident. Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Oh. Now I'm the master. Then okay, I will do it reluctantly. Right, little Leo? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, then little Leo, what do you want from me? I will give you a favor as appropriate. Zhou asked. Oh, yes, yes. I heard that you are traveling everywhere now, so I told Sister Hua at home. Sister Hua said that you have settled down and you are free now. I miss you. So do you want to come and visit your brother? Li Shuang stated his purpose. In fact, he also felt guilty in his heart. He left without saying a word that year, and later he did not contact Zhou for various reasons. The promises and dreams between good friends at that time all felt like a lie. Oh, my godmother misses me. She is the best. How is she now? Zhao said with surprise, but then he started to complain again. Unlike someone, my mother only remembers useful people when she misses me. Filial piety is qualified, but friendship is basically at the bottom. My heart is cold. Li Shuang's face twitched, and his right eyebrow kept jumping. Come to my place. There are big meals and beautiful women serving you. Hot springs, saunas, pheasants, spas. I guarantee you will have a worthwhile trip. No matter what, for your happiness, I'm willing to sell my kidney. After hearing the words, Zhao shuddered. He was disgusted, but he said impatiently, okay, seeing that you are so sincere that you even gamble the happiness of your lower body, I will reward you with a favor. It's not that Zhao really thought about these. Of course, this is only a small factor. The regrets and remorse of his previous life. Zhao really wanted to see Li Shuang and his godmother, and wanted to cherish this friendship. Li Shuang laughed out loud. Yes, thank you for your kindness. He was happy, because this was not a simple invitation, and he wanted to find this brother again. You keep talking, I don't know, where are you now? Zhao asked. Although he knew where he was, that was in his previous life, and he didn't know in this life. I'm in Korea now. What's the meaning? The environment here is still good. Li Shuang said. Oh, you ran to the country of the Koreans. You won't have plastic surgery. Well, you are handsome now, but that's the assembly line. Zhao said with a look of surprise. Li Shuang looked angry. Go. Brother is born with extraordinary beauty. Do you still need plastic surgery? How about it? When do you plan to come over to play? Zhao thought about it. He had to go to the bank to settle the loan problem recently, but this was not a problem. After all, the assets he mortgaged were all good assets. It's just to compare which bank gives more discounts, and the rest is to buy Apple stocks and inject capital into Facebook. These may take a while to be done by myself, not a few days, mainly for review and evaluation. Anyway, in the end, Zhao just needs to sign. I have some things in the United States now, which may take 10 days, and I can't go there in a short time. Isn't it sister who has birthday next month? I will go to your place during those days. Zhao thought for a while and said. Li Shuang had already known from Zhao mother that Zhao went to travel, but he didn't expect that he went to the United States. He was a little surprised. Good boy, you went to the United States. Are there bikinis, sunny beaches, and luxurious asterisk there? Li Shuang turned into a gossip king and said. No, except for the stewardess at the beginning. I haven't seen any meat until now. And that stewardess, I didn't eat it, otherwise, it would be easy to catch. What a pity. Zhao said depressedly. Li Shuang was a little curious. What's going on? Zhao scratched his head, not knowing what to say, so he could only say, it's hard to explain. Let's talk about it when we meet, but don't be surprised when the time comes. Zhao said mysteriously. But, pretending to be mysterious. Li Shuang said with disdain. Zhao laughed, but did not explain anything, just said lightly, where are you now? Why did you go to Korea? Li Shuang didn't know where to start, so he also said, it's hard to explain. Suddenly, the two laughed in tacit understanding. The unfamiliarity of not seeing each other for a few years has faded a lot. Both of them know that something big may have happened to each other, but some things are better said after meeting, drinking, and chatting, so that everyone can feel what they say. It's a bit inappropriate to say this on the phone now. Zhao chatted with Li Shuang for a few more sentences, and the two hung up the phone. Although the unfamiliarity has faded a lot, they don't have a common life, so they don't know what to talk about. So they all hung up tacitly, looking forward to talking it out when they met next time. After thinking for a while, Zhao called Harvey, and the phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Hello, boss, I'm glad to hear from you. Zhao didn't say any nonsense, and directly said, Harvey, how is the matter going now? Boss, we are now comparing several large banks, and negotiating with them to see which bank can give a preferential price. Your assets are all benign, so you don't have to worry about it at all. Harvey, I hope you can get it done as soon as possible. I will go to Los Angeles tomorrow. Zhao said. He wanted to get this done quickly now. After all, Apple's stock growth momentum is still good now. After a while, the stock price on the market may be higher. In that case, all the money lost would be his own money, and he would not feel at ease if this matter was not completed. He wanted to live a better life in the future. This is a good bus. Zhou didn't know much about other opportunities to make money, so he hurried to get on the bus and grab a seat before talking. "Okay, boss," Harvey said. After staying in the villa for another day and explaining things to Atwood, Zhou hurriedly took a plane to Los Angeles. When Zhou arrived in Los Angeles, Harvey and Zhou came to meet him at the airport. Zhou chatted with them for a few words and got in the car together. In the car, Harvey took out the documents of several banks with lower loan interest rates after screening. Zhou took it and looked at it, motioning Harvey to talk about it. "Boss, now Citibank, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America have relatively large discounts. It depends on which one you need to find for a loan." Zhou listened to the words and was also flipping through the information in his hand. He felt that Bank of America and Wells Fargo offered more discounts. So he picked out two companies to compare and said, "This is the one. Let's negotiate with them tomorrow. Try not to miss out on anything you can strive for. These things will be left to you professionals. Don't worry, boss, you will believe that your decision is so clear," Harvey said confidently. Zhou smiled and said, "I hope so, man." Zhou turned to Zhou and said, "How are Google stocks selling? Have you started buying Apple stocks now?" "Boss, when I reported to you last time, we had sold 300,000 shares. We have already converted them all into Apple stocks. In the past few days, we have sold more than 400,000 shares, and Apple stocks are also being bought. But their board of directors has almost noticed that we are sweeping orders," Zhou said. Zhou looked at Harvey again. Harvey seemed to know what Zhou was thinking and immediately said, "Boss, you are now a personal shareholder and the amount of shares held is large. You can already join the board of directors, but those guys don't know who you are yet. Does it affect my buying Apple stocks?" Zhou asked the question he was most concerned about. "Only a little bit, not much trouble. We are sweeping the orders of retail investors in the market now, and they can't stop it, so there is no problem, boss," Harvey said easily. Zhou was relieved immediately. The novels he read in his previous life were too dark, and all kinds of worries always came involuntarily. "Well, then let's continue selling and buying, and after we get the loan, we will continue buying," Zhou said excitedly. Harvey looked at Zhou and hesitated. However, Zhou's 5 senses have been much more sensitive recently because of the space, and he immediately discovered Harvey's condition. "Harvey, hey, what's wrong? If you want to say it quickly. You look like you are constipated." Zhou said to Harvey in a comfortable tone. In fact, Harvey would have told Zhou without Zhou saying it. This is his professional code of ethics. It's just that he doesn't know this boss very well, so he is thinking about which way to say it. But now that Zhou asked the question himself, Harvey thought it would be better to say it simply. Anyway, he just needs to say it, and it's up to the boss whether to listen or not. "Boss, it's very risky to invest in one stock like this, and there are many stocks that perform better than Apple right now. You can completely diversify your investment," Harvey said solemnly. Chapter 30 I'm bored. Zhou, thank you all for your support. It is thanks to your help that I can get to where I'm today. Thank you. And please give me more recommendations and collections. Well, I know what you said makes sense. Zhou nodded in approval, but then he changed the subject and used the phrase Americans love to use. "But, haha, I'm really optimistic about this high-tech company now. Jobs is a person I admire very much. I also recognize his abilities and his series of changes and developments. I seem to see this company rising rapidly. Maybe he can change the world, or maybe I may be wrong, but who knows. Anyway, I have made up my mind for this moment. So that's it. But apart from this matter, I hope you can remind me of my mistakes and other things," Zhou said very seriously. Harvey didn't say much when he saw his boss like this. After all, the money was his. He just gave ideas, and he was the one to make the decision. Zhou's words were in vain. Harvey was still a very promising lawyer. He didn't want to ruin his reputation. He planned to enter politics in the future. They talked all the way and the car arrived at the hotel without knowing it. Zhou decided to go upstairs and take a rest. There would be a meeting later. The main thing was to meet with the members of the team, exchange feelings, and get to know them casually. But these were all matters for the afternoon, so they should take a rest first. Harvey and Zhou were busy with the tasks given by Zhou, so there were too many benefits for the superiors. With just a word from him, the subordinates would run. Zhou felt a sense of accomplishment and thought beautifully while lying on the bed. Zhou felt that this rebirth was really worth it. Not only was he given a space, but he was also given so much money. God really treated him well this time. Money brings luxury and enjoyment, while space brings health and longevity. The most frightening thing for people is to be healthy, but unfortunately have no money to spend. If you have money, it's a pity that you are not healthy. You don't even have time to spend it. What's the point of earning the money? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Zhou is not tired at all, and his spirit is still very strong. He tossed and turned in the bed. Do you want to call for special services? I heard that the role playing here is good. Zhou not only thought about it, but also remembered that he used to envy those American single night party movies. When he watched them, he wished he could go in and take their place. Now that he is here, of course he wants to do it too. Ah, yes, or yes, it's really tangled. Jackie Zhou rolled over on the bed, saying shameless words like a spoiled child. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Zhou's mind. Silly, it's already available. Why are you looking for a role to play? After saying that, he took out his mobile phone and checked the number on it. Hey, I found it. Please, you must be there. You must be there. Otherwise, I can only recruit sisters. After Zhou found the number, he dialed the phone but didn't listen, just prayed into the phone. Hello, this is Jane. A pleasant female voice came from the phone. Although the voice was not loud, Zhou still heard it. Yeah, Zhou danced with his right hand and said in a low voice. But his left hand raised the phone to his ear, and he said in a flowery voice, "Hey, beautiful lady, I wonder if you still remember the encounter on the plane. I have been hesitating whether to call you. Today I finally plucked up the courage, but I don't know if you still remember me." When Jean heard Zhou's awkward English, she immediately knew which boy she had a crush on. A few days ago, she was still wondering why he didn't contact her. She was disappointed for a whole day, but she didn't expect a surprise today. She hasn't been on a date for more than a year. Ever since she broke up with her ex-boyfriend, she hasn't been on a date. Because suddenly she didn't know whether she liked men or women. Ever since that person brought her into the lesbian world, she has been a little confused, but the appearance of that boy was like a ray of light and a delicacy. She finally had that desire, and she happily called a psychologist. She also advised her to hold on to this feeling, so that no matter what, at least it would help her condition. Zhou didn't know at this moment that he was being treated as a good medicine. He was still thinking about pushing this flight attendant like this, wondering if she was still thinking about this problem. Oh, handsome oriental boy, how could I forget you? Jess boy, your humor makes me very excited. I don't mind giving you a chance to date. Jane said with a smile. Yeah. Zhou rolled over on the bed happily and swam to the end of the bed like a snake. I think my heart is flying back. Are you in Los Angeles now? Jane smiled and said, yes, I have a few days off, so I'm still in Los Angeles. In fact, what Jane didn't say was that she was actually seeing a psychologist and was on sick leave. But who cares about her, so it just happened to become a vacation at this moment. Zhou is now very excited, and there is only one last step left. Then, can we go out for a drink together? Jane smiled, but held back her mouth to prevent the sound from coming out. After a pause, Jane said, okay. Zhou didn't react at once. What did you say? Oh, I didn't hear it. Forget it. Jane pretended to be angry, but in fact, this was a trick of playing hard to get. Whether Zhou heard it or not, he would take the bait. No, haha, I heard it. You decide the place that night. I'm not very familiar with Los Angeles. Zhao Jixi said hurriedly. Okay, let's talk that night, Jane said. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Jixi turned over and jumped on the bed. Foreign girl, oh, 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 oh. His body was like playing a guitar, and he cried wolf and ghost. The most hateful thing was that his butt kept twisting electric motor. Yeah. Wait for me. In the afternoon, Zhao Jixi met with the people who worked for him. He said a few words casually, and they were considered to know each other. He was the big boss, the boss of their boss, so there was no need to say too much. He just needed to see the results of their work. Zhao Jixi sat in the backrest chair to rest for a while, playing a mobile game in his hand, but he turned off the sound, which did not affect what they were discussing, but asked some questions from time to time to show his presence. The people below didn't know what the boss meant, and they were just playing. But the questions he asked were often the most critical ones. Was he guessing? Or did the big boss already have a plan in mind? One of the women might have just graduated not long ago, and she was a little stumbling when asked by Zhao Jixi the feeling of the wind. He just said that I was not in a hurry. You continue to speak. But it made the little girl more flustered, causing a burst of laughter in the business room, and the little girl was even more embarrassed. After the meeting, everyone else left, and Zhao Ji stayed. Zhao Ji looked at him with a smile and said, "Did you do it on purpose?" Zhao Jixi couldn't help but smile. The meeting was a bit boring, so I finally saw such a fun little girl. I couldn't help but tease her. I don't know what to say to you, Zhao Ji said with a smile. Okay, Sister Zhao Ji, then don't say it. It makes me look like a weird uncle. You kid, you are just a brat, and you are still an uncle. I won't talk to you anymore. I have an appointment with Mike for dinner. Looking at his watch, Zhao Ji was ready to leave. What? A man? I'm a man now. Hey, don't go. Hey, I haven't finished yet, Zhao Jixi said to Zhao Ji, but Zhao Ji waved his hand while walking, leaving him with only a waving back. The relationship between the two gradually became closer and closer under Zhao Jixi's deliberate management. However, it was the kind of affection between siblings. Zhao Jixi had so many sisters, so he developed the habit of treating women older than himself as his own sisters when dating them, and put himself in the position of a younger brother. They were all intentionally getting close, because they knew each other when they were young, so they gradually became more open in talking and chatting. Hey, the relationship is too good and the dignity is gone. He sighed helplessly. I have to improve it someday. Well, that's it. Zhao Jixi touched his beardless chin and thought, but I don't know what idea he came up with, and he smiled a little cunningly. Night has quietly fallen on this city of angels, and the afterglow of the setting sun has disappeared with the last trace of light. The moon, forced away from the attraction of the sun, descended to the earth. The stars dotted its coldness, but it was a pity that such a beautiful night was not appreciated by anyone. With the throbbing of hormones, men and women under the night began to ripple slowly. Men and women walking on the street, either men or women, hugged each other, or put their arms around each other's shoulders, or held hands with their fingers clasped. It undoubtedly revealed Zhao Jixi's loneliness at this time. He looked at the beauties with jealous eyes. They were accompanied by handsome men or ugly men. Zhao Jixi could only feel pity in his heart. I really want to throw a lot of money at them, and then all go home with me to have a party, and then it's wow, European and American races are really big and open. It's fallen off. It's still not falling off. Is it possible that the effective force is mutual and doesn't work on women? Mommy, what is that uncle laughing at? His eyes are so funny, they keep squinting. The little girl pointed at Zhao Jixi, who was grinning, and asked her mother. The mother was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Well, you will know when you grow up, but be sure to stay away from uncles like this. They will eat you. She had no choice but to scare the child, but the mother looked at Zhao Jixi with contempt. At this time, Zhao Jixi was pretending to be in a daze, using his eyes to penetrate the eyes of the beauties on the roadside and see the secret through the gap. Suddenly, his ears moved, and he heard the hostile words of the mother. Zhao Jixi was embarrassed, but fortunately he was thick-skinned and his skin was not easily exposed, so he didn't blush. He just pretended to be indifferent and whistled away. Chapter 31 Dating. Chapter 31 Dating. After fleeing in a panic, Zhou couldn't help but feel ashamed of his behavior. I'm like this, how could I? Hey, why didn't I continue to look? What am I afraid of? It's not a crime to look at beautiful women. It seems that my skin is not thick enough. I need to practice more. I can't be moved by a few glances. I don't feel happy or sad. Just keep it in my heart. Zhou didn't feel ashamed of his shamelessness, but blushed for his thin skin. But I don't know if this is another kind of shame. Hey Jane, I feel like I'm lost. Why can't I find the restaurant you mentioned? Zhou was a little lost while walking, so he called Jane. Haha, silly, I'm diagonally opposite you now. Okay, I can see you. Jane said with a smile. Zhou turned his head to the left, and his body moved slightly through the bustling crowd on the street and the vehicles driving back and forth. Seeing Jane at a glance, the two of them looked at each other, as if they had a telepathic connection. The world seemed to be quiet all of a sudden. There were only two people left on the street, and a wonderful feeling rose from their hearts. That feeling was strange and warm, as if your world only had each other. Jane immediately smiled, and Zhou suddenly felt that the cold and beautiful moonlight was dimmed, and the light of the world suddenly became soft. Zhou crossed the road with the crowd, and came to Jane. Hi, Jane. Zhou didn't know what to say. All the sentences were like a faucet that was not turned on, blocked in his throat, but never rushed out. But Jane smiled generously. Well, hi Jess, let's go, I'm hungry. She also joked with Zhou. The two walked into the restaurant together. The location of this restaurant is a bit hidden, just at the corner, and not very conspicuous. But its business is very good. You have to make a reservation to dine here. If you don't make an appointment first, there will be no seats available at this time. Led by the waiter, the two came to their seats. Zhou refused the waiter's service, personally pulled out a chair for Jane, and asked her to sit down very gentlemanly. Don't ask Zhou why he knows all this. He has never eaten pork, but he has seen pigs run. In domestic TV dramas, one Cinderella after another learns this for the male pig's feet, or the heroine learns this for the male pig's feet. The plot is so bad, but he still never gets tired of watching this man. After serving Jane, Zhou sat down himself. The waiter handed the menu to the two, but Zhou put away the menu. He looked at Jane and said, I don't know what's delicious in this restaurant. Do you have any ideas? Jane smiled slightly, and suddenly felt that Zhou was very real and unpretentious. Oh, then I'll have some. What do you like to eat? Jane asked Zhou. As long as there is meat, I don't mind eating anything else, Zhou said. Jane took the menu and told the waiter some dishes, and there was also a bottle of red wine. Then the waiter retreated, and soon the appetizer came up, which was baked snails and caviar. Zhou took a bite and found it tasted good and was very delicate, but the quantity was a little small. But this was just an appetizer, and there was more to come. The two of them exchanged cups, and as the dishes continued to come up, the wine was also constantly decreasing. Zhou was very enthusiastic and humorous, constantly telling interesting stories about China and jokes to tease Jane. Jane also responded and told some interesting stories around her, and interesting stories and experiences of tourists from all over the world. The man was in love, and the woman was interested, and the mealtime passed quickly. Unconsciously, the two had finished the red wine and were a little tipsy, but they didn't drink happily. After all, it was a high-end restaurant, and they were afraid of affecting others, so they couldn't drink freely. Zhou asked Jane if she wanted to find another place to have a drink, and Jane readily agreed. Zhou paid the bill and gave the waiter a $20 tip. But he couldn't help smacking his lips in his heart. This Western food is too expensive. Fortunately, I'm a rich man now. I can eat like this every day for several lifetimes. There is no need to worry about this, but compared with the previous cost, it is still very high, and it is in US dollars. Although he doesn't admit it, the fact is that Zhou still has a piece of land for asterisk in his heart. Paradise is a wine shop. It is not large in scale, but the atmosphere is very good. Zhou and Jane came here and saw the same scene as in Hollywood movies. Several tall and strong black bodyguards stood in front of the door behind the guardrail, and a group of men and women who were queuing stood there. It can be seen that this wine shop has no worries about business. Jane took Zhou Jixi to another passage, greeted the bodyguard, and went in directly, so there was no need to wait in line. Zhou Jixi looked at Jane in surprise. Jane knew Zhou Jixi's question, and in the face of the gradually noisy music, she said loudly in his ear, "My brother has a share in the wine." Zhou Jixi's body at this time has begun to sway slightly with the music, listening to the voice in his ear, and then looking at Jane, nodding to show that he knows. I don't know if it's because of the past or Jane's stimulation. Zhou Jixi's face can be seen to be slightly red at this time. Before Zhou Jixi came back to his senses, Jane pulled him into the more dynamic wine. Red, yellow, green, colorful, and the warm atmosphere was coming. After entering, Jane let go of Zhou Jixi's hand, walked to the edge of the dance floor, and began to dance with her body towards him, shaking her head, twisting her waist, and lifting her hips, looking at Zhou Jixi with seductive eyes, and stretching out her right hand to hook Zhou Jixi's fingers. Damn, too tempting. Oh, I'm coming. Zhou Jixi whistled at Jane frivolously, and walked forward quickly, after turning into a werewolf in his mind. He started dancing randomly. After all, it was the same for everyone. Zhou Jixi didn't care much, but he still stole a glance at the movements of the people around him and started dancing. The tall and mighty Zhou Jixi danced with a masculine aura. Some of the girls around him couldn't help but brighten their eyes and gradually moved closer to Zhou Jixi. Just like when a man sees a beautiful woman in a bar, he will always be tempted to get closer, thinking that he might be able to have a kiss. Women are not bad in this regard, especially those who want to go out to hunt for food. Their eyes are all bright and bright. They are a little tempted when they see such a handsome guy. Jane also found something strange. Before Zhou Jixi got to her, a woman had intercepted him. How could this be? At this time, Zhou Jixi was sandwiched with two hot women and danced close to them. A brown-haired Latino and a blonde were sandwiched with Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi raised his hands to welcome the impact of the blonde woman's hips in front of him, while the Latin American woman behind him used her plump breasts to hit him. The music became more dynamic, mixed with the smell of women's perfume and alcohol, plus the continuous soft stimulation on his body. It was certain that Zhou Jixi had already responded. Zhou Jixi was a little embarrassed. After all, he had never done such a hot thing before. But he was very excited and secretly happy in his heart. After all, he had never experienced such a battle before. The woman in front of him became more excited. The impact of hips came more frequently, and she stayed in that position and squirmed to feel the heat and size there. Damn, this woman is really not inferior to men when taking advantage. Zhou Jixi couldn't help thinking. Just now, in addition to the blonde in front of him, the woman behind him occasionally touched Zhou Jixi's chest muscles and little Jixi with her hands, and also stayed and slapped his hips a few times. From time to time, some hands even passed through the obstacles and came to Zhou Jixi, either touching or pinching him. Suddenly, Zhou Jixi seemed to have activated his keen sixth sense. In the blink of an eye, Jane found something wrong. Fuck, it's okay for women, but you, a man, want to take advantage of me. Uncle and aunt can't stand it. Zhou Jixi saw a man's evil hand reaching out to him, and pretended to wave his hand and hit the hand hard. Just when he was about to find the owner of the hand, Jane came over. Jane swayed her body and approached Zhou Jixi. She hooked Zhou Jixi's chin with one hand, led him forward a few steps, and escaped from the clutches of several women. Then she put a hand on Zhou Jixi's shoulder and danced towards him. Zhou Jixi also cooperated. Although he felt a little sorry for the lost elastic touch and good fortune, he hadn't eaten the meal in front of him yet, and it was a little unrealistic to think about the pot. Zhou Jixi didn't think he had such a good ability. As if in a movie, Zhou Jixi pulled Jane into his arms, and the two looked at each other. In the blink of an eye, their lips kissed each other. Zhou Jixi was like a thirsty fish, constantly looking for seawater in Jane's mouth. Regardless of everything around them, the two of them had a wet French kiss. And the people around them didn't react, except for a few women who had intentions towards Jay Chou, and men. After all, kissing over wine is too normal. It's not strange for people who know each other to kiss. Even if they don't know each other, it's normal to go to the bathroom, to have sex after having fun. After kissing, both of them felt dry and walked to the stage hand in hand. What to drink? Jane said. Beer. Hey, 2 glasses of beer. Jane said to the waiter. A girl with a hot body took 2 large glasses of beer, the kind of large glasses of beer commonly seen in movies. Jane took the beer and paid the waiter. Cheers to our acquaintance. Jane said to Jay Chow with the large glass of beer. Didn't we talk about it during the meal? Jay Chow said. Drink or not, so many words. Jane said dissatisfiedly. Zhou yayo, please recommend, collect, and click. And thank you all for your support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 32 Happy. Zhou yayo, I just finished coding, and when I looked back at my saved drafts, I realized that I had only written half of this chapter. I was stunned. I'm sorry everyone. I'm being driven crazy by the recommendations, clicks, and favorites. It's almost 100,000 words. Zhao Jixi was a little dumbfounded. This woman is so powerful. Gan, I'd rather lose the game than the battle. If all else fails, I'll just go against my conscience and cheat using the space. So Zhao Jixi smiled happily at Jan and said, cheers to our acquaintance. Cheers. Cheers. Zhao Jixi drank it in big gulps. Then, the two of them started to drink non-stop. Drinking too much beer will make you drunk, and Zhao Jixi did not use the space cheat this time. He actually drank with her. The two people who were drinking became more and more intimate, and they were hugging each other and kissing each other easily. I don't know what time the two of them walked out of the bar. The outside world was still very lively. The two of them walked arm in arm. With his arms around Jane's waist, Zhao Jixi couldn't help but feel a little distracted. However, when the wind blew, Zhao Jixi's mind suddenly became much clearer. They walked to the taxi and got in. Sitting in the car, Zhao Jixi couldn't help thinking about where to go. My own hotel? Wouldn't that be too obvious? Jackie Zhao started to become shy. Before Jay Chow could come up with anything, Jane told the driver an address. That was the address of Jane's apartment. After hearing Jane say it, Jay Chow himself breathed a sigh of relief. Jane's body in the car seemed to dislike the backrest, but leaned on Jay Chow with her face against Jay Chow's chest and moved from time to time to correct her position to make herself more comfortable. Seeing her like this, Jay Chow also put his arms around her and hugged her tightly to prevent her from sliding out. The driver was a fat white man, as if all older Americans would look fat. I told you to grow up quickly, and I told you to be happy first, but in the future you still look down and disappear. But, Jay Chow thought maliciously. The apartment was not far from the hotel, and it was just across 2 blocks. Jane, hey, we are here. Come up. The drunk Jane fiddled with her hands and feet unconsciously, and uttered unconscious words. Zhao Jixi called her several times, before she regained a little consciousness. She opened her eyes, as if she was not used to the strong light in front of her, and covered them with her hands. Jess. Jane called. Hearing Jane's call, Zhao Jixi quickly responded, well, what's wrong? I'm so thirsty, I want to drink water. Okay, I'll be able to drink it soon. Zhao Jixi responded by saying to Jane, and turned to the taxi driver with an apologetic smile. Okay, honey, it will be ready soon, please don't move around. Zhao Jixi pushed away Jane's arms that were around him, took out his wallet from his pants, opened it, took out a piece of paper, and handed it to the driver. Sorry, thank you for bothering you, you don't need to change these. The fat driver smiled with understanding. It's okay, sir. He opened the door and helped the drunk Jane out of the taxi with difficulty. He casually closed the door for the taxi and then helped Jane get in. Jane, which floor and which number? 7th floor 009, Jane said confusedly. Are you sure? Zhao Jixi expressed his doubt. Hey, I'm not drunk, how could I not know? Are you kidding? Jane said affirmatively in a drunken tone. Zhao Jixi could only silently produce a bunch of black lines on his face, but prayed in his heart, hoping that she was right, otherwise he would be busy tonight. Oh, it's really not easy to pick up a big foreign horse. If you can't drink, don't drink so much. It's also because I'm too conscientious. Otherwise I would have taken her directly to the hotel and executed her on the spot. Amid Zhou's nagging complaints, the elevator had reached the 7th floor. Walking forward along the number plates 001, 005, 007, 009. Well, this is it. He counted the number plates, found it, and took out the key from Jane's bag. Finally, his efforts paid off, and the door could be opened. Yes, Zhou, you are the best. Zhou couldn't help but be narcissistic after opening the door. Jane's apartment is not very big, but it is decorated very warmly. It can be seen that Jane is a caring person about life. The curtains, wallpapers, carpets, small chandeliers, chairs, and sofas are all very exquisite, not luxurious nor simple, very capitalist and well off. After helping Jane to the sofa, Zhou took the time to get a glass of water. Zhou looked at Jane lying on the sofa. Her hair had been scattered casually, with a lazy smile on the corners of her mouth, and she pursed her lips from time to time, feeling very warm and cute. Seeing Jane like this, Zhou was puzzled. It's strange. I don't have that kind of thought now. Damn, is a person worse than a beast? Zhou looked at Jane and thought helplessly. You are a young thief. Why are you pretending to be young? Hey. He sighed and shook his head to stop himself from thinking further. Putting the water cup on the coffee table, Zhou helped Jane up and patted her face. Jane, get up and drink some water. Jane. Water, water, give it to me. Jane said to Zhou after opening her eyes. Zhou handed the water to Jane, but he was afraid that she couldn't hold it tightly, so he helped her hold it with his hands to prevent it from falling. Jane saw the water. Maybe she was too thirsty, so she drank it in big gulps without thinking. Fortunately, Zhou got ice water. If it was hot water, it would be a lot of fun. Slow down, don't choke. Zhou patted Jane on the back and said, hey, it seems that I will carry this woman tonight. Jane had actually regained consciousness at this time. Feeling Zhou's care, she enjoyed this feeling very much. It's really better to have a man, especially a manly boy like this. Jane couldn't help licking her lips, thinking secretly. Seeing Zhou licking his lips, she didn't feel any desire. Damn, this big foreign horse is really different. Drinking a glass of water doesn't quench his thirst. What a trouble. Zhou complained in his heart and picked up the glass. He walked to the kitchen and poured another glass of water. Drink. Ah, what? Jane asked. I saw you licking your lips after drinking, so I knew you haven't drunk enough. Come on and drink. Don't be embarrassed. I won't say you drank a lot. Come on, drink it with confidence. Zhou said to Jane comfortingly. Jane was stunned, but she wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to say it. Of course, it was not good to say the truth now, so she could only bear it and drink it. Woo, woo. Seeing that Jane had finished drinking, Zhou smiled on his face. So good. Before she finished speaking, Jane covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom. Zhou was stunned for a moment and followed her. He saw Jane lying on the toilet and vomiting. Without thinking, he walked over to pat her back. Jane vomited on the toilet for a while and felt much better, but she had no way to express her helplessness in her heart. I knew she would vomit. I knew it. Jane, are you better? Zhou patted her back and asked with concern. Well, much better, thank you, Jixi. She had to suppress her depression. She couldn't lose her temper with Jixi, who cared about her. Jane, who looked depressed at this time, was particularly attractive in Zhou's eyes. That weak look, that slightly pouting mouth, although still a little smell, did not hinder her beauty. Beautiful women are always full of charm no matter what. Jess, what are you thinking about? Jane said to Zhou with a certain weakness. Zhou, who was immersed in the fantasy world, was startled. Ah, what? Zhou paused, and his memory came back all of a sudden. Oh, I was thinking about your beauty. Your charm is so attractive to me, Jane. I think I have fallen. Zhou said a bunch of disgusting love words without any hesitation. He was not ashamed of it at all. Ashamed? If you want to be ashamed, you can spend your life with the fifth girl. Men are animals with lower bodies, which is already known to everyone. If you even want to suppress this common sense instinct, what is the difference between it and castration? Fantasizing about having a sister to seduce you. Zhou Jixi was in this state in his previous life. In this life, he was determined not to have unnecessary fantasies again. He understood from Sister Yu that women, you have to rely on you to seduce. There will be a harvest, only if you work hard. So Zhou Jixi took the initiative in this matter, put his hands on Jane's shoulders, and looked at her with both eyes. At this time, the four eyes met, and they were a little confused. The time has come, With this thought in mind, Zhou Jixi slowly kissed Jane's lips, their breaths getting closer and closer, and their noses had already collided. Finally, no. Jane suddenly pushed Zhou Jixi away. Why, don't you have any feelings for me? Zhou Jixi asked with disappointment. Jane was a little panicked, and hurriedly explained to Zhou Jixi, No, Jess. It's just that I'm very dirty now. Wait for me to take a shower, okay? Jane explained to Zhou Jixi. Sorry, I'm too excited. Hearing that the answer was not what he thought of, Zhou Jixi couldn't help feeling happy in his heart. But he still apologized for his unreasonableness. My lovely Jess, I'm going to take a shower. Do you still want to stand here? Jane said to Zhou Jixi with a smile. Okay, I'll go out. Zhou Jixi's tone was filled with disappointment. Hearing Zhou Jixi's words, Jane laughed even more happily. Wait for me, and don't masturbate at my back. Oh, my god. Zhou Jixi looked defeated by you. After walking out, Zhou Jixi couldn't help but get excited. The days of waiting were long, but fortunately Jane washed quickly and came out soon. The short bath towel wrapped her plump body, and the two white ups and downs in front seemed to break the encirclement. The length of the bath towel only wrapped around the bottom of the plump buttocks, only covering the base of the legs, and a slight glance could reveal a hint of black. At this time, Zhou Jixi's blood was boiling. You go wash too. Jane pushed Zhou Jixi away who wanted to hug him and said, I wanted to, can I not go? Zhou Jixi said to Jane pitifully, his hands moving dishonestly. No. Jane slapped Zhou Jixi's hand exploring her body, and said to him firmly, Okay, baby, I'll listen to you. Zhou Jixi rushed into the bathroom and quickly took off his clothes. He turned on the shower head and rinsed his body casually, then put on shower gel. After rinsing, he quickly found a bath towel, wiped himself, and then wrapped the important parts. After Zhou Jixi came out, he saw Jane lying on the bed. He ran over and pressed on Jane. Baby, I'm here. I'm getting impatient. Zhou Jixi said softly in Jane's ear. Yeah, Jane moaned seductively. Zhou Jixi kissed Jane, his right hand attacking the 010 high ground, and his left hand attacking the wetland. The three armies took turns to show their power, and Jane had to surrender. Baby, faster, faster, faster. Didn't you tell me that you were an electric motor? Why can't you do it now? Jane said to Zhou Jixi with ups and downs. Woman, don't try to provoke me. The power is full, just wait. Zhou Jixi said panting. After a night of passion, Zhou Jixi could only walk with weak legs the next day, under the teasing of Jane, to the hotel where he was staying, because there was an important meeting waiting for him today. Chapter 33, done. Zhou Jixi looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. It was almost time to leave at the time agreed with the bank, so he tidied himself up and prepared to go downstairs. Whistling, he walked towards the elevator, and while waiting at the door, he fixed his hair in front of the reflective mirror. Ding, the elevator arrived. Zhou Jixi stopped what he was doing and walked into the elevator. Ding, the elevator arrived downstairs. Zhou Jixi walked towards the sofa area in the lobby, where Harvey, Zhou and Williams were already there. Seeing Zhou Jixi walking towards them, several people stood up to greet them. No, sit down, you make me look like a leader, sit down. Zhou Jixi quickened his pace and walked in front of them, stretched out his hands, pressed down, and motioned them to sit down. Zhou couldn't help but laugh secretly when he saw Zhou Jixi like this. Sister Zhou, what are you laughing at? Zhou Jixi couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when he saw Zhou laughing secretly. Jess, you look more like that after saying this, haha. Zhou has also lived in China and has heard of the bureaucratic style of that faction in China. If you hear the leader say polite words to you, if you are really polite, then the leader will definitely be rude to you in the future. So you can't take these words seriously, they are just polite words. Otherwise how can you show that the leader cares about the people? Zhou heard the words and thought about it. He really looks like that kind of person. Harvey and Williams, who were sitting down, didn't know why, and Harvey couldn't help but said, "Hey, what jokes are you talking about? Can you share them with us?" "Harvey, you should be careful, that your boss will give you a hard time in the future," Zhou said to Harvey with a smile. "Why, the boss will give me a hard time? If the boss wants to give me shoes as a gift, I can tell him the shoe size," Harvey said with a questioning look on his face. Haha. Zhou laughed at Harvey's questioning face. Zhou couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Turning to Zhou, she said, "Sister Zhou, please don't talk so profoundly. Explain it to this kid quickly, or I'll deduct the money from your salary if I really give you a pair of shoes for free." "Oh, boss, how can you do this?" Zhou said in resistance to Zhou's shameless push of the responsibility to herself. Zhou simply ignored her with an expression of "I'm just like that." Fortunately, Zhou couldn't resist the boss's shamelessness, so she could only enjoy it. She explained the connection to Harvey and Williams, and told them some of the unspoken rules of the Celestial Empire. However, it made the two of them stunned. "Boss, you won't really let me wear the shoes that don't fit in the future?" Harvey said to Zhou after listening, and Williams, who had a calm face next to him, also pricked up his ears to listen. Zhou covered his head with his hands, looking ridiculous. "Hey, Harvey, do you think I'm such a boss? Don't let Zhou fool you." Harvey looked at him with a skeptical look on his face. The most frustrating thing was that Williams also looked like this. Zhou was helpless. "Okay, I can promise that I will never make things difficult for you. Is that okay?" "Well, okay, we believe it." Zhou dubbed the two people who didn't speak. Zhou could only cover his head with one hand to express his helplessness. At this time, Williams looked at the time and felt that the joke time was almost over, so he told Zhou that the bank representative was about to arrive and we could go to the meeting room. Several people also looked at the time and got up and walked towards the meeting room. The meeting room is a temporary meeting room rented by the hotel. As a high-end hotel, high-end meeting rooms are indispensable and are prepared for business people traveling abroad to discuss cooperation. When Zhou walked in, he saw that there were actually people inside, but they were all people from his side. Harvey is indeed a policeman. Zhou didn't even start asking, but when he saw the expression on his face, he knew what his boss was asking. "Boss, you don't think that such a big case can be handled by just the three of us?" Zhou was embarrassed, but he still said with a dry laugh, "Haha, when I first saw you, I thought that just a few of us could handle it." Zhou quickly skipped the topic, and Harvey wouldn't say anything more. If he continued, it would be embarrassing for the boss. Fortunately, Harvey was smarter and spoke in a very low voice, so the people in the room didn't hear what the two were talking about, which made Zhou feel better. Fortunately, we didn't embarrass ourselves. Otherwise, if we embarrass ourselves in front of the foreigners, how would you face the people of Jiangdong in the future when you call me brother? Zhou was secretly thankful in his heart. As a boss, and a boss who had just become famous, Zhou was still humble in his heart. It didn't happen anymore. He would just walk into the meeting with a PSP game console, sit in his seat and chew gum, watching the group of people below discussing. So Zhou still greeted the members he had met, and shook hands with the hands that were extended, and said some words of encouragement. Anyway, empty words don't cost money, so just say them casually, and everyone will be happier and more harmonious. After comforting the employees, Zhou sat in the main seat. Not long after they sat down, the bank representative came. The first person to be brought in was the representative of Bank of America, a man who was about 40 or 50 years old. He was dressed meticulously in a well-tailored suit and looked very capable. He had short hair, but a little Mediterranean, and a smile on his face, looking very gentle. After seeing the people coming in, Zhou also walked over, and Harvey followed him to introduce the two to each other. "Boss, this is Mr. Kan, the Vice President of the Credit Department of Bank of America." "Mr. Kan, this is my boss, Zhou," Harvey introduced. After hearing this, Kan smiled and shook hands with Zhou Jixi and said, "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou. I didn't expect you to be so young." Zhou Jixi also shook hands with him with a smile and said, "Haha, I didn't expect Mr. Kan to speak Chinese so well. It's my honor to meet you, haha." The two let go of each other's hands, and after a few more words of nonsense, Zhou Jixi stretched out his hand to signal them to sit down and talk. After the two sat down, Zhou Jixi said, "Mr. Kan, I prefer to go faster. I can tell you the truth. We have multiple banks as backup. I don't know what reasons you can use to convince me to choose the bank you represent." Kandao was fearless in the face of danger. After all, he had encountered many satisfied customers over the years, and Zhou Jixi was nothing. In fact, this business is very stable and safe for the current economic situation. Banks are tightening their money supply for the current economy and will not easily lend large amounts of money. But it is a waste to keep the money in the bank, so he must get the loan this time. "Mr. Zhou, our bank is the most sincere in lending to you. This is our report. Please take a look." Kan first ran out of the preferential strategy to Zhou Jixi and then turned on the projector to introduce their plan to Zhou Jixi. After hearing their conditions, Zhou Jixi quietly discussed the details with Harvey and the people from the advisory group. They all said that they could talk as long as they could strive for the details. So this time the talks were almost done. After all, people had been sent to talk to them several times before. This time, they just needed to get Zhou Jixi's nod, and it would be basically done. Harvey and others also began to read all the legal documents and some details. Both sides were reading some of them. It would be impossible to get it done in a short time. Zhou Jixi was actually a little bored waiting in the conference room. Fortunately, they didn't annoy Zhou Jixi to death before they got things done. Now it's finally done. Zhou Jixi started to get busy, signing documents one by one, and mortgaging assets one by one. 2 properties on 5th Avenue, a luxury apartment and a farm, a total of $1.5 billion were loaned out. However, part of this was replaced by stocks, and Bank of America would help Zhou buy Apple stocks to avoid the Apple board of directors. These things were all signed with a confidentiality agreement, so there was no need to worry about this. Harvey asked the hotel to bring champagne, and the conference room was instantly transformed into a party venue. A group of people took the champagne glasses, and Kan from Bank of America went up to say a few nonsense words about happy cooperation. Zhou was also a representative, so he also said a few nonsense words. I was thinking in my heart that this brother was familiar with Huo, a small butler in the Celestial Empire. Could talk for a long time, and in the end he didn't know what he was talking about. After talking for a while, the people below didn't understand even more, but they were still enthusiastic. Zhou heard a lot of these when he went out with them. It was not a problem to remember a few words to fool the foreign cabinet. But I have to say that these Americans are quite conscious. At least they will look at you seriously when you speak, and they will applaud you after you speak for a while. In China, most of the time, after the leaders finish speaking, the flatterers will applaud first, and then the people below us will applaud. So this consciousness needs to be improved. After that, the two chatted for a few words and then dispersed. However, Zhou Jixi and Kan exchanged numbers. After all, knowing one more friend means one more way. Zhou Jixi saw this very clearly. Now he wants to break into the upper class of American society, so he needs to know more talents. In the future, he may consider sponsoring political parties to increase his circle of friends. Chapter 34, Stimulated. Zhou Yao, it's a cliché. Don't save your recommendations. They will be gone in the future. Thank you. So in the capitalist society of the United States, as long as you have money, there are still many people willing to make friends with you, especially politicians. You support politicians and they provide you with some help. Although this help will not give you too many privileges, it still makes people feel very safe compared to the Celestial Empire. For a country where money means security, the United States is an option, but there are many places that are better than the United States. It's just that Zhou Jixi's current property is in the United States, so he can only spend it here in the future. The proportion of politics in the United States that affects the fairness of the law is very small. As long as you have money, you can spend it all. If this were the Celestial Empire, you would be slaughtered by the powerful, and you would have nowhere to sue. So for his own safety, Zhou decided to take up a position in this country. In the future, he wanted to be a comfortable rich man, buy a plane and a yacht, and flirt with beautiful women. When he was tired of playing, he would find a woman, to live a good life. But he didn't know whether he would get married or not. After all, Zhou didn't have any plans now, and half of his property would be gone once he got married in the United States. For Zhou, a money grubber, that was absolutely unacceptable. If he signed a prenuptial agreement, what about the feelings? Where would it go? After the people from the other side of the Bank of America left, only Zhou's people were left. Everyone in the conference room was drinking champagne, celebrating the end of this case, was also preparing for the new job that was about to begin. Zhou sneaked out alone and went to the bathroom under the guidance of the waiter. The bathroom was designed to be very stylish and luxurious. The golden style did not have a trace of vulgarity. The design was full of creativity, as if it was not a bathroom, but a high-end decorated new house. But for Zhou in his previous life, he might not even be able to afford such decoration, not to mention such a creative design. There is no anger, hatred, or inferiority, because I, Zhou, will enjoy this now, in the future, and in the future. I'm no longer the me before. Zhou suddenly kept thinking about these in his heart, but he couldn't help laughing. Walking in, a waiter was standing there, with a very straight body, but slightly bent, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if wishing you a pleasant toilet trip. Shaking his head, he found a small door at random, opened it and walked in. After closing the door, Zhou entered the space. At this time, Zhou couldn't help it anymore. A loud roar burst out from his mouth. The little elf over there was startled, not knowing what had happened. The chickens and poultry in the fence were in a panic. However, the 3 dogs raised by Zhou really ran over, jumping and skipping. The Tibetan Mastiff in the space is now quite heavy, much bigger than when it was bought. Although it has not been outside for a long time, it has been almost a year in the space. The 3 dogs were fat and very smart. But I don't know if it's any use. They don't get much exercise in the space, so their bodies are not very strong. Sometimes Zhou considers buying a dog treadmill to prevent these 3 guys from always harassing the chickens and poultry, scaring them so that they can't lay eggs. Moreover, the chickens were eating the food in the space for nothing, and were getting thinner day by day. This was too much. These chickens were supposed to be plump and delicious, but you scared them so much that they became haggard. What would they eat in the future? I had no choice but to use my identity as the master of the space to change the terrain so that they could not see each other. I taught the 3 dogs a lesson by words and deeds, and told them not to scare them with barking. Finally, the chickens stopped getting thinner. Teach by words and deeds. The meaning is relatively simple. Everyone understands. I believe that comrades who raise dogs know it. Zhou was very happy, really very happy. 1k, 1 fu, 1 shao, come and kiss me, hurry up, haha. Zhou excitedly roared at the dogs. The dogs also felt the excitement of their master, and they all circled around Zhou. 1k even stretched out his tongue to lick Zhou. 1k, you dead dog, didn't I tell you not to lick your mouth? After Zhou's lips were licked, his face was full of helplessness and anger. Although it was not the first kiss or anything, but brother likes beautiful women. Run, you are still running, you dead dog, get back here. Although Zhou cursed fiercely, he would not do anything to it. Among the 3 puppies, Zhou liked 1k the most. Although it liked to make trouble with Zhou, it was this feeling that Zhou liked it so much. Of course, it can't be said that he didn't like the other 2, but everyone has a selfish desire. Even if it is one's own children, there is one that Zhou likes more. 1k ran far away, but this was in space, so when Zhou got in front of it, all of a sudden, with a cry of wang, 1k jumped up on all 4s and wanted to run away, but how could he escape from Zhou's palm at this time? Zhao Jixi grabbed it, held it in his arms, and ravaged it. Zhao Jixi looked at 1K, who was a little mentally weak, and was rubbed by him, and he felt very proud in his heart. Wan Fu Wan Xiao, who ran over, was also barking and making trouble beside him. Even if you don't understand dog language, you can hear that tone, which is exactly the same as when Zhao Jixi was being shameless. It's true that ink is associated with ink. Wang. Wang. After playing with a few dogs for a while, Zhao Jixi moved under the mother tree, and with his back against the mother tree, Zhao Jixi began to sort out his thoughts. This moment was so exciting, really, it was so refreshing, that it was indescribable, just like being poured with cool water in summer, the whole body felt comfortable. Seeing that some elves were about to fly over to visit, Zhao Jixi directly told them with his mind that they didn't need to come over. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and saw the label. Now even the cigarettes I smoke are different. Life is better. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of the moment when he signed the document just now, Zhao Jixi felt more excited than when he signed the gift document. After all, he couldn't control it freely at that time, but this time he was independent. He wanted to take out a loan and buy stocks for investment. That feeling. After calming down for a while, Zhao Jixi left the space. Returning to the small cubicle in the bathroom, Zhao Jixi opened the door and walked out. There was a wow sound of flushing behind him. He walked to the sink and washed it casually, washed his face casually, and washed off the smell of saliva on his face. After washing, the waiter next to him immediately handed over a clean towel. His movements were professional and standard, which made people feel very comfortable. After enjoying it, Zhao Jixi still said to the waiter, "Thank you. Although I'm a novice, I still have to be polite. I won't learn from those brainless second generations who are so proud of their money that they want everyone to look down on them." Style. It really has the style of a big hotel. Look at the smile. Look at the politeness. Staying in the bathroom is like being at a cocktail party. Well, Zhao Jixi can only admire it. If he were here, although there is no smell, Zhao Jixi can't stand the taste in his heart, not to mention that his smile is so standard. Zhao Jixi returned to the conference room. The people inside were still chatting. When they saw Zhao Jixi coming in, they raised their glasses to signal him, and Zhao Jixi also raised his glass in response. Zhao Ji's face was flushed. It was not known whether it was because of the wine or the excitement of participating in this big project. But these are all trivial matters, but it can be seen that this sister is very happy at this moment. She was chatting with Harvey, Williams and others, and she laughed from time to time, and so were the others. Zhao Jixi walked to the center yang. He used a pen to knock on the champagne glass, ding ding ding, signaling everyone to pay attention and indicating that he was going to speak now. Zhao Jixi began to speak with passionate words. "Finally, thank you all for your efforts, so I will pay for the party today." As soon as Zhao Jixi finished speaking, there was a roar of joy around him. Long live the boss, great boss. Seeing that his words were so popular, it seems that the effect is good. It turns out that spending money is the most effective way to win people's hearts. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but sigh. In the evening, Zhao Jixi went out with a group of people and came to the wine that Harvey had called to order to hold a party. The food and drinks and the wine were prepared according to the preferences of Zhao Jixi's staff. Because Zhao Ji had already done a survey on this, she also arranged the drinks and food. Speaking of this, I have to say that there are really a lot of things about the Americans here. Damn, it's just eating something, but there are so many taboos, not to mention religion. There are also a lot of allergic foods. You can't eat this, and you can't eat that. Too picky. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but think that these people are dissatisfied with their boss. Damn, if this was in my previous school, the aunt in the cafeteria would have beaten you in the face if she heard you say you can't eat this, and you can't eat that, and you're still picky. Zhao Jixi said to Zhao Ji unhappily at that time. Zhao Ji smiled at Zhao Jixi and said calmly, to give the simplest analogy, how many people are there in China, and how many people are there in the United States? So, human rights are a little different. You don't have to care too much. If you are not happy, you can also prepare it according to your own preferences. You are the boss and no one will say anything to you, right? I started to reason with Zhou Jixi. After all, the rich man's growth story is still very attractive to this sister. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Wine. Zhou Jixi curled his lips in disdain. Your argument is twisted, but it's almost right. Now you want China to join the United States, but the American people are not willing to do so. How much security will be lost? So, having more people is also an advantage. Zhou Jixi couldn't help laughing as he spoke, and he didn't even know what he was talking about. Also, you don't need to prepare anything for what you said. It's all my business. I thought you cared about your sister, but I didn't expect it. I'm sad. Zhou pretended to be pitiful with tears falling. Zhou Jixi was ridiculous and hurriedly asked for an explanation. Sister Zhou. Zhou decisively interrupted. Forget it. Don't explain anything. Hey, sister is just a laborer. Let's go. I still have to check the food and drinks. Zhou waved his hand, made a sad face, and walked out. After turning the corner, laughed secretly again. As expected, I feel much better after teasing the boy. Zhou Jixi was left alone and was depressed. What's wrong with this? That's not what I meant. Oh, I'm depressed. In the evening, at the party, because the employees have been told that they can bring 1 or 2 friends, the party is still very lively, with pairs of passionate men and women dancing on the dance floor. Zhou Jixi also brought Jane here. Holding Jane's hand, Zhou Jixi walked towards Harvey and Zhou. They also brought their families this time. Williams couldn't come because his child was sick. Harvey brought a young girl with him. She looked pretty good and had a good figure. The most surprising thing was that she had yellow skin. Seeing Zhou Jixi coming over, several people stopped chatting. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope my arrival doesn't disrupt your pleasant chat. Zhou Jixi took the lead in greeting. Boss, how could that be? We all welcome you, Harvey said with a smile. Yeah, we are still counting on your business life. Zhou started joking. Zhou Jixi laughed and stopped playing with them. He started introducing the people around him. The people around him were not familiar with each other yet, so they could only listen to their chats and drink a little bit of wine from time to time. I'm Jess Zhou, and this is my girlfriend, Jane Brown. Zhou Jixi introduced his girlfriend. Jane greeted them with a kind and gentle tone, which made people feel good. After all, they are in the service industry, and they treat people differently. Zhou also pushed out her boyfriend readily. This is my boyfriend, Mike Chen. Mike also started to greet them one by one. It can be seen that he is a little introverted because he is a little stiff when greeting. Hey, guys, this is my girlfriend, Lily, Harvey said a little proudly. The girl was very nice and immediately began to bow and greet. Hello, I'm Lee. Then she stretched out her hand and shook it gently. Korean? Japanese? Zhou Jixi asked. Because only these 2 places in Asia are popular with bowing and greeting. Hello Zhou Jixi. This is a Korean honorific, popular in Korean entertainment novels and Korean entertainment variety shows. I'm of Korean descent. Lee greeted politely in broken Chinese. Zhou Jixi was suddenly surprised. You can speak Chinese. Haha, nice to meet you. Yes, Zhou Jixi. I like Chinese culture very much, so I learned a little myself. Lee said politely. That's good, you can have this hobby. Haha, if you don't understand the words in the future, you can ask me. Zhou Jixi saw a foreigner who likes Chinese culture, and based on the fact that he is also a descendant of Yan Huang, he must promote it more. Zhou Jixi felt a pain in the muscles of his lower back, and called out accidentally, "What's wrong, boss?" Zhou Jixi, what's wrong? Jess. Zhou Jixi glanced at Jan on the right and said casually, nothing. I suddenly remembered something. Haha, it's okay. Oh, we just chatted for a while, and you pinched me. It seems that women are all violent animals, no matter which country they are from. Jackie Zhou thought helplessly. Jane was a little angry, thinking to herself, this guy, just last time he said he wanted to teach himself Chinese, and he also said that he would not teach ordinary people. He acted like he was so great. And now he has become so cheap, and he doesn't even think he is around. It's too much. Jane just saw the advertising slogan I'm not this and that to ordinary people, and knew that what JC Zhou said was like fart. I guess by then, after chatting for a few words, they sat down to drink, and a bunch of people started drinking. After sitting down, JC Zhou secretly looked at Harvey, and Harvey gave him a I understand, bro doesn't mind. But bro, be careful of the one next to you. JC Zhou replied, how can a real man be threatened by a little woman? Bro can handle it, it's no big deal. Hey, what are you doing? You keep looking at me with such complicated eyes. Zhou said suddenly at the side. What? Zhou was dumbfounded. Hey, G, what did you say? It was a bit noisy, and I couldn't hear clearly. Harvey also hurried to cover for him. Harvey, come and have a drink. Sister Zhou, come, you guys have worked hard, I'll have a drink with you. Zhou hurriedly changed the subject. What? Didn't I just say? Gee, hurry up, we all drink, hurry up. The people next to them also began to make a fuss. Drink, drink, drink. But Zhou curled his lips disdainfully and said, it's a piece of cake. Do you need to tell me to drink? Come on, I'll drink it. After that, he drank it in one gulp. Great, another round, hurry up, you dare to force me to drink. Now I'm going to show you what's going on, Zhou said in a domineering manner. Zhou, who had finally fooled the crowd, was also in a state of drunkenness. Everyone, come on, waiter, give us another 10 rounds. Sister Zhou, you have the guts to not stop. How about we drink 10 rounds? Okay, today I'll show you how domineering I am, Zhou said. What about you, Harvey? Carl, come on, no problem. Mike was standing next to him. What was he doing? Zhou took a closer look. Come on, honey, I know you're the best. Beat them. Zhou didn't expect that Mike was doing a lot of body movements to cheer Zhou up. Zhou was stunned for a moment. Sure enough, the party atmosphere in the United States is very strong. People come out to have fun, just to be crazy and refreshing. Zhou, who used to live under the red flag, was still polluted when he came to the United States. But haha, it's such a beautiful country. Drinking, partying. Zhou couldn't help but think. Jane also cheered Zhou up next to him. My chocolate, come on. She also gave Zhou an ambiguous expression that said you know what I mean. Zhou was like a chicken with blood. Come on, comrades. The people around heard the excitement here and came to watch a good show. Soon the wine came up. The cups were not big, but they were all filled with strong liquor. The atmosphere on the scene gradually began to rise. The sound of music, cheers and panting formed a movement of desire and passion. What was lost in the scene was enthusiasm and passion. The surrounding cheers began to rise, and the voices were noisy. Among the 3 people, who were the main characters of Zhou this time, Zhou had the highest support rate. After all, she was a woman who was drinking with 2 grown men, so out of sympathy for the weak, she was obviously more popular than Zhou, the boss. The 3 of them didn't talk nonsense, looked at each other, and then slowly put one hand on the cup. Mike Chen acted as a referee next to him. Ready, start the countdown. 3, 2, 1 start. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 picked up the wine glasses and drank. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups, and the cups were empty. Come on, the crowd shouted. Shh, someone blew a big whistle. Come on girl, knock them down. Hey, go. Jane, give me the lemon. Zhou took the time to shout and wanted to hold the lemon in his mouth to reduce the stimulation of alcohol on himself. Zhou made a move, and Lee on Mike's side had a good eye and quickly prepared food to suppress the alcohol for Harvey. South Korea is also a country soaked in alcohol. The national drinking rate is very high. Basically, women and children have to drink a little. It's a place where alcoholics are born. Lee knows a lot about drinking. Zhou held the lemon in his mouth and immediately felt that the battle was back, and he immediately increased the number of drinks. Zhou said that she had finished drinking. The women at the scene immediately shouted to congratulate this woman who brought glory to women. Zhao Jixi was dumbfounded. He thought he had moved fast enough and only the one in his hand was left. Unexpectedly, he was still slow. The same thing happened to Harvey. He still had 3 cups left, so how could she finish them all? This is unscientific. The men around him also booed without hesitation. For these 2 people who bring shame to men, they must be booed to death. Jay Chou can only swallow the bitter fruit he sowed. Just now he was thinking, even if I didn't win, it would be Harvey. Why are the champions always among men? I didn't expect it. Man proposes, God disposes. A pervert like Zhou appeared. I was wrong. Damn, it's like adding a halo. Reality is really more perverted than fiction. Hey, I didn't expect it. Girl, you are great. I lose with a clear conscience. Harvey said to Zhou unexpectedly. Wife, you are really the best. I'm so discerning. Really, my baby. Mike said, not minding the smell of alcohol in Zhou's mouth. He kissed her. The people around him also applauded tactfully. After the kiss, Zhou looked at Jay Chou and said, how is it, boss? Chapter 36, Jay Chou wants V5. Zhou recommend. Collect. I won't say anything else. Zhao Jixi said to Zhou in Chinese with a bitter mouth. It's not that you are incompetent, it's just that the communist army is too cunning. Zhou suddenly sneered and said domineeringly, you are still talking nonsense. In one word, do you obey me today? Sister, I'm the boss after all, and above the boss, I'm still a man. How can I admit defeat to a woman like you in drinking? If I don't admit defeat, I will have a competition. If I'm a real man. Zhao Jixi started to act like a rogue. Zhou was unmoved. At this time, they had already drunk strong liquor and felt a little dizzy, so the boss and other things had been thrown aside. I'm just a girl, not a man. Just this one game, the rest are not going to be a competition. Let's say who wins this time. You said through gritting teeth. Who lost? Zhou said happily. I squeezed out to say. Then do you admit this one? I admit it. Are you convinced? No. Okay, then let's. Zhao Jixi was surprised. Another game. Okay. Zhou looked at him cunningly. Okay, let's stop here today. Panteo, I haven't seen her for a long time. I miss her so much. All of a sudden, Zhao Jixi retreated. For that fat sister, it is simply a shadow in my heart. Haha, I admit it. Sister Zhou, you are so domineering, how can I not accept it? Zhao Jixi said quickly. He kept complaining in his heart, Panteo has caused you a lot of trouble. Now the party is more lively, and everyone is drunk. Later, Zhao Jixi didn't know how he got back. In the morning, in Jane's apartment, Zhao Jixi was sleeping on the bed, and the morning sun shone on his body, emitting a little light, which was very warm. Jean woke up early and looked at the big boy sleeping in the bed. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she reached out to touch his face, and her skin was covered with goosebumps. Jane's eyes became more and more gentle, and her movements became more gentle, as if she was touching a work of art. My lovely big boy, you are such a big man. I love you, you are so attractive, even when you are sleeping. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Jane's face turned a little red as she thought about it, and she couldn't help getting wet as she thought about it. She bit her lip. Should I wake him up? Or should I do it myself? Jane couldn't help but feel conflicted again. However, seeing Zhao Jixi sleeping so soundly, Jane thought about how he had drunk so much yesterday, so she should let him sleep well. Jane looked at Zhao Jixi again and said, forget it, I'll do it myself. So she turned around and lay down on her right side and gently opened the bottom layer of the small cabinet. Oh, stupid, Jane said to herself. She climbed up again, slowly turned on the music player beside the bed, and played soft music. The music sounded slowly, and Jane looked at Zhao Jixi. 1 minute, 2 minutes, no response. You sleep so soundly, but I like it so much. Thinking of this, Jane couldn't wait to lie down and take out the things in the cabinet. A bottle of lubricant. Okay, a massage stick. Looking at the massage stick, Jane sighed. Hey, I can only rely on you, old buddy. She reached out and squeezed a little lubricant on her hand, then stroked the massager with her hand, and it began to become slippery. Jane watched as Zhao licked her lips, then lifted the thin silk quilt. The hand holding the stick reached in and pulled the lace panties back to the bend of her legs. Her left hand began to find the direction, and her right hand held the stick to prepare to aim. A muffled sound came from Jane's red lips. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her head could not help but tilted back. The saliva secreted in her mouth began to swallow because of the dryness of her throat. A blush began to appear from the collarbone and continued to climb up, so the entire exposed skin was covered with a faint red. Jane's hands and heart moved, and her right hand moved regularly. Her mind was still thinking about the passionate scenes with Zhao, which accelerated the secretion of liquid in her private parts. Jane lowered her voice and shouted in her throat. The images in his mind became more and more powerful, and his hands moved faster, but the collision of power and passion could not be compared with what Zhao gave him. The stimulation the massager brought to the body this time was also much weaker than before, so the lack of quality could only be made up by quantity, which made Jane's hands speed up several times. The movements of his hands became bigger and bigger, and the silk quilt began to rise and fall under Jane's movements. Because the quilt rose and fell, the wind would be squeezed in. Zhao was sleeping and felt a cool feeling, and he struggled to open his eyelids impatiently. From his perspective, Zhao could only see Jane holding her head up and moaning softly. Zhao was surprised. What was she doing? He moved his eyes and looked down, and an amazing picture came into his eyes. Zhao was stunned at this time. He only saw Jane's quilt rising and falling, which was nothing. But her hands were moving in an orderly manner in the lower half of her body. This could also be called scratching. But with her seductive moans, this combination, even a dull person would know what she was doing. Masturbation, hand point yin, hand point gun, hand point hand job, and other words that Otakus and rotten girls like to hear about the fun came to his mind. And it's next to me. There's a girl masturbating next to me. Zhao was ridiculous. At this time, Zhao didn't know what expression to make. What does this mean about me? My ability is not as good as this massage stick thing. Ouch. Zhao was entangled. Should I get up, or should I get up? This woman actually used a massage stick with me next to her. I must teach her a lesson. Let's see that my magic gun cannot be replaced by a massage stick. Zhao was angry. He glanced at little Jixi and said, "Stand up, baby. I know you are hungry and thirsty. Now the battle is all up to you. In the future, whether I will eat meat dumplings or paws, it all depends on your performance." Zhao looked at it, and his mind began to have random thoughts, but it had been frightened by Zhao anger just now, so it didn't even respond in the morning, when it liked to stand up the most. Jane's voice became more and more dull and high-pitched at this time. Jane was now trapped in a dilemma. It was always almost there, just a little bit. It's almost there, Jixi, come on, Jixi, give it to me, Jane said in a low voice. Zhao heard it and exclaimed, "Oh, you are still thinking about me. I was wondering why I was despised by a vibrator." After relieving the depression in his heart, Zhao looked at the picture of the beauty again, and his heart couldn't help but get hot. And what about little Jixi? Of course, the sword has been unsheathed, just waiting for the master to swing it and take it to the enemy camp. While Jane was still in a daze, Zhao quietly climbed up. He kissed Jane's neck with his lips, licked it with his tongue, and sucked on her, teasing her to his heart's content. Jane was startled by the warmth on her neck, but the familiar smell made her react quickly, and all of a sudden, she was already enlisted and excited. She smelled the smell, a body fragrance with a hint of alcohol. But the fragrance of Zhao hair still made Jane happy, and she began to breathe greedily. Zhao hand grasped the snow-white peak, and his fingers teased the bright red, occasionally pinching the blush and squeezing it down. The other hand stretched out to the wet area, cooperating with Jane's other hand holding the massager, pinching the exposed hard grain. The touch of rough male fingers can never be replaced by female hands. It was like a burst of static electricity. Zizzy stimulated Jane's wet bumps, and she moaned loudly from her throat with an R. The voice at this time was crisp and charming, like a soul stirring, making people's fire rise to the top. Jane's lips trembled slightly, and the moans came faster and faster. Jess, kiss me, kiss me. Jane called Zhou Jixi in a dazed voice. Zhou Jixi pulled out a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, and stopped teasing his neck and earlobes. He kissed Jane's lips, which were already thirsty. When their lips met, the tongue in her mouth changed its shape like a snake, and finally entangled and squirmed against each other. At this time, Jane had also abandoned the massager, and her hands were exploring and caressing Zhou Jixi in the quilt. After a while, she moved to Zhou Jixi's buttocks, and after pinching it, she couldn't wait to move up a little, and then inserted her hands into Zhou Jixi's genuine CK pants along with her skin. The two palms stroked and pinched, and finally raised slightly, pushing down Zhou Jixi's pants. All of a sudden, little Jixi was exposed, feeling the slightly hot breath in the silk quilt. It was very happy. But before it could feel it like this, it was grabbed by a hand. Jane's hand guided little Jixi and rubbed it slightly at the door twice, and it became more slippery. Jane couldn't wait to lead it in. Ah! A long sound came out of Jane's mouth. With a sound of HMM, Zhou Jixi also felt the smoothness and silkiness. The undulating channel went in and out, and the wrinkles around it stimulated little Jixi. Jane and Jixi looked at each other, their noses touching, and they stuck out their tongues from time to time, looking very naughty. But this was only the top part. The battle in the second half was in full swing. Jane clamped her legs around Zhou Jixi's waist, and Zhou Jixi did powerful repetitive movements like a motor. They exerted force on each other, and slapped the buttocks. In addition to the music and panting, the rest of the scene was the sound of pa, pa, pa. Zhou Jixi's strong arms hugged Jane, and Jane also hugged Zhou Jixi's back. The quilt was no longer important at this time, and the two of them were naked on the bed, and made the final sprint. All the words turned into actions. Here it comes, don't stop, baby, hurry up, ah, oh, ah. Chapter 37, Pockmarked. Mark Zuckerberg. Jane looked at Zhou Jixi with reluctance. Today was the day she had to go to work. The sick leave had passed, and the psychologist said that she was much better now. Baby, if you... Zhou Jixi looked at her and felt her reluctance, so he spoke. Jess, don't say it, I know. It's just that this job has been with me for a long time, and I like it very much. Jane knew what Zhou Jixi was going to say, but she didn't let him say it. She was still a little confused about their relationship. She actually didn't know how to deal with it. At the beginning, she was in a playful mood. As for the matter of feelings, she was really confused. If it weren't for Salah, where would you be? So if it was a trap, there was none. Forget it, there should be some distance to deal with this relationship well. Zhou Jixi could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Okay, you have the final say. Zhou Jixi hugged Jane on the road, kissed her, and said goodbye to her. Looking at her back as she walked away, Zhou Jixi always watched with a smile, and only retracted his gaze when she walked into the airport. Harvey came over from a distance. Boss, you can get an Oscar nomination with this look, Harvey said to Zhou Jixi. Looking at Harvey, Zhou Jixi retorted, haha, Harvey, my attitude towards feelings is not like yours. We in China believe in parting amicably. Zhou Jixi paused, afraid that the foreigner would not understand. It's almost what you call a peaceful breakup. And how do you know I'm acting? Boss, I'm a professional lawyer, and a gold medal professional lawyer, Harvey suddenly said to Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi heard Harvey's words and sneered. Harvey, why don't you say you are an emotional expert? Or do you think you have the ability to interpret Carl Lemon's expression? Harvey just wanted to remind Zhou Jixi that he was still good at judging people. But Harvey is not optimistic about whether Ms. Jane Brown can become his employer. He finds that Zhou Jixi has the same free and easy sexuality as himself, but this boss has not yet grown up in terms of emotional control. He will definitely be a role model of a playboy in the future. Of course, this is just Harvey's own thoughts, but how could he understand Zhou Jixi's complexity? Okay, boss, you have the final say. Harvey didn't want to show off his debating skills in front of his boss again. Of course, he just didn't want to point the gun at him. Reason? Please, green dollars are definitely more effective than any other means for Harvey. Of course, for him who treats life as a business, it is not something that can be bought with a small amount of money. In the United States, for private lawyers and wealthy employers, this relationship may last a lifetime if you are not careful. It is a relationship that is not ordinary. Okay, Harvey, our plane is about to arrive. Zhou wanted to end this topic. Harvey looked at the time and said, well, we are almost there. Then let's go to the VIP room to see if they've arrived. Zhou said. The two walked to the airport waiting room, where everyone was already there. At this time, everyone no longer looked like they were at the party, but looked vigorous and energetic, looking at Zhou with vigor. After Zhou greeted a few people, he sat down and asked for a cup of coffee, waiting for the plane to take off. I must buy a plane in the future, and I can fly whenever I want. I'm a rich man anyway, and I still have to wait for a plane, which is too embarrassing. In the end, it's still a matter of money. Now almost all of it has been bought into stocks. Moreover, Zhou spent the money that he didn't buy into stocks. If he thought about how the stocks would increase several times, he would also spend several times as much. Zhou thought with some depression. At the airport in San Francisco, Zhou and a group of people had already got off the plane. When he arrived at the gate, he saw a sign that they were there to pick him up. The person holding the sign was a young man, dressed casually, even wearing slippers on his feet. His head was clean, but it was obvious that he didn't take care of it, and it was limp on his head. Are all their people so bad? Zhou asked Harvey. Harvey also saw this good young man and thought of the boss and some reputation of this company. Not all of them are like that. They are a very popular company. The public relations department can't be so bad. Harvey was a little uncertain. Seeing this group of people coming towards him, the young man immediately knew that these were the people he was going to pick up. So he also walked over and said, hey, guys, welcome to San Francisco. I'm from Facebook. My name is Mark Zuckerberg. Welcome. Zhou was shocked. This is the founder of this company. This is the Mark Zuckerberg with pockmarks. I didn't expect him to come in person. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou reacted immediately. Hello, Mr. Zuckerberg, I'm Zhou. After introducing himself, he stretched out his hand to shake hands with him, but his hand was only half extended, and Mark Zuckerberg immediately gave him a hug. Zhou was stunned for a moment. Mark Zuckerberg smiled cunningly and looked at him. Don't worry, man, I'm not gay. This is America, you know, this is etiquette. He also made some gestures, as if he was afraid that Zhou didn't know what he meant. Zhou sneered in his heart. You pockmarked boy, when I read novels before, I knew you were a genius with a high IQ. I speak such standard English, but you still give me this set. It turns out that Jews are not easy to deal with. Are you trying to show your power? Zhou pretended to laugh heartily. Mr. Zuckerberg is certainly not gay, and I don't like that either, and you can call me Jess. Oh, that's the best, buddy, you can just call me Mark. Mark Zuckerberg also said. Then let's celebrate, Mark. Nice to meet you. Zhou also pretended to be very happy and excitedly gave Mark a big bear hug. Jess, let me go. Jess, let go. Oh, shit, Jess, I can't breathe. Mark gave Zhou a big bear hug, and he was a little short of oxygen while holding his head. Zhou laughed and let him go. What's wrong, buddy? American etiquette is really fun to use. You can try it more in the future. How about it? Do you feel my enthusiasm? Zhou also said excitedly and gestured with his body. Mark saw that Zhou seemed to be so excited that he wanted to hug him, and his face was horrified. Stop, Jess. Stand up. Don't get close to me. Zhou pretended to look at Mark Zuckerberg with doubts. Why, Mark? Okay, I apologize for what happened just now. Okay, don't hug me anymore. Mark said helplessly. At this time, the airport was crowded with people, and no one paid special attention to the funny things happening here. However, Harvey's AOG and others besides Zhou, Mark, and Zuckerberg saw their funny scenes and were all holding back their little faces. It made the big men blush like a little wife. Mark Zuckerberg obviously noticed this situation. Okay, you can laugh if you want to. I won't mind. Oh, bastard. Mark Zuckerberg looked at them helplessly, but he couldn't help but swear. Sure enough, this little pockmarked guy is full of swear words. It seems that the reports in the previous life are still true. Zhou combined with the performance of the little pockmarked guy just now, and secretly thought of this. Okay, you won this round, Jess. Mark said quickly. But our real competition has just begun. The pockmarked boy spoke very quickly, and Zhou had no idea what he was hiding. But he still had to remain unchanged. Damn it, he was here to give him money to burn. Mark, I'm here to give you green American dollars. Why do you make us act like enemies? Zhou pretended to be puzzled, and said with an innocent look. Mark Zuckerberg would not give it to Zhou because his face deceived him. He had just suffered a loss on this point, so he wondered if his high IQ brain was stupid. Obviously not. Haha. So hey Jess, what do you say, man? You are too handsome, and I can't help but be jealous. Understand? Jealousy, the jealousy of men. The pockmarked boy blurted out. Of course, a naturally handsome man like you will not understand our pain. And he is so rich, it's really enviable. Zhou listened carefully this time. Although the pockmarked boy spoke quickly, his ability to change the subject was obviously also good. Do you think I will believe it? Forget it. You are obviously not the kind of person who cares about marrying a not so pretty woman. But this guy's really a bit like Zhu Liang. They have reached an agreement on the issue of wife. Speaking of money, Mark, your current wealth is very enviable. Especially your company. Zhou said with pretended envy. Mark Zuckerberg is not humble either. He is still very proud of his achievements. Although he is a little unhappy to be called the second Gates. But, isn't that the height he wants to surpass? The most famous dropout of Harvard in the future must be himself. Zhou obviously didn't know that Mark had filtered him out of his mind. So he only saw Mark shrugged helplessly. KO, you look like a scumbag. You are just a little pockmarked boy. In the previous life, buddies could only watch you make trouble and envy you. But in this life, buddies are going to join in. Bite off a piece of your meat. Zhou secretly envied chapter 38 visiting the company. Zhou please recommend, collect, sponsor. The third request is. FASA Books headquarters is located on California Street in San Francisco. Zhou and his group drove here. When in the car, Zhou sat with Mark Zuckerberg. Zhou told him a story about his leaving the airport. Hey, Mark, you know, I've been thinking about what you want us to do to your company. Obviously you are just one person, and we, you know, man. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't help laughing after hearing it. He was very proud of his sudden decision. So he smiled and said to Zhou, haha, man, I knew you wouldn't be able to help asking me. Mark Zuckerberg said proudly. Zhou gave him a questioning look and said, why? Mark Zuckerberg immediately said proudly, I did it on purpose. What? Zhou was confused. But there was no doubt in his heart. You little pockmarked boy, you think I can't see it? As if you are a genius. I'm letting you go. It's just this little trick. You must not have read The Whole Art of War. You don't even know that I'm using my own trick against you, showing weakness to the enemy. Come on, Jess. I know you heard me. I never like to repeat myself a second time. That's obviously a waste of my time. But for you, I can say it again. I arranged it this way on purpose. Don't you think it's ridiculous that I'm standing in front of you all alone and so arrogant? I'm surprised. Mark Zuckerberg tore up Jay Chou's words to cover up his embarrassment without hesitation. Jay Chou got furious after hearing it. Fuck you, you little calf. You're showing off your bullshit to me. He immediately gave him a bear hug and said, fuck you. You're playing tricks on me so blatantly. You little pockmarked bastard. I'm going to strangle you to death. Jess Zhou cursed in a mixture of Chinese and English. Mark, not typing his last name, looked at Jixi Zhou with some pride at first, thinking that he had finally won the game. But before he could be proud for a while, he was hugged tightly by Jixi Zhou again. Jess, don't, you shit. Let go, you bastard. Jess, you're still using force. Okay, I admit my mistake. Mark admitted his mistake very clearly. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was much better than being treated by this violent maniac. We are civilized people. We won't bother with him. Mark could only comfort himself in his heart. The two of them playing around at the airport and in the car not only did not create any estrangement, but also enhanced their relationship. Both of them liked swearing, they both liked to play around, and they were both wealthy young people. Naturally, they were attracted to each other. Don't get me wrong, there is absolutely no gay relationship, and for Zhou, who already owned 2% of his own company, Mark was still willing to be friends with him without any conflict of interest. He's great, isn't he? This was Mark's evaluation of Zhou. Although this little pockmarked guy's character is not very good, he's still a good person, but he's a little too self-righteous. This is Zhou's evaluation of Mark. For two people who have already recognized each other, naturally, the two of them play around, and they also seem to be friends for many years. There is mischief, teasing, and joking, all of which are more of that kind of closeness. Aren't these all memories of youth? Harvey and Zhou looked at the two people walking in front of them with their arms around each other. They both raised their hands and wiped their eyes at the same time, wondering if they saw something wrong. The team members who followed behind were also the same. The two people who didn't know each other just now were now like friends for many years. Is the world of the rich so difficult to understand? In fact, it is not difficult to understand. There is no conflict of interest, and it is beneficial to both sides. Naturally, smart people know to do this. Walking into the Facebook company, the company's people today already know that an investor is coming, but they still do what they should do, and they are obviously not very interested in this. Only the people who are responsible this time started to get busy. Because they have been notified and know what time the investor will arrive, the conference room and reception staff are already in place. In the world of people, every little action always has some purpose, but these purposes are either big or small. Jess, take a look at my company first. Mark said. Hey, Mark, you are obviously wrong. I also have a share in this company now. Do you really want to exclude me? Oh, that's so sad. Zhou said to Mark with an exaggerated expression. Shit, good Jess, you are right. Now take a look at our company. This time Mark admitted it very readily. But Zhou didn't think that he would suddenly become easy to talk to. Sure enough, the pock-marked man came again. But Jess, when you talk, can't you not raise your eyebrows? He always reminds me of gays giving me flirts. Mark said venomously. Zhou raised his eyebrows and pretended to be fierce. He kept clenching his right hand into a fist and then letting it go, which made a crackling sound, looking very intimidating. Mark was not afraid of danger this time and looked like he was not afraid. However, from an angle that others could not see, he used his eyes to convey his intention to surrender to Zhou. Zhou also gave him a look. Okay, forget it this time, but you owe me one. If there is a next time, haha, you know the consequences. Mark agreed quickly. So the pock-marked man who maintained the boss's dignity secretly reached an unequal treaty with Zhou. It was not known whether he gained or lost. Mark Zuckerberg acted as the tour guide for this visit and took Zhou and his group around the company, looking here and there. Zhou saw a lot, but if you ask him what he saw, he will definitely tell you damn. Why are there no beautiful women? There are piles of American Nauticus and few dishes. It's really fucking the best. A group of it men and women are fiddling with the computer, and I don't understand it. It's so boring. Zhou complained secretly in his heart. However, this is a formal occasion after all, and he is still a newly rich man, so he still has some entanglements about some people and things. He is not generous when he should be generous. You say he is fine at ordinary times, but now, he obviously sees bored, but he doesn't bring it up. It can only be said that Zhou has not yet completed the ultimate evolution. The road to rich people is indeed not enough to have money. However, Zhou's boring efforts are still rewarding. Because of his sharper five senses, he can hear what Mark said. You know, this little pock-marked man's language, numbers, and logical thinking ability are famous for being fast and strange. You are still talking to you about this for a while, but the next sentence turns to something else for you. Divergent thinking. If you react slowly, you don't know what he just said. Because Zhou Jixi can listen to his words very well and can make some answers, Mark is also very dedicated to chatting. The most important thing is that Zhou Jixi also looked at the structure of Facebook and some of the previous life, but there are no here, and there are some unpleasant places. He put forward some of his own opinions. The effect is obvious. At first, Mark was a little disdainful. What can you, an outsider, know? He regarded Zhou Jixi's opinions as a user experience. But he didn't expect that some of his suggestions were really useful. Although some opinions may overlap with other companies' things, Mark didn't mind because he was an outsider. Some were great ideas that neither the company's internal staff nor himself had thought of. He couldn't help but want to write the code immediately and put it up to experience. Wow, it's exciting to think about it. Jess, you are really great. Your creativity and your brain are really great. I will ask someone to write the code now. Mark couldn't help but say excitedly. These are all copycat ideas that have passed through several hands. They are still things from Penguin and Xinlang.com. Although I don't know where they copied them. But they are really useful. Now I tell you about them, and my brother is original. Jackie Zhou thought happily in his heart. Hey, Mark, my lawyer is still here. You want my idea now without giving me any benefits. I think he will have a good talk with you for the loss of his employer. JC Zhou said to Mark jokingly. By the way, I already knew that you are a copycat expert. Some of Facebook's ideas are copied. Now you want my ideas without spending any money? You are kidding. Do you really think I don't have a small heart? JC Zhou thought happily in his heart. Oh, Snow, Jess, you must be a swindler and a grandad. You are also a member of the company. Do you have the heart to treat me like this? Mark said to JC Zhou with a disgusting expression, as if he had eaten shit. Well, you don't need to remind me of this. I have reminded you just now, so there is no need to talk about this issue. Moreover, Mark, we are not the only ones in this company. You are a major shareholder and you will get the most benefits no matter what. I'm just a small shareholder, so you understand. JC Zhou said. Okay, let's go to the conference room and talk about it. Anyway, we have already seen almost everything, so it's just right to get into the topic of today. Mark said to Zhou Jixi helplessly. A group of people walked into the meeting room of Facebook together. The two groups were ready. At this time, the leader of Zhou Jixi's side was not Zhou Jixi, but Harvey and Zhou, and another team member formed the top management of this negotiation. Zhou Jixi watched them fight for their own interests. Chapter 39, The Consequences of Success and Hangovers. Zhou, no more talking. If you have any, just vote. Thank you. During this period, he would not interrupt casually, so as to ensure the implementation of the negotiator's plan. Even if he wanted to say something, he would whisper to the people around him and ask him to convey it to them, trying not to change the plan they had discussed. And this time they have one more trump card. That is, no one expected that Jay Chou would come up with such a good idea. This is definitely a reinforcement for Facebook. Although it is not the most important, it is definitely very useful, especially when it is still competing with AOL. So the slightest progress is the weight to pull the opponent off the horse. The negotiation team believes that Mark will not give up easily, and this has effectively strengthened the competition for interests in this negotiation. For those who say, Mark doesn't care about you, I just copied it, you can sue me. Just kidding. The private meeting to discuss the source of Facebook's creativity. Under that situation, the two brothers, I black them, who said that Zhou is more famous than them, can win the lawsuit and bite off a piece of fat meat from Mark Zuckerberg. What's more, this time there are so many people watching, and the lawyers are still around. If you dare to copy, no problem. Zhou Jixi has enough time and enough US dollars to fight this lawsuit with him. The protection of intellectual property rights in the United States is very strict, and the laws are perfect. Loopholes cannot be exploited just because you want to. So Mark had no choice but to come to the negotiation table and negotiate honestly. The negotiation process was very intense. Really, Zhou Jixi almost thought that the two sides would fight. He was still thinking, if a fight broke out later, should he go up and give this arrogant little pockmarked guy a beating? Let him know why the flowers bloom so red. This shows how boring and annoying Jay Chou is. The other party listed a bunch of data, recent evaluation reports, and the company's profit status. Zhou did not give in, and argued with reason, calculating every penny clearly, which amazed Zhou. The process was very long, and this was when both parties were willing. Otherwise, ordinary negotiations would take a year or so. Some simple ones would also take several days of tug-of-war. The two people in charge this time happened to be young people, so it was obviously not in their character to procrastinate. The boss's decision is the employee's decision. Who asked them to pay US dollars? The negotiating teams on both sides were complaining about their bosses. In this way, the negotiation speed increased, and finally the final plan was reached. Zhou invested $300 million in creativity and got 3.2% of Facebook's shares. Together with the original 2%, Zhou already owns 5.2% of Facebook's shares and is now a considerable shareholder. In addition to the early co-founders, Facebook's shareholders are only shareholders brought in by the company's financing in recent years. There are also small shares held by employees within the company. Zhou is not so annoying as to enter the Facebook board of directors. He has a good life, but he is here to be a director. What's more, even if he wants to join the company, it's not now. When Facebook is about to go public in 2 years, Zhou is ready to transfer his shares. Facebook is a pit. People who invested in the early stage have made money, but when it is about to go public, people who bought shares in the secondary market will lose a lot. Zhou doesn't know if Facebook's underwriters are hyping it up, but they have cheated a lot of people in the secondary market. Facebook is overvalued, which is really hyped up, but who knows that it will fall so fast after listing. If there is no conspiracy in the middle, who will believe it? But if it weren't for people's greed, how could they fall into it? Zhou thought of this truth later, when he saw people who lost money in the secondary market. Moreover, there are agreements for stocks after listing, and you cannot cash out so early. Naive people thought Facebook was another Apple, but it turned out to be a half-bitten apple. It shrunk by more than half. Facebook's stock was still very popular in China at that time, and many people probably suffered losses. When the time comes, we will give Facebook shares to anyone we don't like. He will thank you, even if he loses a lot of money. Zhou couldn't help but think viciously. At night, he had dinner with the senior executives of Facebook. Since they were all young people, those who were too old were embarrassed to get into their circle, so Zhou had a good chat with them. Although Mark's personality is not very good, he is an okay person. But that is only based on not touching his interests. But who is not like this? As far as Zhou is concerned, if you dare to stretch out your claws to touch his things, you will see if he will chop you. The friendship between gentlemen is based on self-knowledge. Zhou knows what kind of person he is. Then the evaluation of outsiders will be at most the same as his own, but that is also the best plan. There are definitely many people with worse character than oneself. Just using your own standards to measure others, although it will not be very comprehensive, but it is enough to have only a few good friends. Others should do their best not to let others down. If I let others down, they will let me down. Cause and effect all come for a reason. Zhou couldn't help but shook his head. After thinking too much, he opened his eyes and was no longer at the dinner party. The ceiling isn't white, and this isn't a hospital, so where is this place? Zhou looked around blankly. It looked like a small hotel, a bit old. The white sheets had turned yellow. There was a faint odor when he sniffed it. What's wrong with me? I'm losing my memory so much. Oh my god. Zhou was a little confused. Wasn't he drinking with Mark Zuckerberg and the others? But later, they separated from the main group while drinking, and found a drink by themselves and continued drinking. In a daze, someone took out a specialty of American movies, that is, The Big Point Ma. Zhou had only seen its shadow before, but not its body. This time, he saw the real thing, and the preparations were very sufficient, with cigarettes, cakes, candies, etc., with different flavors. There were also many varieties, but everyone took out some, so many things were not taken out by one person. Zhou asked this question in a daze. My lawyer said that a small amount of this is not illegal. Even if you are caught, it doesn't matter. The lawyer can help you show a lot of necessary documents to prove that it is just a drug. The man laughed and said, "Let me tell you, this is America, our lovely America. Franklin is everything, man. Welcome to this country. Alcohol, drugs, women. Look how wonderful this country is. Yes, this is America. Come on, cheers." Everyone shouted together. Zhou picked up a piece of macadamia cake and tried to take a bite. Well, it's a little too sweet, but it tastes okay. He ate it all in one breath. In his hand was a lollipop containing macadamia ingredients. He ate it here and licked it there, and suddenly he felt a little energetic. Mark looked at Zhou and smiled. "Hey, try this. This is my favorite recipe. Don't eat any more cake, otherwise it will be too much fun." Then he handed over a cigarette wrapped in paper. Zhou took it with a smile. Mark handed over the lighter and lit the cigarette, and Zhou also joined the army of people puffing smoke. At this time, the music in the private room was no longer important. Zhou really felt that he was flying, and his breathing in and out had big movements. Haha, haha, he laughed happily. I don't know why I felt particularly relaxed at this time. Looking at the movements of the people around me, it seemed like they were filming a movie, and they were all in slow motion. I also turned into a set of cameras, shooting strange pictures. Haha, haha. Cheers everyone. Zhou said stupidly. At this time, Zhou was already touching his head and recalling why he would do such things. And it seemed that his whole body was out of control. Thinking about that feeling now, it was terrible. Zhou was most afraid of losing control, and it would be terrible if his secret was exposed accidentally. He used his mind to move some water from the space to his hands, and with both hands, he moved the water to his mouth, and Zhou sucked it and drank it. The vital water in the space went into his stomach, and Zhou felt a lot more comfortable. This feeling was still good, and it was also healthy. After Zhou felt better, he looked for his mobile phone on his body to see what time it was. He touched the phone. Ah, I got it. Fortunately, I didn't lose it. Zhou was very happy when he took out his cell phone from his pocket. He looked at his cell phone, and it was almost 5 in the morning. There were still a few missed calls in the phone, which were from Harvey and Zhou. But later, no one called him. It was probably because they thought that Zhou might still be playing with the people on Facebook, so they didn't want to tease Zhou. Oh my god, I'm lucky that nothing happened this time. If something happened accidentally, I would be unlucky. I think I might have drunk too much. My brain is slow to react, and my body is not as sensitive as before. If something happened, I wouldn't be able to react at all. Thinking about it, Zhou felt a chill. And the security in the United States is not particularly good in some areas. The hotel I'm in is obviously in a poor community. Petty thefts are probably minor, and there are probably quite a few people who block and rob with guns. It seems that I can't do it alone. It's still a bit unsafe. It is said that the son of a rich family should not sit in the hall. I haven't even started to enjoy my billions of dollars yet. If I die suddenly, it would be a huge loss. My money will not be returned, but will go to the American Empire. Zhou thought wildly. No, I have to hire bodyguards. After all, I'm a rich man. I can hire 1 or 2 to follow me. Even if I don't need their protection, it's good to have them for show. Zhou said with determination. Suddenly, a sound reached Zhou's ears, and he became a little nervous. He didn't know this place. At this time, an animal suddenly crawled out of the bag placed beside Zhou's bed. Chapter 40, The Little Orangutan. See Zhou, I want to rush to the list or something. Please support me. What could it be? Zhou slowly approached the backpack, and questions kept coming in and out of his mind. This bag is not mine. How come it is here? Zhou's mind was a little confused now. A travel backpack, military green. A hairy arm stretched out from it, and then another one stretched out. He opened the bag with both hands, and the head suddenly appeared. It was also a hairy head. The black hair was very dense. After seeing the familiar face, Zhou knew what it was. Of course, it was obviously impossible to accurately identify the species. Zhou only knew that it was a monkey. He couldn't help but say it. No, it's not a monkey. It should be an orangutan, but I don't know what species it is. Monkeys have tails, but orangutans don't. This little thing obviously doesn't have a tail, and it has a short snout, small eyes and big nostrils, and its face is more similar to humans. Zhou used his rare knowledge of animals to analyze. The little guy was a little weak, and looked a little frightened. In addition, he might not have eaten well, so his spirit was a little bad, his eyes were dull, and he exuded a sense of confusion. Zhou slowly approached, wanting to see what happened to this thing. He moved gently, crouching down as if trying to cover up his own faults. The little guy was obviously a little scared. When Zhou moved, he retreated to the corner and protected his body with his hands. He didn't dare to look at Zhou at all and began to tremble all over. Zhou used the dim light to see that the fur, where the little guy's hands were protecting, was slightly different from other places. It looked like it was stuck together. Because it was black fur, Zhou couldn't see it clearly. But when Zhou walked in, he could see it clearly. The little guy felt that he was getting closer and didn't dare to turn his head at all. He even covered his eyes with one hand, and his body shook even more violently. There were also some red marks on it, and Zhou could see them clearly. They were marks formed by the blood stains that dried and mixed with the hair. Zhou didn't dare to touch it with his hands, fearing that it would be more frightened. At this time, Zhou's sympathy was overflowing. That bastard made it like this, so inhumane, poor little guy. Zhou couldn't help thinking in his heart. Zhou looked at the trembling little guy, not knowing what to do. Hey, stupid me. He patted himself. He moved a bowl from the space and filled it with the water of vitality in the space. He moved the bowl to the little gorilla, but the little gorilla still didn't react. I guess it's scared of being bullied by humans. Now it doesn't eat anything. I don't know how long it has been hungry. Zhou said to himself. This didn't work, so Zhou came up with another plan. He dipped some water with his hand and then dripped it on the little gorilla's face. The water flowed a little along the lines to the little gorilla's mouth. Maybe because of thirst, the little gorilla instinctively licked the water of vitality at the corner of his mouth. After licking it, the little gorilla's eyes lit up. The little hand covering the face moved a little, revealing the little eyes inside. There were some bump marks above the corner of the mouth. She looked at Zhou carefully, and seeing that he was still looking at her, she quickly covered her sight. Zhou was a little depressed and amused. Isn't this what covering one's ears to steal the bell means? However, Zhou felt more sympathy. How badly must this child have been bullied to become like this? Seeing that this little thing was still licking the water of vitality left on his hands and head from time to time, Zhou was immediately very happy, so he pretended to turn his head away and not look at it. The little gorilla seemed to be relieved when he saw Zhou not looking at it. Now his body was no longer shaking, and there seemed to be a kind of doubt in his eyes. Why doesn't this human beat it? In the past, those humans would tease it with food, and then it would want to take the food and walk away, but at that time it would be greeted with a whip. So the little gorilla didn't know. After it was teased a few times, its underdeveloped brain told it not to eat. But I'm really hungry, and this human smells so good, like my mother. It's been a long time since a gorilla picked fleas for me, and the water tastes so good. The little gorilla's underdeveloped brain was full of doubts. The little gorilla's body was still in the original position, but one hand had stretched out a little bit and tentatively hooked the bowl with a finger, then put the finger into its mouth and stopped moving. After a while, it hooked again, and the bowl moved a little bit, and the hand repeated the previous action. Little by little, the bowl finally moved in front of it. Zhou turned his head slowly from his back, watching the little gorilla making efforts little by little. He wanted to push the bowl over and tell it to drink freely. Brother has plenty here. The little thing licked it with his fingers. Finally it was too greedy to stop looking at the bowl of vitality water that had been hooked in front of it. It couldn't bear it anymore, and it observed for a long time, and the human in front of it didn't mean to hit it, so it decided not to endure it anymore. It leaned down carefully, drank a sip carefully, and glanced at Zhou who was watching it. No reaction. Maybe it's full. At this time, the little gorilla obviously eliminated a lot of fear, and drinking the vitality water also relieved a lot. Zhou Jixi also had a strong breath of vitality water on his body, and the little gorilla felt much better. Zhou Jixi saw the little gorilla drinking, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Seeing that it had finished the water in the bowl, but its eyes always glanced at him, and it also held the bowl in its hand, and licked it on its tongue. A look of unsatisfied desire. Seeing that the little gorilla still wanted to drink water, Zhou Jixi wondered how it could be full of stomach by drinking this. Zhou Jixi took out another peach from the space. Monkeys and other animals love peaches the most, and the gorilla should be no exception. The little gorilla was surprised to see a peach suddenly appear in Zhou Jixi's hand. The little thing had never seen this thing before, but it also tasted very good. He sniffed it with his nose and it also had the same water taste as before. It should be edible. Zhou Jixi slowly handed the peach in his hand over. The little gorilla was obviously a little different from what he had just done. It was no longer afraid of Zhou Jixi, and it touched the peach in Zhou Jixi's hand with its fingers. It looked curious, and Zhou Jixi still did not move, but just handed the peach a little closer to its mouth. The little gorilla looked at it carefully, and still handed the peach over, but after fiddling with it in his hand for a long time, he didn't know what to do. It was still young and obviously didn't know how to eat it. Seeing that the little gorilla was still fiddling with it, it seemed like he didn't know where to start. Zhou Jixi laughed. This little thing is really stupid. It doesn't know how to eat, even if it's given something. Zhou Jixi thought with amusement. Then, Zhou Jixi had a peach in his hand. He held it in his hand, and gestured to the little gorilla until its eyes were attracted. Zhou Jixi then put the peach to his mouth, and took a bite. When the little gorilla saw Zhou Jixi eating the peach, he knew how to eat it, and followed suit, and put it to his mouth to take a bite. It was immediately drowned in the peach fragrance, and it clucked a few times to express its happiness to Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi also saw its happiness, and after watching it finish the peach in his hand, Zhou Jixi handed the peach in his hand to him. Although there was still some in his space, Zhou Jixi's action was obviously to make the little gorilla familiar with his taste, and see if it accepted him. Obviously, the little gorilla accepted Zhou Jixi, and was no longer afraid of him. It happily took the peach from Zhou Jixi's hand, and put it in its mouth, and started to bite it. It finished it in 2 bites. This time, it boldly approached Zhou Jixi, tickling him from time to time, sniffing with its nose, and still aimed at the peach he had just conjured. Its purpose was obvious. It wanted to eat the peach again. Zhou Jixi kept conjuring peaches in his hand, and the little gorilla ate them one by one. He also took out a bunch of bananas from time to time, peeled them and handed them to the little gorilla. The little thing also accepted it very quickly. It ate for a while, probably because it was full. There were still some fruits on the ground, but although it didn't put them in its mouth, it piled them together. Then it thought about it again, moved them to Zhou Jixi's side one by one, and handed Zhou Jixi the peach it had bitten a little bit. It wanted to give it to Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi saw that it had bitten that little bit, thought about it, washed it with space water in the hidden part of his hand, and put it in his mouth, and took a bite. Then it handed it to it again. It means that he doesn't need to eat anymore. The man and the gorilla got along very happily. The little gorilla was a little bit close to Zhou Jixi. He liked to stay in Zhou Jixi's arms, and asked him to hold it. For a while, the 2 arms were hooked around Zhou Jixi's neck, and then they moved again, trying to find a better position on Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi was also a little tired, so he lay down on the bed with the little gorilla and slowly recalled this strange thing. I smoked a lot and got drunk, and then went out to the toilet. I have no memory of the rest. Looking at my clothes, there are obviously various marks, which are very dirty. The shoes on my feet are also full of sewage, not to mention the pants, and there are torn marks on one side. What happened in the middle? Zhou Jixi really couldn't remember what he had done, and shook his muddy head. And why is this little gorilla here with me, and he was beaten like this? These are all questions. Helpless Zhou Jixi could only stop thinking about it. Chapter 41. Sequely. Zio Yao, we are being attacked from both sides. I hope everyone will support us. Zhou Jixi, who had been relaxing in this unknown hotel for a while, was suddenly awakened by the ringing of the phone in his trouser pocket. The gorilla on Zhou Jixi's chest was also awakened, and it was also curiously watching everything. Zhou Jixi took out his mobile phone, and it showed Mark Zuckerberg. Zhao Jixi pressed the answer button. Hello, this is Jess Zhao, Zhao Jixi said. Hey, Jess, where are you? We didn't see you when we woke up in the morning, Mark asked. Zhao Jixi smiled bitterly and said depressedly, man, you absolutely don't know what happened to me. Oh, my god. When I woke up, I was in a hotel I didn't know. God knows how I got here. Zhao Jixi said to Mark. Dude, you are not blacking out. Oh, I hope you haven't gone abroad. Then you can only go to the embassy. Mark's clever logical thinking led him to the conclusion that Zhao Jixi was exaggerating. In fact, there should be nothing wrong, otherwise he wouldn't be so depressed and angry, but unfortunately there wasn't. So Mark also joked with Zhao Jixi to cheer him up. Zhao Jixi was shocked by what he heard. The shabby hotel and the origin of the gorilla. It didn't look like they were in the wealthy United States. Dude, I didn't say it right. Don't be such a pessimist. I feel like I'm not in the United States now. This place is too old, Zhao Jixi said with a little excitement. Okay, buddy, don't worry, listen to me, okay, listen to me. What you need now is to find someone to ask carefully immediately. First determine where you are, understand? Mark said calmly. Zhao Jixi was indeed a little panicked. After all, he is now a rich man with many secrets. And I didn't check yesterday whether there were any cameras here, so I took out some fruit for the little gorilla to eat. What should I do now? What should I do? Let me think about it. I need to calm down. Impulse is the devil. Zhao Jixi began to talk to himself. Jess, hey, did you hear me? Hey, man, are you still there? Jess. Mark heard Zhao Jixi mumbling in Chinese on the other end. He knows some Chinese now, but there is still a lot that he has not mastered, so Mark Zuckerberg can't hear Zhao Jixi's fast words clearly. The voice from the phone brought Zhao Jixi back to his senses, and he calmed himself down. His brain resumed working state. Mark, don't worry, I heard it, man. Zhao Jixi said clearly. That's good, Jess. Do you need me to call the police? When Mark said this, his voice suddenly became softer, like an agent. My phone is not turned off now. Don't make any noise. If I suddenly have any accidents, call the police. Zhao Jixi was also a little cautious, so he said this to Mark. At this moment, he was obviously a little flustered by what Mark said, and even forgot that he had a cheat called space. He really didn't know what to say. Obviously, Zhao Jixi still had a long way to go before he could slowly adapt. Space was actually a part of him. To keep a secret, it was obviously more expensive. Oh, damn, I don't have space. Zhao Jixi slapped his thigh, as if he had suddenly realized something, and spoke happily in Chinese with a mixture of local dialect. Mark, I'm here. Well, what's wrong, man, how is it? Mark asked with concern. Hearing his concern, Zhao Jixi was still a little moved. It's okay, Mark, I'll get ready now. Oh my god, you don't know what I've been through. Okay, no more. I'll tell you in detail when I get back. Zhao Jixi said. Okay, man, I'll wait for you then. Well, bye bye. After Zhao Jixi finished speaking, he hung up the phone and observed carefully to see if there were any cameras in the room. Zhao Jixi released the induction of his soul to cooperate with himself in the search. Zhao Jixi felt that he could use them because of his high soul strength and sensitivity. They were like a sixth sense, giving warnings about things that Zhao Jixi felt were harmful in his subconscious. So Zhao Jixi used this to work. Looking over little by little, Zhao Jixi didn't find anything. Besides, even if there was, the soul might have given Zhao Jixi a warning when Zhao Jixi took out the first bowl. But Zhao Jixi felt a little relieved after he looked through it. He walked to the place where the backpack was placed. Zhao Jixi moved it into the space. After looking around to see if he had missed anything, he also put the garbage fruit cores that the little gorilla had eaten into the space. After cleaning up the traces at the scene, Zhao Jixi took out the backpack he bought from his space. He turned his head to look at the little gorilla lying on his back and motioned it to crawl into the small backpack. The little gorilla was very obedient and crawled in. Zhao Jixi wanted to put it in the space, but now Zhao Jixi thought it was going to go in, and it would be very panicked and impatient if it left him, so he took it with him. Zhao Jixi opened the door of the room and looked carefully. There was no one. He walked out quietly and was about to reach the door. There was a counter there. There were people walking outside the door, and Zhao Jixi felt relieved when he saw this. Zhao Jixi walked over slowly. "Boss, pay the bill," Zhao Jixi said. "Credit card or cash?" the old man asked. "Cash, $100. Thank you for your patronage." Zhao Jixi didn't say anything, paid the money and left. Obviously he knew that he was being tricked, but now these are all trivial matters. The most important thing now is to go back to the hotel quickly. Zhao Jixi didn't want to stay here for a moment, and before leaving, he took something from the corner of the counter where the camera couldn't see. It was a compensation. Haha, but he still has the talent of being a thief. Zhao Jixi thought arrogantly. It's a pity that this business, besides having no future, has no money either. If you steal money from a bank, who knows how many Bitcoins are hidden inside? And it's a problem to get in this way. It's really too troublesome. By then, you will have a huge amount of unknown wealth, and you won't be able to spend it. Thinking of the latter, he felt a little helpless. All he heard on the road was English with a San Francisco accent, and Zhao Jixi was sure that he was still in this city. At least he didn't run away. Fortunately, it seems that I will use space cheating next time. I'm really helpless after drinking too much, Zhao Jixi thought with lingering fear. Zhao Jixi stopped a taxi on the road. "Go to the Lishka Hotel in San Francisco," Zhao Jixi said to the driver. "Okay, sir," the fat driver said. There was no trouble along the way, and Zhao Jixi soon arrived at the door of the hotel. After paying the taxi fare, Zhao Jixi walked towards the hotel. Along the way, people kept pointing at Zhao Jixi, but Zhao Jixi did look a little embarrassed at this time. He was no longer as high-spirited as he was yesterday. But at this time, Zhao Jixi realized, there seems to be clothes in my space. I'm stupid. Zhao Jixi didn't blush because of those pointing fingers, but because he was stupid. He actually had clothes and didn't change them. Oh my god, is the power of drugs so strong? I just took a little bit. Zhao Jixi felt helpless. Of course, if he ate a plate of cakes containing big things, ate candies, smoked so much, and drank so much wine, if Zhao Jixi didn't have a good foundation, he would definitely still be sleeping. The doorman saw Zhao Jixi coming and greeted him quickly. "Hello, Mr. Zhao, welcome back." It didn't happen that Zhao Jixi imagined that he looked down on others, and then he had a big explosion and said that he was a rich man. Then he fired a small doorman. But that was a novel after all. In reality, those doormen are all faces. They are the first impression of the guests on the hotel service, so the training they receive is definitely strict. 5-star hotels never use novices to serve guests. Their waiters have to have worked in lower level hotels before they can join the waiters of 5-star hotels. So if the foundation is not strong enough, it is unlikely to work in high-end hotels. Doormen must develop a pair of sharp eyes and a good memory. Recall the preferences of this important customer, but fortunately it is now the internet age. Carrying a headset in the hotel's camera, they will clearly remember every guest and then create a file. When the doorman can't remember, the information department will convey the guest's information to the doorman as soon as possible to prevent him from bumping into the guest. So even if Zhao Jixi is in this sloppy look now, the doorman will not show any bad reaction and do the most standard greeting action. The manager of the inner lobby also walked quickly towards Zhao Jixi. The man in front of him is a newly rich man on record. Although he doesn't know where he came from, there are tens of millions of cash in the card he swipes alone. So what is there to doubt? "Hello Mr. Zhao, Mr. Mark and your friend have just arrived. They are waiting over there. What do you need?" The lobby manager didn't know whether Zhao Jixi wanted to meet them, so she had to wait for Zhao Jixi to make a decision. "Okay, I got it. Thank you, beautiful lady. But could you please take me to see them?" Zhao Jixi said gently to the lobby manager who looked pretty good. "No, it's my honor to serve you. Please come this way," the lobby manager said with a standard professional smile. She also deliberately showed the ring on her right hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, Sayan. Zhou Yao, Farm Mode. It's almost done. Please recommend. Well, this girl told me not to think about her. She's already married. A good cabbage is eaten by a pig again. This woman's eyes are really powerful. My buddy just showed a little bit of meaning, and she actually saw through it. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but feel a little depressed, but it came and went quickly. Following the guidance of the lobby manager, Zhao Jixi came to the waiting area they were with. Several people were officially the ones who went to Heapy together yesterday, but one or two were missing. They were probably still sleeping and couldn't wake up. Seeing Zhao Jixi coming, a group of people also got up to say hello. Zhao Jixi fought with them one by one and bumped shoulders. Hey, Jess. Hey, Jess. Look at you, Jess. You're really great, man. Man, it's a pity that you didn't go abroad. Mark Zuckerberg. Why? Jess Zhao questioned. Because you still want to stay in this damn country and enjoy it, man. Haha, yes, this damn America. Jeezy said with a smile. Let's go to my room to talk. I can't wait to take a shower now. Jeezy pointed at himself and said with a helpless expression. No, man, I have an appointment with my girlfriend, so I can't accompany you anymore. Mark said. Jess, do you think we will give up those beautiful women who are empty and lonely for a man? Well, yes, unexpectedly, Jerry finally said something serious. Well, guys, since you don't want to stay with me, a man, then I can only feel sorry for you. Believe me, gentlemen, you will regret it. You don't know what you are about to miss. It is such a magical event. After I got drunk, Jeezy said. But, okay, today is a holiday. Bye. After they finished speaking, they all left. It's just a hangover adventure. We've experienced a lot. Okay, Jess, we are leaving. Bye. Mark also said. Zhao Jixi felt like his breath was stuck in his chest. He really couldn't help but get it out. His biggest secret couldn't be told anymore. This adventure, he finally could tell it. But hey, are you really not curious? Even if you encounter a tiger or a lion, I think it's normal. Believe me, Jess. Jerry said, and put his hand to his mouth, making a smoking gesture. Zhao Jixi understood that these people thought he had smoked too much and had hallucinations. But, what I really want to say, in the blink of an eye, several people had left. This bunch of bastards, make friends carelessly. Haha. Zhao Jixi cursed, but he was still a little touched in his heart. No matter what their purpose was, they came to visit him. But they all came, didn't they? It's always good to feel cared for. Seeing that they left, Zhao Jixi also left and took the elevator back to his suite. On the way back, Zhao Jixi happened to meet Harvey, who was just about to go out for breakfast. Harvey had a weird expression. Boss, you are really special in exercising. Zhao Jixi was immune to this kind of thing and said without changing his face. Well, I drank too much yesterday. What were you doing? You were planning to have breakfast. Do you need me to bring you one? Harvey asked. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I want grilled steak, salad and brisket. Oh, 6 servings. Zhao Jixi remembered that there was a little thing in his bag, and he had to leave some food for it. Haha, boss, it seems that you really exercise a lot. You usually only eat 4 servings. Harvey knew that his boss could eat, but he had eaten too much this morning. Whatever you say, but you'll understand when you come back. Zhao Jixi said helplessly. Okay, you're the boss. Then I'll ask the waiter to bring it up. Harvey said. Don't you know that waiters need tips? Now they have negative assets. Zhao Jixi said jokingly. Boss, this is just what you think. In fact, you are still a billionaire, and I'm also a gold medal lawyer, so this kind of small job should be left to professionals. If it were me, I guess my service fee would definitely be higher than the tip. Harvey explained to Zhao Jixi with a professional look. What a damn America. If this were in China, the subordinates would be the ones to buy food when the buddy asked them to, even if the buddy pooped while walking the dog. Needless to say, he would definitely take the lead and help the leader solve the problem. Zhou Jixi thought in his mind, and said to Harvey with a black face, "Okay, my great lawyer." Zhou Jixi walked into the suite, closed the door, and walked into the inner bedroom. He took the bag off his back, and said to it, "Hey, little thing, you can come out." The little gorilla heard Zhou Jixi's words, carefully stretched out its head, looked around, and after seeing that there was no danger, it followed Zhou Jixi's arm, and climbed onto Zhou Jixi's body again. Seeing it like this, Zhou Jixi could only hold it with his hands. "Okay, little thing, let's go take a bath. Look how dirty you are," Zhou Jixi said to him without caring whether the little gorilla understood or not. Zhou Jixi quickly took off his clothes, and he was only wearing a pair of sexy SpongeBob SquarePants. He held the little gorilla in his right hand, and walked into the bathroom. He didn't plan to take a bath, just take a shower. The little gorilla was also placed next to him, and they took a shower together. The little guy was still a little unhappy, but Zhou Jixi suppressed him. Otherwise, who could stand being so dirty? Zhou Jixi touched the shower head himself, took a quick shower, and then picked up the little gorilla leaning against the wash basin to touch the shower head. Big hotels are different. Everything is fully prepared. Zhou Jixi saw a special bath head for babies, the kind that doesn't hurt the eyes. If it was someone like Zhou Jixi, it would probably flow into the little gorilla's eyes after a few touches, and then it would definitely giggle non-stop. After washing the little guy, Zhou Jixi also rinsed it again. He wiped it clean with a bath towel, and put on a bathrobe. He began to blow the hair of the little gorilla who was constantly shaking off the water. The whole process took more than half an hour. When blowing the hair of the little gorilla, Zhou Jixi saw that it had some whipping scars on its body, some new and some old. Zhou Jixi felt pity for this little gorilla. He took off the bathrobe and changed into a set of casual clothes. Zhou Jixi took the little gorilla to the outer room. At this time, the waiter had pushed the dining cart up. Zhou Jixi motioned for them to put the food on the table, and took out the tip he had just prepared and handed it to the two. The two girls were obviously very happy to receive such a generous tip, and they both had a small satisfied smile on their faces. After the two of them left with the dining cart, Zhou Jixi went into the inner room, and brought the little gorilla out. Zhou Jixi sat down, put the little thing next to him, took out a piece of meat from a plate, and put it on his own plate. He poured the beef in, and brought it to the little guy. The little gorilla tried to lick it. Maybe because he had been hungry before, he was not picky about food, and started drinking it. In fact, to be precise, wild gorillas do not drink water. All the water they need comes from the plants they eat. They especially like to eat the juicy and slightly bitter heart of the banana tree. For gorillas, the heart of the banana tree is the best food and water in one. At the same time, they usually get protein from eating bamboo, and it seems that they pay more attention to the reasonable combination of nutrition. And they are the purest vegetarian animals among all apes. Their main food is fruits, leaves, and roots, of which leaves account for the majority. Insects account for 1% to 2% of their food. The insects that are usually eaten are insects on plants, but they are also eaten inadvertently. The fed gorillas are much better. This kind of gorilla will eat all kinds of fruits and vegetables, such as bananas, apples, cabbage, etc. Moreover, this kind of gorilla does not refuse meat dishes, and it also eats meat, eggs, and milk very deliciously. However, Zhou Jixi didn't know all this yet, but the little gorilla is drinking milk now, and it is eating very deliciously. Zhou Jixi also cut the meat into small pieces with a dinner knife, and put it in front of it, and it ate it without any mistakes. It didn't take long for everything on the table to go into their mouths. Zhou Jixi was afraid that the little gorilla would not be full, so he got a big peach in the space for it to eat. Zhou Jixi liked this little guy more and more. Just when he was thinking, the little guy handed the peach to him, as if asking him if he wanted to eat it. Zhou Jixi, who was already full, of course he wouldn't eat it, not to mention its saliva. It would be nice to raise such a little thing. My buddy has a few dogs now, but I can't take them outside to play. Besides, although this thing is not too cute, it is not too bad. The key is that I like it. Zhou Jixi thought. Little guy, you will follow me in the future, Zhou Jixi said to the little gorilla. The little gorilla heard his voice, looked up at him, and then lowered his head to play with its peach. Since you have decided to raise it, you have to give it a name. What should I call it? Let me think about it. Zhao Jixi touched his head and said to the little gorilla. Little gorilla is equal to monkey, and monkey, isn't that Sun Wukong? Or should I call it Wukong? Touching his head, Zhao Jixi thought, forget it, this name seems to be used to call a lot of monkeys, so I won't call it this. Monkey, Sun Wukong, gorilla, Sun Wukong, Saiyan. Zhao Jixi slapped his thigh. Oh my god, I thought of it, you will be called Saiyan. You will be a Saiyan in the future. I'm so awesome. Chapter 43. Back to the farm. Zio Yeo, thank you for your support. Thank you. Ding dong dong dong. The doorbell rang. Come in, the door was voice activated. Harvey walked in, took a look, and didn't see Zhao Jixi, so he turned around to look for him. Don't look for him, he's here. Zhao Jixi's lazy voice came from the big sofa in the living room. Zhao Jixi was lying on the big sofa with his head on the armrest and his feet facing the other armrest, but he couldn't reach that armrest. It's not that Zhao Jixi was too short, but the sofa was really big. Zhao Jixi, who was lying lazily, had another thing lying on his chest at this moment, which scared Harvey. Boss, where did you get this monkey? Zhao Jixi didn't want to move now, and he was too lazy to get up, so he lay on the sofa and said to Harvey, Harvey, are you sure you are a gold medal lawyer who graduated from Harvard and has decades of experience? Boss, what do you mean? Harvey found a sofa and sat down and said. Zhao Jixi looked down on him speechlessly. Don't you know that monkeys have tails, but gorillas don't? Zhao Jixi reached out and touched Saiyan's butt, turned it towards Harvey, and said with contempt, heh. Harvey laughed dryly. Heh, heh. It seems so, but it doesn't matter. If it needs my service, I think I will memorize its information immediately. Harvey is really shameless. After the embarrassment, he immediately has a reason to exonerate himself. He deserves to be a gold medal. My dear Harvey, you are so unpleasant sometimes. Really? Zhao Jixi said helplessly. I know this, but compared with my ability, I think customers can still accept my little shortcomings. Harvey said to Zhao Jixi calmly, typical of implying something. Okay, I understand your little shortcomings. Zhao Jixi emphasized the tone when saying this. Now, man, I think you will be serving Saiyan soon. Zhao Jixi said with a sly smile. Saiyan? Yeah, that's the guy you just called a monkey. Zhao Jixi wanted to explain to him. Why? Zhao Jixi shrugged and said, this is obviously a very strange story. Harvey acted calmly, indicating that he would continue to talk, but his attitude became very serious. When there was Franklin to be collected, he would always restrain the debauchery in his bones. Zhao Jixi began to tell Harvey about his wonderful experience last night, but he didn't remember most of it. I went out to have fun with Mark and the others yesterday, and then I woke up, and I didn't even know where I was, and a part of my memory disappeared. Finally, I brought back a bag, and there was Saiyan in it. Then it's what you see now, it's Saiyan. Zhao Jixi briefly described the details he could remember to Harvey. After that, he asked Saiyan, as if he also understood. Boss, according to what you said, this kind of little gorilla is likely to be smuggled in by smugglers. In other words, this little thing was smuggled in. Yeah, I thought of this possibility too, Zhao Jixi agreed. Boss, wait a minute, I'll ask the secretary to send a document over. Harvey decided to look at the document first, and after getting Zhao Jixi's consent, he made a phone call. It took a while to tell the secretary. Would you like to chat more? I've seen your secretary, she's pretty good. Zhao Jixi said teasingly. Harvey listened calmly and said, I don't talk about office romances, not to mention she's married. Yeah, there's a reason. Zhao Jixi said slyly. Boss, seeing that a big cross seemed to be about to burst out on Harvey's forehead, Zhao Jixi decisively swallowed the rest of the words. Then do you think I can raise Saiyan? Harvey laughed. Boss, you don't need to worry about this, you just need to worry about how to raise it well. The rest is our job. And in America, there is no problem that Franklin can't solve. Harvey said domineeringly. Sure enough, America is domineering sometimes, but who cares, as long as I live well, isn't it enough? Zhao Jixi thought secretly. Well, this is left to you to do, just send me the bill when the time comes. Zhao Jixi said. Okay, boss, Harvey said happily. Zhao Jixi looked at Sayan on his chest still looking at him, and smiled at it. He turned over and sat up, turned it to Harvey. Sayan, thank you Uncle Harvey. Then he wrapped it in front of Harvey. Sayan seemed to understand, and handed a grape in his hand to Harvey. Little gorilla, it's still very cute. Seeing Sayan's kindness to him, Harvey was also excited to praise him. He reached out to take the grapes, put them in his mouth and started eating. Seeing Saya so sensible, Zhao Jixi was also very happy. Great Saya, you are so smart. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is not that it is so smart, but it is just out of animal instinct, and it will be afraid of animals that are stronger and taller than itself. Moreover, according to the living habits of the gorilla tribe, if you have food, you have to give it to the boss first, and then it will be your turn. That's why Zhao Jixi took Saya to show Harvey, and it cleverly handed over a grape. To be honest, its behavior is still very stingy, because it has a bunch of grapes in its hand. But considering that this little guy has been hungry for a while, you can feel its cherishment of food. Zhao Jixi wandered around San Francisco for 2 days. In addition to the stock issue, he also went to Facebook to check and casually look at Mark Zuckerberg. But he is a busy man, with a lot of things in the company, and sometimes he writes code himself, busy all day. Seeing Zhao Jixi's leisure is very jealous. Every time I see him, there will be a resentment floating through my mind. Jay Chou was very happy. Compared with his miserable life, he was willing to be a character like George Gino. Speaking of this character, Jay Chou learned about it from Harvey. But the awakening meaning is self-evident. He also inherited a legacy from his father and became rich. When his father, Eduardo Gino, immigrated to Brazil from France in the late 19th century, he was penniless. Eduardo started from scratch and built a small family business with diligence, becoming one of the richest families in Brazil. George, who spent money like water, suddenly became a celebrity in Hollywood. He often went in and out of high-end clubs accompanied by beautiful lovers. The media at that time called American businessman Howard Hughes, Greek shipping magnate Onassis and him the 3 most prodigal sons in the world. However, due to excessive spending and no intention to manage the family business, he could only bear the consequences of his own actions. So he did not live well in his later years because of miscalculations and spending all his savings in advance. After squandering all his money, George spent the last 15 years of his life relying on government subsidies and friends' support. He lived with his daughter Georgiana and son Gabriel in a small house in a remote neighborhood in Rio de Janeiro. The government would provide him with 1,500 reais, about $500, in unemployment benefits every month, which he relied on at that time. The saddest thing is that the hotel he had already sold still provided him with rooms for many years. Would he be laughed at in the past? Jay Chou thought of the tragedy of this playboy at that time and secretly vowed that he would never become the second him. So money must be spent, but the family must not be ruined. But you can't live as hard as Jobs and Mark. After the investment is successful, I will buy some value preserving things. Although the income is not as high as this, it is safer. Even if I have space, I can't rely on it for everything. After all, it is a cheating device, so I should use it as little as possible. Well, tell me when you are ready. Zhao Jixi found it boring to stay here, so he decided to go back to the ranch. It was boring to stay here. Usually, there is nothing fun, except making phone calls with Jane and Sister Yu. There are fewer entertainment activities now. I haven't been to bars and nightclubs. In fact, I still want to go, but I'm a little shy and embarrassed to ask where it is safe. Except for the bar that Zhao Jixi has been to. Zhao Jixi's eyes are black, and he doesn't know any other places. For his own safety, Zhao Jixi doesn't want to go alone. It's not that he is afraid, but he just thinks it's unnecessary. He already knows that it is a place where accidents are easy to happen, but he still goes there. If there are local tyrants, it will be boring to go alone. If you really want to find someone to talk about life and ideals, just call a service. Not only are they beautiful, but they also provide good service. The most important thing is that you don't need any money. Zhao Jixi flew back to Los Angeles alone. When he arrived in Los Angeles, he transferred to Mixi, and someone from the farm came to pick him up. Zhou Jixi, exhausted, finally arrived in Mixi. On the way, he didn't want to go to Los Angeles for a stroll, but wanted to go back to the farm. It was strange to miss it after just a few days away. He hasn't completely learned how to ride a horse, and he hasn't seen the vineyard yet. The most important thing is that there seems to be a cheat that can be used, but he didn't add it to the farm. Zhou Jixi didn't know what this earth vitality was used for before, but later when he was bored, he finally thought of it. Isn't this a farmer's skill? The more fertile the land, the better the plants grow. If the plants are good, the animals will have good food and drink. What's more, there are plantations and orchards, which are planted all year round, so they need this even more. Chapter 44 Plan. At the Mixi airport, Zhou Jixi was wearing sunglasses and carrying a small backpack. He also had a hat on his head and walked out simply. "Hey, boss, here." Alan saw Zhou Jixi at a glance and waved his arm to greet him. "Alan, please come and pick me up." Zhou Jixi wrapped his hands with Alan and said to him politely, No, I just happened to be on vacation today, so I came to pick you up." Alan said, "Okay, man. Let's go. I miss my farm after just a few days." Zhou Jixi said casually to Alan as he walked. The two got on the Raptor pickup truck. After closing the door, Zhou Jixi suddenly remembered and said, "I think I'm about to take the road test." Alan calculated the time and said, "Well, yes, I should notify you in the next few days after the last registration." Haha, Alan, I really can't wait to see my cute driver's license. Zhou Jixi was a little excited. You don't know, the last time I drove out secretly, there were a few passing sports cars that gave me a lot of dust. Damn it, I must find those bastards and get revenge. Boss, have you ordered the car? Zhou Jixi was suddenly stunned for a moment, turned his head a little stiffly and said, It seems not. Damn it, I forgot. It's okay, you can just compare more on the internet and see what kind to buy. Alan said comfortingly. Yeah, that makes sense. Suddenly, Zhou Jixi's backpack moved, and Alan happened to see the situation from the rear view mirror. Boss, what's in your bag? Oh, Zhou Jixi slapped his forehead. I'm stupid, I'm so careless now. I forgot about Saiyan in it. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand to open the bag, and Saiyan's cute little head came out. His pair of small eyes looked at Zhou Jixi pitifully, as if complaining about how it forgot about itself in there. I'm sorry, baby. I'll reward you well when I get back. Zhou Jixi hugged Saiyan and touched its head with his right hand. Boss, this is just a gorilla. Alan asked. Hey, Alan, do you know this? Yes, when I was in college, I took a course on wild animals, and I also wrote a paper, so I have looked up information. Alan explained. Haha, Alan, I think Harvey should give you some of his salary. You are much better than him in this respect. He can't even tell the difference between a gorilla and a monkey. It's a waste that I pay him such a high salary. Zhou Jixi said jokingly. Boss, if that's the case, are you going to give me a raise? Alan said happily. I'm really mean. But Alan does need to give him a raise. After all, his hard work and knowledge are obvious to all. It's not appropriate for him to be paid the same as an old cowboy now. Yes, Alan, today is your lucky day. I'll talk to Williams about your salary. Jay Chow said it very happily. Thank you, boss. I think you'll see the value of my performance. Alan said gratefully. After chatting all the way, the two returned to the farm villa. Zhou Jixi thanked Alan and got out of the car. In the following days, Zhou Jixi rode his horse every day to practice his horse riding skills, or he would walk around the farm and release the skill earth vitality to the land. In fact, it is just releasing the energy and the space through this. There are not many changes in the farm, but the air feels better and better recently, and the grass on the land is growing more lush. The green scenery can be seen everywhere. Atwood also specifically told Zhou Jixi that the government's environmental protection work has been getting better and better recently, and the air is getting fresher every day. Zhou Jixi complained in his heart, this is all my hard work. Now the space has shrunk a little. It is obviously not enough to cover the expenses. The mother trees are like withered, and all the land on the farm has not been released yet. It seems that more efforts are needed. Seeing that the ranch was getting better and better, Zhou thought that it was a pity that such a small number of cows had to occupy such a large area, so he should raise more. So he told Atwood about his plan. "Boss, why are you here?" Atwood asked, a little surprised when he saw Zhou coming to his office. Zhou was a little embarrassed as he didn't seem to come here normally. "I came here today to discuss something with you." Atwood helped Zhou pour a cup of coffee, asked Zhou to sit down, and then extended his hand to Zhou. "I want to expand the scale of animal husbandry. We have such a large area, but we raise too few cows. A lot of pasture that is not in the planning area is wasted, so I thought about it and felt that it is necessary to expand the breeding." Zhou said seriously. "This is a good idea, boss. I didn't expect you to be so clear. I thought you also use this place as a holiday villa." Atwood said happily to Zhou. "Haha, I like farm life very much, so I usually watch it." Zhou said a little embarrassedly. If he hadn't gone to each piece of land to use his skills, he really didn't know his farm. Even now, he only knew about the grazing area, the orchard, and the planting area. He had only been to the vineyard twice. Later, when the energy in the space was used up, Zhou never went there again. When the energy is restored, he will go there again. Besides, it is a busy time now, and it would be a nuisance if he went there. "Then how many cows do you think we should buy now?" Zhou asked. "Boss, I have done the calculations before. Our pasture covers more than 100,000 hectares, and there are only more than 3,000 cows in total. It is indeed a bit too few. According to the plan we made when we were free before, we can start to reduce shipments now and buy a batch of cows and a small number of bulls. Basically, our farm can supply them in 2 years." Atwood said excitedly. "Well, this is not bad. It seems a bit wasteful to just breed. Our farm is so beautiful. I intend to develop some of it for tourism business. What do you think?" Zhou said. "Well, boss, this is a good idea, but if too many people come, I'm worried that it will affect the farm." Atwood said a little cautiously. "Well, this is just an idea. I'm still thinking about whether to do it, but what is certain is that I will never do low-end consumption. I can't make much money that way, and I'm exhausted." Zhou said. "But there's no rush for this. Let's think about the cows first." "Okay, boss, I'll go back and revise the plan and show it to you tomorrow," Atwood said. "Well, then you go ahead and I'll go shopping. Come find me tomorrow afternoon. I have to go to Meekside in the morning." "Okay, boss, do you need me to ask Alan to take you there?" "Okay, then I'll trouble him, but it won't be necessary in the future," Zhou said happily. "Boss, are you going to take a road test tomorrow?" Atwood guessed. "Haha, yes. I also ordered a car from Meekside. I guess I can drive it back after I get my driver's license," Zhou said. The next day, Zhou got up early for a rare time. After eating the food prepared by the nanny, he went back to the room and punched in the space. This habit made the nanny downstairs very strange. "Does the sir like to sleep after eating? What a strange habit." Zhou, who entered the space, saw the space that was a bit desolate now and felt very emotional. "It's so depressed now. It seems that I must calculate it clearly next time, otherwise it will be miserable if it comes again and destroys the space." Seeing Zhou enter the space, the 3 Tibetan masters ran over quickly. "Little darlings, it's not been long since I saw you, and you have gained a little weight again. You just eat and don't exercise. It seems that I have to find a time to let you out," Zhou said. "And now the space has become so depressed. It's a waste to keep you who just eat and don't contribute. And the group of poultry, they have been bred for several generations now. If they hadn't tried hard to control the number, they would have been rampant now. But those eggs are really delicious." Zhou couldn't help licking his tongue when he thought of this. "But it can be guaranteed to be safe here, right? I think there will be bird flu outbreaks in the future, first pigs, then cows, and then chickens. And the most hateful thing is that there are pigeons too. Are the animals that carry bird flu getting smaller and smaller?" Zhou thought about it according to his own analysis, and it was true. The virus carriers were getting smaller and smaller. This pattern was really interesting. The land of vitality outside the mother tree was still glowing with silver light, and the glittering light was like a fairyland. Zhou Jixi always had an unreal feeling when he stepped on the land here, as if an ancient charm was flowing in it, so Zhou Jixi never planted anything on it. After stepping on the land, Zhou Jixi made a gesture to prepare. After some humming and hawing, Zhou Jixi went to the river of vitality to soak. Zhou Jixi, who was soaking in the river of vitality, looked particularly strange, as if he was soaking in the Dead Sea. His body would not sink, but float on the water, and it would also slowly circle with the movement of the river water, and Zhou Jixi, who was soaking in the water, could immediately feel lazy all over, and looked particularly comfortable. After the feeling disappeared, Zhou Jixi got up and came out. Needless to say, he was in great spirits after coming out. It was as if he had sex 7 times in one night and immediately regained his fighting power after a dip in it. Zhou Jixi had not actually investigated whether the river water had such a function, but he felt that there would be an opportunity to do so in the future. Chapter 45 Gifts and Road Test. After coming out of the space, Zhou Jixi opened the Apple computer and looked at the penguin space. Recently, because he had taken a lot of photos of local scenery, the number of visitors had obviously increased, and there were even more people leaving messages, especially Zhou Jixi's sisters. Zhou, you have to remember what to do when you go to the United States, you know. Laughing Swan. This account belongs to Zhou Jixi's third sister Zhou, and she has the most messages. From time to time, it can jump out to show you her existence. Click on it. I hope you will visit me again. This is just a minor role. Zhou Jixi directly skipped it. Zhou, bring back more apples. I like to eat. It was left by the third sister. Zhou, don't think that I don't know what you mean by using this word. Zhou, don't listen to her. Why buy apples? Bring back more milk powder. Your little nephew is about to give birth. If he doesn't eat healthily in the future, I will definitely tell him that it is because he has a bad uncle who doesn't care about him at all. It was left by the second sister. When thinking of this, Jay Chou felt that he should be careful. As early as 2008, a milk powder scandal broke out in China. Although there have been some in the past, it was not as serious as this time. The most famous case was in 2004, when inferior milk powder caused the death of more than 10 babies and dozens of children with developmental deformities. Most of the victims were rural babies. The direct cause of the exposure of the Stone Gate in 2008 was that dozens of babies in the provinces of northern China, southern China, eastern China, Anhui, western China, Jiangsu, western China, southern China, southern China, southern China, southern China, northern China, southern. In the following years, scandals about milk powder have never ceased. They have been appearing frequently, making it difficult for Chinese people to buy milk powder. There have also been many scandals of people being arrested because of milk powder. The funniest thing is that drug traffickers use milk powder to pretend to be drugs, but when they were caught, they looked at the police with smugness, but the police looked at them jokingly and said, "Take it away." They were confused. Don't you know that smuggling milk powder is also a serious crime now? And they took 2 big backpacks at a time, which is good enough. They stopped drug trafficking and switched to smuggling milk powder. It's a quick change of career. But the verdict was also very fast. The evidence is conclusive. Let's go. Times have changed. I'm wronged. I didn't. The drug dealer said in a panic. Of course, the above are all funny. It was imagined by Zhou Jixi on the internet after a tourist was caught for taking out too much milk powder in XG. But it still made him laugh. After seeing the message from the second sister, Zhou Jixi thought, yes, I almost forgot about this. This time I will buy more nay powder. Although high-end nay powder is still safe in China, it is also a kind gesture to bring it with me. Well, I have to write this down. How is Zhou recently? But looking at the photos you posted, I know that you have not treated yourself badly. Zhou Jixi's eldest sister. Zhou, remember to bring a gift. Don't forget it. Otherwise, a knife pattern. You know the consequences. Zhou Jixi's fourth sister. Seeing this, Zhou Jixi could only complain in his heart. Third sister, you can ask for it yourself, and you have to use the fourth sister's account to say it. Do you think I can't see it? Zhao Jixi felt that he was going to be defeated by this top sister. Zhao Jixi's classmates and friends also left messages online. Zhao Jixi also read them one by one. Some of them replied, and some did not reply. Zhao Jixi also saw Li Shuang's message on it, which meant you hurry up and get over here. I'm waiting for you. You bastard, you're so stubborn. If I hadn't known that you had normal sexual orientation, I would have thought you couldn't help asking me to have sex with you. After typing the last word, Zhao Jixi sent a reply. People nowadays are also strange. Zhao Jixi's sister, you have been using Penguin since you were a child, but now you are in society, you use MSN, and you feel that you are more advanced than using Penguin. The topic has gone too far, and this is also Zhao Jixi's reaction to the sister suddenly asking him to use MSN. One more account is one more trouble, and you have to remember the password and so on, which is really annoying. After browsing the space, Zhao Jixi went out of the door and opened the door to see that Alan was already waiting there. Exclamation mark. I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time, Alan. Zhao Jixi said to Alan. Hey boss, I just came a while ago, so it's okay. Alan said honestly. I'm sorry to bother you every time. Zhao Jixi said, but it won't be necessary in the future. I'll get my driver's license soon. You don't know how excited I'm now, man. Zhao Jixi said to Alan happily. Hey, boss, don't be too happy, otherwise you'll be in trouble if you drive too far. Alan said persuadingly. Zhao Jixi didn't care about this at all. He had been practicing driving for a long time, and he wouldn't lose control of the car because of excessive excitement or something. Although it doesn't seem to be long in this life, it has to be added to the last life. He was an old driver in his last life. Don't worry, my skills are absolutely fine. Zhao Jixi comforted Alan. Okay, boss, let's go now. Alan paused here and said, boss, you'll go to Meekside town later, and you won't run into your fellow villagers again. Their enthusiasm last time was really, Alan said with a lingering fear. Haha, Alan, people in China are very hospitable. You have to learn to adapt to this. Maybe you can find a nation wife. Zhao Jixi joked with Alan. Alan waved his hands and said, no, boss, I already have a girlfriend. So I don't need it. You should keep it for yourself. Haha, man, don't worry. It was just an accident last time. We are very close fellow villagers, so we were so excited. After all, there are very few Chinese people from Province F in this area, which is incomparable to other areas in California. Zhao Jixi explained. After hearing this, Alan nodded with a look of understanding. As for whether he understood or not, it was not clear. Sitting in the car, Zhao Jixi watched the vehicles on both sides rushing past, and a warm wind blew across his cheeks, bringing some seductive breath. He rushed all the way to the road test site, and a fat black aunt was already waiting there with a book. In the car, Alan said to Zhao Jixi, boss, I wish you a success. Thank you, Alan, I think that's for sure. Come on, man, go have a cup of coffee first. I'll treat you. I can also celebrate after I finish the exam. Zhao Jixi said to Alan. Okay, boss. Both of them went down, and Zhao Jixi went directly to the aunt's seat. Sorry, I'm late. Zhao Jixi said politely first. The black aunt was wearing a skin-tight leopard print dress and a short haircut on her head, but she looked a lot more energetic. With the blonde hair and big earrings on both ears, her upper body was still good, but it was a pity that her bloated figure ruined it all. Zhao Jixi really couldn't compliment this fashionable aunt. It was really not in line with Zhao Jixi's aesthetics. Hello, Mr. Zhao, is it Jess Zhao? Said the fat aunt. Yes, hello, Zhao Jixi said while shaking hands. I'm just confirming. Auntie looked at her watch and said, you're a little early, but it doesn't matter. There are still many young men who need to take the test today. We can start now. From now on, you can call me Michelle. Okay, Ms. Michelle, thank you for your help. Michelle smiled and said to Zhao Jixi with shining eyes, handsome boys always bring good mood to me, so Mr. Zhao, I hope your skills are good, otherwise I will tell him to get out, even if he is a good handsome guy. The most important thing is that you don't play tricks with me, otherwise I will let you know the consequences, understand? Michelle's expression became serious after she said that. Okay, Ms. Michelle, I think you don't need to be careful about my skills. I'm ready. Zhao Jixi was not angry at Michelle's words. For these examiners, the most feared thing is to encounter one or two reckless people, which will always make people feel thrilling in the car, and it is really difficult for people to have a good mood. Therefore, experienced examiners always use majesty and intimidation to scare away a group of people who have no self-confidence and let them prepare to withdraw. It's also to scare the reckless guys so that they can behave themselves and avoid doing anything out of line. The road test began. Zhao Jixi sat on the top and the examiner sat next to him. He didn't feel anything at first, but the examiner's slightly nervous expression made Zhao Jixi a little nervous. This guy is still an examiner? Isn't he deliberately making me emotional? Zhao Jixi couldn't say it at this moment, but he still said to Michelle, Ms. Michelle, I got my driver's license when I was in China. This time it's just a makeup test. You don't need to be so nervous. Sorry, my mood is a little unstable. I'll be fine in a while. Michelle felt much better after hearing Zhao Jixi's words. This guy didn't have an accident during the test. He's so nervous. He hasn't been like this before, and there's so much sweat on his forehead. Zhao Jixi thought secretly, but he really guessed it right. A few days ago, a reckless young man had an accident here during the road test. Michelle was the invigilator at the time, so he was under a lot of psychological pressure. Today happened to be Zhao Jixi's first road test after her arrest, so that's why she saw the scene that she did. Chapter 46. Bought a car. After the previous nervousness passed, things went smoothly. Zhao Jixi passed all the tests and passed various projects one by one. In the end, he handed in a perfect score. I'm an experienced driver, but I almost lost some points. It was a close call. I almost lost face as an experienced driver. Zhao Jixi set a higher goal for himself, so he felt a little pressure when he took the test this time. In fact, it didn't matter if he lost some points. However, Zhao Jixi, who was betting on the dignity of an experienced driver, unconsciously became serious about himself, which was a bit rare. Zhao Jixi got his driver's license and was very happy. He walked all the way to the coffee shop and waved the driver's license in his hand to Alan. He looked like a little child, which made people want to laugh. Hey Alan, did you see it? Buddy, did you see it? I succeeded in one try. Yes. Zhao Jixi happily hugged Alan and said, congratulations, boss. Yes, I saw it. Alan said so. Because they had to drive, neither of them drank alcohol, so they just had a cup of coffee together to celebrate. After eating something casually, the two drove to the Meekside Auto Market. This time, it was Zhao Jixi who drove. This time, he drove openly, and Zhao Jixi didn't worry about the traffic police coming to trouble him. When the car arrived at the auto market, the manager that Zhao Jixi had made an appointment with came over immediately. Hello, Mr. Jess Zhao, I'm Baker Adams. The Ford F650 you reserved is already parked inside. Baker Adams said with a smile. Hello, Mr. Adams. Zhao Jixi greeted and said, this is my friend Alan, who came with me to look at cars today. Hello, Mr. Alan, it's nice to meet you. This is my business card. You can contact me if you need a car in the future. It has my mobile phone power on time on it. Of course, if you have an urgent order, you can also call me, but my charges will increase a little in the end. Please forgive me. Adams talked endlessly, and it seems that he would do anything to increase his sales. Zhao Jixi expressed sympathy for the salesman in the United States. The competition is very stressful, but it is the same everywhere now. If you don't have a good father, you can only work hard to be a good father. Adams led Zhao Jixi and Alan to the parking lot of the F650. Zhao Jixi saw this domineering pickup truck at a glance. The Raptor, such a domineering name, has made people feel its unparalleled charm as soon as it was born. Inheriting the unparalleled muscularity and rough lines of American cars, the four huge letters of Ford on the front face occupy the entire air intake grille, and the style is very unique. Great car. Alan couldn't help but say when he saw it. Zhao Jixi chuckled. Adams saw that there was also a hint of love in Alan's eyes, and immediately wanted to pounce on it like a shark smelling blood, and immediately wanted to take a bite. Look at the square headlights and front bumper, which create a perfect front shape and proportion. The black body color and red stickers match together, like a warrior appearing in the desert. The large front and rear overhangs provide the best guarantee for off-road performance. Adams began to explain to Zhou earnestly, but he was determined to defeat the king of pay. After all, Zhou had already ordered this car, and he knew the data. However, he wanted to capture Alan, a potential customer, in addition to introducing the car in this occasion, which made people feel more. Adams led them to the side of the car again. Gentlemen, this car not only has a strong impact at the front, but also has high wheel arches, which looks very muscular. Moreover, the raised large wheel arches look very domineering, and with large sized tires, it looks like a four-legged monster. The unique foot pedals on both sides make it easy to get on and off the car. Adams spoke passionately. Zhou looked at this domineering car and couldn't help but go over to take a closer look. Alan couldn't help but look at it. Adams had a triumphant smile on his face, but his movements were very covert. As a professional, he would not let this little problem appear under the eyes of the guests. The Ford F650 pickup truck is a model between an sub and an off-road pickup truck. The latest Ford F650 pickup truck civilian version is rarely used as a pickup truck. Sometimes it is modified into a super luxurious SUV or SUV by the rich, and sometimes it is modified into a giant off-road pickup truck. This is due to the latest Ford F650 pickup truck's super performance and spacious body and non-load bearing body off-road design. So there are more choices for gentlemen. I still prefer it to be in this way. It's good for off-road performance, but I don't know how the power is. Alan suddenly asked a question. You can rest assured about the power. The Ford F650 is equipped with a 6.7 L V8 Cummins diesel engine. The non-load bearing body and huge tires ensure the off-road performance of the F650. The model adopts a four-door design and is equipped with a 6.7 L V8 Cummins diesel engine with a maximum power of 239 kilowatts and a maximum torque of 800 Nm. It is equipped with a 6-speed manual transmission. The model has a front weight of 3855 kilograms and a rear weight of 7937 kilograms. The maximum load is 11,792 kilograms, which is close to a total weight of 12 tons. The actual driving fuel consumption is about 12 to 18 liters. Adams paused here. The model is 6.5 meters long, 2.69 meters wide, and 2.86 meters high. The body is equipped with 6 wheels, 2 in the front and 4 in the rear, 2 in each group of rear wheels, and the tire specifications are 29,575 R 22.5. The tire diameter is 1.027 meters. A bunch of data is already in his mind. No matter what the customer asks, he can answer it now. In addition to this being a business, this is also because he is a car enthusiast. Therefore, his preference for cars made it easy for him to remember all this useless information. Boss, your car is simply amazing. It's amazing. Alan said more excitedly than Zhou. Hey, man, I know. Zhou also comforted Alan and said, now it's mine. What do you think? Of course, Mr. Zhou. But you still need to sign a few documents, plus a check, then you can drive it away. Adams said happily. Adams, you ruined my mood. Who told me that I didn't pay the damn money? But I want to drive a few laps first. What do you think? Zhou pretended to be depressed. Of course, sir. Adams answered very straightforwardly. Zhou couldn't wait to sit in the main seat and touched his back on the backrest. Although there was still a plastic film, Zhou didn't care about it at all at this time. Alan also couldn't wait to sit in the co-pilot's seat. Zhou drove around twice and felt that this car was good. He stopped and gave the key to Alan. He saw that Alan wanted to try the car, so he gave him the key after he drove it and then followed Adams to his office to sign the contract. He signed his name on the contract, took out the checkbook, opened a check, and handed it to Adams. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I hope you can contact me next time you need a car, Adams said to Zhou after taking the check. Okay Adams, Zhou said. Adams sent Zhou out the door, and Zhou said no, and went to the test track to see Alan. Asked him to help fix the accessories in the car, and he would press them when he came over. Zhou had already selected them online, and only gave him a list, asking him to prepare the goods according to this. When he arrived at the test track, Zhou Jixi saw that Alan was still very interested, and Zhou Jixi was a little helpless. He waved to Alan first, indicating that he could go. Alan saw Zhou Jixi's gesture in the car and drove the car over quickly. After turning off the engine and getting out of the car, he opened the door and said to Zhou Jixi excitedly, "Boss, this car is great. Not only is it cool in appearance, but the power is also very exciting. I just tested it in the off-road terrain test field, and it felt really great. Alan, if you like it, you can buy one. Anyway, the price of this kind of car is very cost-effective compared to sports cars, and you can afford it with your salary. Unless I go bankrupt, you will definitely have no problem." Zhou Jixi said to Alan calmly, "The car is like a wife. I just rode it once, and you still want to ride it. Hurry up and persuade him to buy one, so that he won't always think about his car in the future." Zhou Jixi thought. When he drove outside, the waiters were there with the list to match the goods. The next step is to load them one by one. The three of them didn't stay there anymore. They all went to Adam's office, drank coffee and chatted. "Adams, you may have to thank me. I brought you a business," Zhou Jixi said to Adams jokingly. "What?" Adams was a little puzzled. "Alan also wants this kind of car," Zhou Jixi said. "Oh, that's good. Mr. Allen, do you have any other requirements for this car? We can notify the manufacturer to modify it." Before they said a few words, the two gradually started discussing all about this F650, and Alan carefully asked Adams about something. "Damn, this kid forgot about me. Is he kidding me?" Zhou Jixi seriously condemned Alan's behavior of forgetting his boss in his heart. "But forget it. Since you accompanied me shopping, I'll let you go this time." Zhou Jixi himself sat on the sofa drinking coffee boredly, looking at the two people over there who were very interested. "Well, it looks a bit like gay. Zhou Yao, please add it to your collection and recommendation." Chapter 47 Three Little Guys. After Alan finished chatting, he waited for Zhou Jixi. At this time, the accessories on the car were almost ready. The three of them chatted casually for a while, and finally finished them in the time it took to drink a cup of coffee. After saying goodbye to Adams, when he sent them away, this person smiled more beautifully than flowers. Almost the whole face could be seen smiling, which made Zhou Jixi wonder if this old guy had a facial twitch. Zhou Jixi sat in his new car and looked left and right, looking surprised at everything. However, the asterisk in the previous life had never seen such a high-end car, so it was understandable that he looked like this now. "It's really awesome. Real leather, isn't it? My buddy also has such a day. Haha, great." The excited Zhou Jixi screamed in the car again, venting his happiness. At this time, Zhou Jixi was still happy about his first car, although it was a pickup truck, not a supercar or something like that. But it left Zhou Jixi with the most beautiful memories. Zhou Jixi felt that life was too unexpected. He seemed to be a Rotiku at home the moment before, but now he became a billionaire. Zhou Jixi didn't have any sad mentality, but the sudden wealth always made people feel uncertain. But if you get it, you get it. As for what will happen in the future, just leave it to right later, and let them go to hell now. Zhou Jixi drove the car alone, opened the window, and let the warm wind blow on him. On the way, he had already asked Alan to go back. After all, if there were people around, some things would be inconvenient to do. Zhou Jixi told Alan that he was going to the airport to pick up the dog that his friend had flown in, so there was no need to bother him with this matter. Alan thought so too, and even if he didn't know how to run a farm, it would be good to go and see Zixi. He could spend some time together, as he had been busy for several days. Alan thought about it and left happily. Zhou Jixi, who was alone, breathed a sigh of relief and drove to a sparsely populated area. He originally wanted to release the puppy, but suddenly remembered that this seemed to be on the road. He didn't know if Google Street View in the United States would take a picture of it. Fortunately, he was cautious, otherwise it would look a bit weird if it was taken. After parking the car on the side of the road, Zhou Jixi walked into a small forest with trees. The dense trees, big and small, blocked the light from above. Haha, it will be safe this way. I guess even satellites can't take pictures, Zhou Jixi said as he looked at the dense leaves above his head. When he felt it was okay, Zhao released the 3 little Tibetan mastis in the space. The little Tibetan mastis were startled by suddenly appearing in an unfamiliar environment. Wang. Wang, they cried out. Wan Ke, Wan Fu, Wan Xiao, they are here. Zhao voice sounded. The puppies, who were just frightened, heard Zhao voice and ran towards him. In fact, the distance was not far. The puppies were frightened for a moment when they came out, and then they smelled Zhao scent. At this time, they were much better. Finally, after Zhao voice sounded, the puppies felt much better. The puppies circled around Zhao and Zhao was very happy. He touched Wan Ke, Wan Xiao and Wan Fu. The puppies' bodies grew very strong, but the space was so small, and there were crops planted in many places, so they couldn't run freely. In addition, they had nothing to do after eating, and now they were just piles of fat. Now these 3 don't look like Tibetan mastiffs at all. Except for the longer hair, they are just little fat pigs. Zhao pinched the fat on Wan Xiao's body and said unhappily, "Look at you. You usually look very quiet, not as noisy as the 2 of them, but look at your 20% fat now. You will suffer a lot in the future." Zhao said to Wan Xiao, the fattest one. Wan Xiao looked at Zhao blinking his eyes and nodding as if to show his agreement. "You understand what I said, and you are nodding. I'm saying bad things about you, stupid dog." Zhao looked at Wan Xiao's silly face and couldn't help but pinch its fat. Zhao had a good time, but Wan Xiao was not happy. However, anyone would be unhappy if their fat was pinched and shook, and animals are no exception. Wan Xiao began to retreat cautiously little by little, trying to get Zhao hand out of the range of his fat. Zhao didn't notice Wan Xiao's little thoughts. Wan Ke and Wan Fu were next to him. Zhao didn't notice anything either, and was still playing with them. After a while of affection, the puppies became curious about the outside world. They sniffed the leaves with their noses, and then stretched out their claws to dig the soil covered with fallen leaves. A butterfly landed on a weed, which immediately attracted the interest of the 3 little guys. One by one, they began to crawl forward with their front legs bent and their back legs raised. They crawled forward step by step. The butterfly, still on the weeds, gently flapped its wings, as if it was about to take off, scaring the little guys so much that their breathing became much slower. But the butterfly was just adjusting itself, and it had no intention of taking off. The little guys felt like they were almost close, and suddenly they jumped up, and with a bang, they collided with each other, and then they only heard the wailing wang. Haha. Seeing this funny scene, Zhao burst into laughter. In fact, Zhao guessed at the beginning that their angles might cause them to collide, but he did not expect that the 3 idiots actually jumped at the same time, so they collided even harder. The half-grown Tibetan Mastiff is already quite large, and its weight is even heavier due to eating a lot and not exercising. The 3 little guys were now touching the place where they had just collided with their paws, and licking their paws with their tongues from time to time, and then touching their heads. This little guy also knows this trick, and he can wipe his saliva to heal the wound. Zhao suddenly felt surprised. A whistle came out of Zhao mouth, and the little guys who were wiping their wounds in the distance moved their ears, and immediately ran towards Zhao. However, they made a mournful sound of woo, woo, a low voice. They were like kids who were bullied outside, and when they saw their dad they begged for love from him. Zhao touched their heads and said, okay, babies, be good and stop making trouble. We are going to go home now. Zhao said to them without caring whether they understood or not. The 3 little guys enjoyed Zhao touch and rubbed their cheeks on Zhao legs from time to time. Let's get in the car. He waved his hand and said to them. Zhao opened the back door of the car and let the little guys climb in one by one. Fortunately, the car was big and wide enough, and the 3 half-grown Tibetan Mastiffs showed no pressure at all. I'm still smart. I considered this point at the beginning. If I buy a sports car, it will be difficult to get one in, and it will be difficult to get these 3 back. Haha. Zhao couldn't help but feel proud of himself. While driving on the road, Zhao didn't dare to open the window too wide, for fear that they would accidentally jump out, so he left a little gap there. But the little guys didn't appreciate it, and their mouths always wanted to get out through that place. Stop right there. Zhao Jixi looked at them and said loudly to them, "This is a new car. You have to take good care of it. If you break it, I'll let you squeeze into a sports car in the future." When the little guys heard Zhao Jixi's roar, they knew that this thing couldn't be moved. But they were a little bored and didn't know what to do. They tilted their heads and looked at the scenery in front of them. The trees that kept sliding by on both sides made the little guy's eyes a little dazzled. But they finally calmed down, and Zhao Jixi could drive the car with peace of mind. He also raised the speed, although it couldn't be as fast as a sports car. For Zhao Jixi, who had never driven a car, this was already a high speed. It didn't take long for the car to finally arrive at the farm and drive through the big iron gate. After driving for a while, it arrived at the door of the villa. Using the remote control, he opened the door of the garage, and the door slowly rose, revealing the spacious parking lot inside. Zhao Jixi looked at his garage. At this time, there were only his one or two large cars. There were no other cars, except a four-wheeled motorcycle. It's a waste. It seems that I have to buy more cars to fill it up in the future, Zhao Jixi said as he looked at the empty garage. However, compared with the waste of parking garages, it doesn't seem to cost much money, but to fill up the garage, it seems that it costs a lot of money. It seems that Zhao Jixi has now a new definition for the word waste. Imagining that his garage will be full of famous brand cars in the future, Zhao Jixi can't help but get excited and can't help himself. I'll have a party here when it's full and let those second generations be dumbfounded. Haha. After ending that boring idea, Zhao Jixi returned to reality. Although it is not difficult for him to fill up his garage, he can't bear it if he really wants to spend so much money to buy it and not drive it just for the sake of appearance. Even if he is a spendthrift, he won't do this. With this free time, he might as well talk to millimeters about life. The value of a car alone is enough to talk about life so many times that Zhao Jixi can't count it anymore. So much for one time, and if you add a threesome, you have to pay extra, multiplied by 365 days a year. Wow. I guess everyone is dead. Haha. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but think of formulas in his mind as he performed these boring calculations. Chapter 48. Let them get acquainted. Corrected. Zhao Jixi led the three little ones out of the car. The little ones were very curious about this place. After getting off, they kept running back and forth. Zhao Jixi clapped his hands and blew a whistle. Finally, he attracted the attention of the little ones. They ran over one by one. Seeing them like this, Zhao Jixi felt that he was still not good enough. Look at what the training was like. It seems that I have to learn more necessary dog training methods in the future. Zhao Jixi made up his mind secretly. He walked from the back of the garage to the inside of the villa. Zhao Jixi suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at the little ones who were playing behind him. He squatted down and said, "You will meet a new friend later. You have to get along well. What about this?" Wang, wang, wang. This time the three puppies barked very politely. Well, they are all good babies. Zhao Jixi touched their heads happily. He took them to the activity room. Zhao Jixi put Seiya here, left a lot of food for him, and asked him to solve the meal by himself. When Zhao Jixi arrived at the activity room, Seiya was dealing with a peach. Seiya liked the taste of peach very much. I don't know if it was because when he was the hungriest, the water in the space left the deepest impression on him. When Seiya saw Zhao Jixi coming back, he was ready to run over and hug Zhao Jixi. But he had only taken 2 steps when a fat long-haired dog face suddenly appeared behind Zhao Jixi. Of course, he didn't know what species 1K and the others were. After 1K squeezed in from behind Zhao Jixi, he saw an animal he had never seen before. Suddenly, he wanted to tease the poultry with his barking, like he did in the space. 1K barked twice and called out his 2 brothers. The 2 little guys behind him also heard 1K's call and ran over. Then he saw Seiya in the distance. The 3 little guys immediately came to a tacit understanding, and a smile seemed to be seen on the dog's face. The 3 little guys immediately rushed at Seiyan and started to roar. Seiyan was not to be outdone. After all, he had grown up in Africa for a few years and had seen his parents fight. Although they are good-tempered species, they are also very scary when they go crazy when their territory is threatened. Raw Saiyan's voice is a little sharp because he is still young. Zhao Jixi felt a little tingling in his ears when he heard it. Saiyan, who made the roar, stood up and slapped his chest. He looked like King Kong in the movie, and he looked a little mighty and intimidating. The three little guys were obviously a little stunned. They had never had any hunting experience in their growth. Some people just roared a few times and then sprinted to scare the opponent. And the guy in front of them actually roared at them. What should I react to this? This was what the three little ones thought at this time. Saiyan had lived in the wild in Africa for a few years and knew that his momentum had already intimidated his opponents. Now he had to take advantage of the victory and chase them and beat them to flee. So he put his forelimbs on the ground and began to hit the wooden floor of the activity room. The force of the blow made the ground make a bang, bang sound. The three little Tibetan masters felt their hearts jump and were immediately shocked. They couldn't help but step back. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but curse when he saw this scene. You three rubbish. You are still Tibetan mastiffs. If you are like this, you will lose face. Zhao Jixi cursed happily, but didn't think about who made them like this. They grew up in the space since they were young. Except for geese, the other ones they met were either chickens or ducks. Moreover, in the space, when the three little ones were young, they tried to tease the geese and were bitten by the geese. Later, they didn't even dare to mess with the geese. They grew up in such an environment since they were young. No matter how much spiritual energy they had, it couldn't change their fear and timidity of the unknown. When Saiyan saw that his plan had worked, he immediately knew that his parents' fighting skills were useful, so he learned them more and more. So he pretended to be fierce and ran towards the three little dogs with his teeth bared. Although he was not big, he was full of momentum, and the three were ignorant country bumpkins. Now he had everything he needed. Before Saiyan rushed to them, the three little guys ran behind Zhao Jixi with their tails between their legs. But seeing that Saiyan was still approaching, thinking that his master was still by his side, he couldn't be too embarrassed. 1K then bravely roared at Saiyan, and Saiyan had long known that this guy was just a paper tiger and there was nothing to be afraid of. However, he still only acted as if he was driving him away and didn't do more overly provocative actions because he didn't want to anger them all. You know, there were 3 of them in number, so Saiyan just roared at them a few times and made a gesture of hitting with his front paws. Saiyan was undoubtedly smart. He now had the advantage only by relying on a little momentum, but these 3 pieces of trash, if it were any other dog, you would think whether it would bite you or run away. Zhao Jixi was so happy to see Saiyan's majestic appearance. Who would have thought that a few days ago, this little gorilla looked pitiful and was beaten so hard that he didn't even dare to eat. He reached out and picked up Saiyan and kissed it on its black face. Saiyan, you are really great. It turns out that the food I feed you is not in vain. Okay, good job. Unlike those losers who only gained weight and it was fat, they didn't gain courage at all. When Saiyan heard Zhao Jixi's praise, although he didn't know what his master was thinking, he could still feel his happiness, so he became happy too. Zhao Jixi turned to the 3 and said, "You guys, I don't know what to say to you. It's shameful. It's really shameful. No, it's really shameful. You ate so much in vain, but you are even afraid of a little gorilla. Really?" Zhao Jixi scolded the 3 little ones. The 3 little guys also felt a little embarrassed. They all lowered their heads and made woo, woo, woo sounds, trying to win Zhao Jixi's sympathy. Unfortunately, Zhao Jixi would not be fooled. He usually liked to use this trick when he did something wrong in the space. However, the first few times, it really deceived Zhao Jixi, but after the incident happened a few more times, Zhao Jixi didn't believe it anymore. Those who should be punished were punished, and those who should squat in the corner were squatted in the corner. Later, the 3 little ones also learned to be smart. They knew that this trick was useless, so they didn't use it again. Unexpectedly, it showed up again this time. Zhao Jixi felt that maybe this time it was true. After putting Saiyan on his back, Zhao Jixi reached out to comfort the puppies. He moved some food from the space and stuffed it into their mouths. The puppies who were awarded with food soon became happy. 1K, 1 Xiao, 1 Fu, listen. Come and smell Saiyan now. We are a family from now on. Understand? You are not allowed to bully Saiyan in the future. Understand? However, if the dogs knew that Zhao said they bullied Saya, they would definitely cry. Who bullied who? Saya, you too. Don't bully them in the future, understand? Smell them carefully. Get to know the three of them well. Zhao also took Saya down from his back and put him in front of the three little ones to ask them to get to know each other. As soon as Saya came down, he started grinning at the dogs, and the little Tibetan masters did the same, making a low woo sound from their mouths, but it was a very low sound, not the clear sound made when they were sad. Seeing them like this, Zhao gave them a bang. What are you yelling about? If you don't know, you would think you are so awesome, but you are all just show-offs, and you are all pretending here. At this moment, the few little things that were still frightened finally calmed down, but they were still divided into two groups, each occupying one side and looking at each other. Zhao was very headache, but he hoped that they would get familiar with each other after getting along with each other for a while. It was at least a progress now. Just like children, from being unfriendly and hostile at the beginning, they gradually became familiar with each other after getting along for a while. Then they played together. The process was actually very simple and natural. In fact, the little Tibetan Mastiff in the space, if you don't look at its body, is still smarter than the average of ordinary dogs. After all, it has drunk so much vitality water in the space, eaten the food in the space, and breathed the air full of spiritual energy. If it doesn't change for the better, it will be embarrassed to come out to meet the audience. Zhao walked away for a while, leaving a few little things there staring at each other, and said, I walked away by myself. I hope they will get to know each other. Zhao thought secretly. As for whether they would fight, Zhao was not worried. These guys had never seen blood, nor had they killed a chicken. If Saiyan was in the wild, he would probably only be able to eat vegetarian food, because wild gorillas do not eat meat. As long as they can let you stay in their territory, they probably recognize you. Sure enough, after Zhao left, when he came back to see them, he knew that these little animals were almost familiar with each other. Why did he know? Because Saiyan was already helping the Tibetan Mastiff to groom its hair, and also to see if there was anything edible. The three little ones were also helping Saiyan to groom. 4 animals, 2 different species, came together because they had a common master. Destiny is indeed something that is hard to predict. Whether the future is good or bad for them is unknown. But at least for now, the situation is still very harmonious, so there is no need to be careful. Zhou, if you think it's good, don't forget to recommend it. It's almost there. It will be on the homepage this week. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Hunting. Zhou, recommended collection site. All of them are killing me. But at least the situation is still very harmonious, so there is no need to be careful. Zhao saw that they were already familiar with each other, so he thought about how to train these little guys, otherwise, they would basically be ruined. Damn, why is it different from the novel? It is said that, if they are raised in there, they will all have well-developed bodies, and can fight wild wolves and tigers, when they come out. I have seen them all become little fat guys in the past 3 years. Is it because of their qualifications that are not good, and they are cheating their fathers? This is. Zhao sometimes thinks about it, and feels very wronged. What kind of thing is this? But thinking about Fatty Ronaldo, Zhao has the answer in his heart. He is just a genius alien, and in the end he doesn't train himself well, and he still has a body like Fatty Ronaldo. Zhao looked at the playful little guys, and a cunning smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he took out a crossbow from the space. This was a modern crossbow that Zhao got from Hejiang when he was traveling in Mongolia. It was a pattern compound crossbow, a crossbow that was 1 meter long and weighed 3.3 kilograms. When assembled, it was 0.7 meters wide. The pulling force of the crossbow was 79 kilograms. After loading these things, the maximum range was 300 meters, and the accurate range was within 200 meters. So it was no problem to shoot some small things. When Zhou Jixi first came to the United States, he wanted to play with guns, but unfortunately the gun control regulations in California were too strict. Zhou Jixi could only ask Harvey to help him apply slowly. If nothing else, at least he had to get a gun home permit. Although it can only be kept at home and taken to the shooting range on designated days, it is not allowed to be taken out at other times. It sounds useless. You said there are so many requirements, and you still say that guns are free. It's not free at all. Zhou Jixi was depressed thinking about it. Why did he come to California, where the gun control is the most strict? But my buddy has a space. Who knows if I will bring it with me? But it seems that you have to register when you buy a gun. Oh no, forget it. I'll use the crossbow first. I'll buy a heavy crossbow later, and killing wild boars will be a piece of cake. Zhou Jixi wiped the compound crossbow he took out. Today, I'm going to see blood again, man. Perform well and I'll let you shoot more. Zhou Jixi couldn't help laughing, and his expression was also very lewd. After wiping the crossbow, Zhou Jixi went to get the home camera, then changed his clothes, put on riding boots, put on a cowboy hat and sunglasses, and looked at himself in the mirror. Zhou Jixi was very satisfied with his appearance at this time. He gave himself a thumbs up and walked into the activity room in high spirits. After all, it was the first hunting for the little guys, and Zhou Jixi felt it was very memorable. In addition, in the United States, no matter how old they are, they like to take a camera and shoot here and there, recording memories one by one, waiting to look at these when they are old. What a precious memory it will be. Zhou Jixi blew a whistle, holding a crossbow in his hand, raised his head, and posed at a 45-degree angle, waiting for the little guys to gather around enthusiastically. How do the little guys know what is handsome and what is not handsome? They just tickled Zhou Jixi and kept being affectionate. Seiya even lay on the cowboy hat, holding the edge of the hat with both hands to balance his body, and stepped on the middle of the hat with his feet. Because it was too heavy, the two little feet collapsed the hat, and the hat stuck to Zhou Jixi's head. Zhou Jixi looked at Seiya standing on his head, felt its weight, and quickly got it off. You are even more abominable than provoking someone. You even climbed onto my head. Today I will let you know the price of your mistake, Zhou Jixi said viciously, while holding Seiya. Before Seiya could come to his senses, Zhou Jixi hit him hard on the head. Let's see if you dare to do it again in the future. Then he made physical movements to teach him not to climb onto his head. Seiya accepted Zhou Jixi's education with a wronged look on his face. After playing around, Zhou Jixi took them to go hunting in high spirits. A four-wheeled motorcycle drove out of the garage, and Seiya couldn't wait to climb onto Zhou Jixi's back and hugged his neck with both hands. Wan Fu cleverly jumped to Zhou Jixi's feet, while Wan Xiao and Wan Fu were a step late, so they could only stay in the small place at the back. Zhou Jixi looked at it in amazement. What the hell was going on? You are dogs, can't you run for a while? Isn't it good to enjoy yourself? Wang, wang, wang. These were the only two sentences that Zhou Jixi said in reply, and then he did what he had to do, but he just didn't go down. Zhou Jixi looked defeated and wanted to ask them to go down and exercise, but when he thought about it, they were still young. He was reluctant to let them go down. It is said that all second generations are spoiled by their parents once or twice, and finally they become villains. Zhou Jixi thought about it and thought that there would be many opportunities to exercise in the future, so he was not in a hurry. Once their own active factors were released, they would not think of stopping. Zhou Jixi had already explored the hunting place. He had already scouted it when he was walking around the ranch to use his skills. It was the forest in the east. There were many good things in it, not to mention pheasants and ducks, as well as rabbits, deer, and white spirits. The most important thing was that Zhou Jixi did not find any large carnivores. That's why Zhou Jixi wanted to go here and use this place to train the little guy's courage. Zhou Jixi stopped the motorcycle when he saw that they were almost there. He drove all the Tibetan masters off the motorcycle. It was the first time for the little guys to ride a car, so they might feel very good. Zhou Jixi drove them off and some of them ran up and then drove them off and got up again. After several times, Zhou Jixi was annoyed. With a roar, the little guys finally calmed down. You won't listen. If you don't speak louder, I'll teach you a lesson when I go back, Zhao Jixi said to them with a dark face. Wang, Wang, Wang. Zhao Jixi could only look at them with a black line on his face. Okay, let's go. Don't shout loudly now. Otherwise, the prey will be scared away. Wang, didn't I say not to shout loudly? What the hell are you shouting for? Zhao Jixi roared angrily. The originally quiet wood suddenly became noisy, and many things flew away with the flapping of wings. Well, Zhao Jixi was helpless. Zhao Jixi was depressed and couldn't help but cover his forehead with his hand. Now that they all flew away, Zhao Jixi had nothing to worry about, and he began to teach the three little ones hunting on the grass. The little guys were very smart, and Zhao Jixi was very happy. He taught them to distinguish different commands from his different whistles. After learning for a while, they learned a few basic ones. Stay, sneak, chase and come back. Zhao Jixi didn't teach anything complicated, but as long as they follow these commands, I believe they will learn how to seize the opportunity to hunt in the future. This time, Zhao Jixi thought it was impossible to rely on them to hunt, unless a rabbit happened to hit the tree. The land in Zhao Jixi's farm is now very fertile, and all the plants are growing well. The animals outside are always thinking about coming in, but the protection in Zhao Jixi's farm is pretty good. In addition, Zhao Jixi secretly added a little vitality water to the plant fence in his farm, making those things grow more lush and dense in the marginal areas. But snakes have snake paths, and mice have mouse paths. There are always countermeasures for every policy. Wild animals can always find gaps without any effort to come in and eat the increasingly delicious grass in Zhao Jixi's farm. So Zhao Jixi added a little more food in some specific places, and smart animals would run here. After all, there is no species that doesn't like delicious food. At this moment, Zhao Jixi could already see small animals popping up from time to time, and then flashing by. After the special training just now, the three Tibetan masters finally achieved some results. Even Saiyan knew that it was time to hunt now, and he couldn't make any sound, so his breathing became much smaller. Zhao Jixi took out the telescope and looked at it. According to the scale on it, he calculated the distance in his mind. He walked slowly forward with the Tibetan mastiffs. Under the big tree, a fat rabbit was vigilantly chewing the grass, and its two ears moved from time to time. It was obvious that it was not relaxed even when eating, and its whole body was always ready to retreat. Zhao Jixi had already chosen the ambush site and tied a bunch of green leaves on his cowboy hat to camouflage it. Holding the crossbow in both hands and looking through the scope with one eye, he saw the little fat rabbit. Haha, you're the main dish tonight. We've been eating beef for so long, it's time to change the taste. By the way, we haven't eaten the sheep we saw last time. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Zhao Jixi was stunned and thought about boring things for a while. When he turned around and looked, hey, where's the rabbit? The rabbit had already jumped forward a few steps at this time. It didn't stay in one place for too long, because it was with this effort that it could live so comfortably in such a dangerous place and eat as much as it wanted every day. Seiya's eyesight was very good, but it might have been staring at the rabbit all the time. At this time, it had the monocular telescope that Zhao Jixi gave it in its hand and was using it to keep an eye on the rabbit. Zhao Jixi followed the direction Seiya was looking and immediately saw the rabbit. Full body preparation. The crossbow shooting depends on the accuracy of the crossbow itself and the person himself. It is very important to keep your mind and hands steady. If you accidentally move when shooting, you will deviate from the original planned trajectory. Chapter 50, Killing. Zhao Jixi was already very familiar with the crossbow in his hand, and he had already memorized its accuracy. So according to the value on the scope, he converted it in his mind and got the relevant data. He adjusted the angle slightly. Ready 3, 2, 1. Hit. Zhao Jixi silently counted down the time in his mind. With a small whoosh, the arrow was shot out. The arrow was shot very steadily and did not deviate from the expected trajectory, but the rabbit moved for some reason. For a moment, Zhao Jixi thought that the arrow would miss. But the turn of events often comes so unexpectedly. The rabbit suddenly seemed to feel something and wanted to turn back, so the tragedy was doomed. The arrow hit the rabbit's right thigh, and the strong impact pushed it forward 1 meter, and the whole body of the arrow was shot into the thigh muscle, and the arrowhead drilled out from the other direction. Although the wild rabbit was shot, the strong desire to survive made it want to jump up on 3 legs. But can Zhou Jixi let it run? The answer was clear. How could it be possible? Zhou Jixi blew a whistle to chase after the rabbit and took his spoils. The 3 little guys followed Zhou Jixi and ran out. Although they started running from behind, the 4-legged ones were obviously much stronger than the 2-legged ones. The 3 puppies quickly caught up with Zhou Jixi and quickly caught up with the injured rabbit. Seeing that they had already attacked, Zhou Jixi was not in a hurry. He picked up the digital camera and took a more stable effect by holding it in his hand. Seiya was anxious on Zhou Jixi's shoulder. Now he was riding on Zhou Jixi's shoulder. The hat on Zhou Jixi's head had already run to Seiya's head. The bud sitting on Zhou Jixi's shoulder twisted uneasily. If Zhou Jixi was not its owner, he would want to hit Seiya's head by looking at his face. But Zhou Jixi still ran slowly, watching the dogs divided into 3 directions to surround the rabbit. Roaring at the rabbit, Zhou Jixi could see the saliva spurting out. The rabbit seemed very anxious. The intense exercise, coupled with the loss of blood and the pain in the body, made it more and more blurred. The strength in the body had reached the point where it had been exhausted, and it no longer had the physical strength to support it to run. It could feel that death was getting closer and closer to it, and it was unwilling to die like this. It didn't want to watch its brothers and sisters being killed and hunted, like when it was a child. The dogs played with the rabbit, as if they were playing with chickens and ducks when they were children. None of them intended to bite off its neck, but just circled around it. Suddenly Zhou Jixi saw an incredible scene, and Zhou Jixi wiped his eyes deliberately. Damn it, the rabbit bites the dog. Is there a demon? Zhou Jixi was surprised for a while, and the rabbit was finally thrown out by Wan Xiao, who reacted. Wan Xiao hadn't expected that, while he was playing with the rabbit, the dead rabbit would actually pounce on him and bite him. The pain from the rabbit's bite stung his nerves. Even his master had never bitten him so hard since he was a child. Suddenly, a feeling of grievance and brutality emerged from the bottom of his heart. After throwing the rabbit away, Wan Xiao screamed wow before the other brothers could react. He immediately went up and pawed the rabbit and then bit the rabbit's neck. The intense exercise made the rabbit's heart beat very fast. When Wan Xiao bit it, Zhou Jixi saw several bloodstains spurting out. The bloody scene was very shocking. Zhou Jixi looked at the fierceness in Wan Xiao's eyes and the way his hair stood on end. He was so happy in his heart. Damn it, this is a good dog. Although Wan Xiao only killed a dying rabbit now, as long as he still had that fierceness, what would he be afraid of as his body grew up? Although there are many reasons for this outbreak, as long as it has it, it can at least prove that it is a Tibetan Mastiff. With the rabbit still bleeding, Wan Xiao ran to Zhou Jixi to seek credit and comfort even more than Wan Ke did. Zhou Jixi took the rabbit from Wan Xiao's mouth, touched its head with his right hand, and gently touched its injured front leg. It's really my good baby, good Wan Xiao, you were so handsome that moment, really, I was stunned. Zhou Jixi said as he took out some homemade snacks from the space and fed it. After praising Wan Xiao, Zhou Jixi also praised the other 2 team members who assisted next to him. But assists are assists after all, so Zhou Jixi praised him, and as for the reward, it was not on the same level as Wan Xiao, but he also gave them a lot of food. Zhou Jixi planned to cultivate a habit for them when they were hunting, that if there was prey, there would be more food, and if there was no prey, they would drink water. No matter what happened at other times, they would follow a rule when hunting. After collecting the first trophy of the day, Zhou Jixi said to the camera with great pride, "Hey, this is the first prey our little cuties have hunted. Did you see it? If you see the blood spurting out, you will definitely be excited. Haha, of course, you can choose to ignore the scene of the little cutie being bitten in front, and forgive this puppy who is hunting for the first time, haha." After cleaning up, Zhou Jixi planned to continue moving forward with them to see what else he could hunt. Eating the grapes that Seiya stuffed in his mouth, he looked around with a telescope in his hand. He could always see wild animals running by or running away. Hey, don't make noise, keep your voice down, didn't I teach you? Why don't you remember? Zhou Jixi said to the Tibetan Mastiffs helplessly, because the prey ran away. 1k, I'm talking to you. You're running around. Can't you be quiet? After the lesson, Zhao Jixi finally got a little excited. He started to be serious again. Soon, a pair of pheasants appeared in the telescope. At this time, they were looking for something in the bushes. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but smile. It's you. He opened the safety of the crossbow and began to aim. This time, he made a shushing gesture to the animals and told them to slowly sneak past. If he ambushed from behind them, even if Zhao Jixi shot one, the other might run away. After a while, seeing that 1k and the others had reached the expected position, Zhao Jixi no longer hesitated. Swoosh, an arrow was shot out. This time there was no accident. One pheasant was nailed to the tree. The other one was obviously stunned for a moment, but it reacted quickly. It flapped its wings and called goo. Goo in its mouth. Zhao Jixi curled his lips in disdain. But, who are you trying to scare? They have been bullying chickens and ducks since they were young. You are the ones they are least afraid of and the most familiar with. As expected, 1k and his friends were also very interested in dealing with pheasants, so there was no need to say more. 1k was the first to pounce on it when he found an opportunity, but unfortunately, due to his lack of experience, the timing was a bit late, and the pheasant flew away. Although it was out of 1k's attack range, there was still Wanfu waiting to make up for it. With a wang sound, he pounced on it, trying to hold it under his palm. Unfortunately, he didn't hit it. Would Wan Shao get the upper hand again this time? No, 1k was already on Wanfu, so he made a move. He filled in the defense gap in another direction of Wan Shao. The pheasant panicked and began to run in a panic. The more dangerous it was, the more calm it had to be. Unfortunately, this pheasant didn't understand this. There was no need to say anything about its tragic fate. With a pounce and a bite, the pheasant was directly in 1k's mouth. But the pheasant was unwilling to be bitten on the neck and wanted to wave its wings to break free from 1k's mouth. For 1k, there is a saying that is particularly applicable: there is no reason to spit out the fat meat in your mouth. 1k didn't care about its weak wings at all, but it was a bit embarrassing to be slapped in the face like this. So he increased the bite and swayed his head from side to side. The pheasant was killed in a short while after such a combination. Zhao Jixi took the camera and took pictures of this scene. Zhao Jixi originally wanted to teach Seiya to take pictures, but Seiya didn't know how to aim at the camera at all, so he would just take pictures randomly. Anyway, it was fine, as long as he held it in his hand and didn't drop it. Zhao Jixi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This head is so stupid, he should go into the space to improve his brain in the future. This stupidity is really embarrassing for me. He picked up the pheasant nailed to the tree. Hey, it's not dead yet. This guy has a strong vitality. Zhao Jixi was stared at by the pheasant, and the pheasant was still weakly moving. He rewarded 1k who came to ask for credit, and also praised Wan Shao and Wanfu. Zhao Jixi felt that the purpose of this hunting was achieved, and the most important thing was that these were almost enough to eat. However, seeing that Wanfu was still a little depressed, Zhao Jixi thought about it and decided to hunt for a while. The little guys were very excited to hunt animals, wagging their tails and running back and forth, pretending to bite their companions from time to time, playing very excitedly. After wandering around in the woods for a while, Zhao Jixi finally shot a hare. This time Zhao Jixi specifically asked Wanfu to go up and deal with it. Wanfu, who had seen the actions of his brothers, also had experience, so he just let it consume all his physical strength and then bit it and brought it back to Zhao Jixi. Well, when Zhao Jixi was about to leave, he remembered that there was still Seiyan. Seiya weighed on his shoulders from time to time, wanting to hunt one back. You are a vegetarian, what animal are you hunting? Zhao Jixi complained to Seiya, but Seiya was unmoved and refused to leave. Okay. Zhao Jixi saw a bird whose name he didn't know on the tree, so he took out his crossbow, loaded it with arrows, aimed and shot. It looked like a one-step synthesis. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.